live from Burnham Berrow, Royal Cinque Ports, Dundonald and West Lancs. You're listening to FQ Radio.
Hello and welcome to Final Qualifying Radio. The start of the 154th Open is only 2 weeks away, and today nearly 300 players are competing for just 20 spots at Royal Birkdale. 2 rounds of golf across 4 different courses up and down the UK for the chance to follow in Scotty Scheffler's footsteps at golf's original championship.
Scotty Scheffler, he's now joined the company of golf's greats. He is the champion of the Open at Royal Portrush.
Well, for everyone competing today, securing their spot at the Open will be one of the highlights of their career.
It means everything. This is why I do it. It is to get into the majors. It is to win tournaments.
Buzzing, struggling to kind of find any better words than that at the moment.
A former major champion, Open veterans, an iconic YouTube duo and plenty of previous qualifiers are among those competing for a place at Royal Birkdale. You'll be able to hear how they all get on right here. It's already been a day of high drama, hasn't it? And that's set to continue over the next few hours. I'm Gabby Partington, and you can watch and listen to Final Qualifying Radio on theopen.com and on YouTube. Now, since the early hours of this morning, players have been out on the golf courses at Burnham Berrow, Dundonald Links, Royal Cinque Ports and West Lancashire, trying to secure coveted spots at the 154th Open at Royal Birkdale, as I mentioned. Now, we'll join our reporters around the UK shortly, but first, it's a big hello to professional golfers Jamie Spence and Richard Boxall, who have played in, 20, I think, Open Championships between you both. Now, yeah, that's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, you got it right.
I got it right, I can count.
Right,
Look,
yes.
You two know exactly what kind of pressure these guys will be feeling out there. Will it be pressure, will it be stress, excitement, all three perhaps?
Do you want to go first or second?
No, go on, Richard.
Okay, I think, or the way I used to approach it was that, you know, for the morning round, we used to, first of all, we used to play Sunday and Monday, where now it's 36 holes in a day. And they don't actually, having looked at the times, they don't give them a lot of time before they go off again. In the morning, you play it, and if something decent happens, then you'll feel a bit more pressure in the afternoon. I always used to look at it, if you didn't qualify, I didn't take it massive. When I say seriously, I didn't take it as seriously as a tour event. I just thought, well, if I don't qualify, I got a week off.
Oh.
And that's the way I look at it. And then you'd start playing, and then all of a sudden you get to 4 or 5 under in the first round, and then you think, well, I've got a chance now. And then you'd be a little bit more edgy for the next round. But you get to a certain point, Spencer, don't you, where you got 4 holes to go. All of a sudden, you think, "Oh, please, just let me par in." You know what I mean?
Well, it's pressure and it's opportunity. I think it depends which way you look at it. I think it's a massive opportunity for a lot of these players, and it's pretty bunched at all 4 courses as well. I would say that there's not much separation in the scores. A couple of guys doing very well, but in general, these spots are up for grabs this afternoon, your afternoon round. I think Richard said, I think you play in the morning, you just try and play a nice steady round, and then you might reassess at lunchtime and say, right, what have I got to do? Have I got to really go for it, or can I just play a conservative round? I think, in general, you've got to take it on and have a go at it.
Yeah.
You really have. You don't want to be driving home thinking, what if, why didn't I hit that driver? Why didn't I take on that shot?
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's lots of decisions to be made by these players this afternoon.
Absolutely. Now, Boxer, you mentioned that when you played in a few Open qualifiers, that you played across 2 days, did you say?
Yeah, we used to play. It was the Scottish Open used to finish on a Saturday, and then we all used to get in our rent-a-cars or our own cars. We used to hurtle down from Glen Eagles and go and play. If the Open was at St George's, it was a nightmare, you know, because you had to go all the way down there, and you were very difficult. Once you'd finished playing up there, very difficult to get a practice round in. So you would walk the course with your caddy late at night and have a little look at it. And then I actually, when you hadn't played a course before, walking it actually was quite good, because you didn't know where the out of bounds was and all that. You could stay away from all the trouble.
That's quite light work then. You've got to play a round a day. For now, for a lot of the players out there, it's not usual practice playing 36 holes in a day. What's that actually like? Because I can't imagine it's easy.
You've got to be fresh, I think so. We came back from the Italian Open with quite a few players from the DP World Tour going to play in one of these venues. That's difficult because you play 4 rounds in the heat as well. You're tired, then you've got to make your way to wherever you're going to go. And as Richard says, you can only walk the course, really, because you're too tired, and then got to get ready for this, because it's quite an ordeal. 2 rounds of golf, you've got to be right on it. And if you don't get off to a good start, suddenly your energy levels drop. If you're in there and the adrenaline's flowing, you're great. You're gonna play well. Whereas other players have come here rested. They might have played a couple of practice rounds. So it's a different agenda for every player, but the pressure is the same for all of them.
And how do you prepare for that, Ben? Playing 36 hours. How would your preparation
Well, as an amateur, well, I'm a little fatter nowadays. But as an amateur, you played a lot of 36-hole golf, so you were quite used to it, and you're young and all that.
And you've got a caddy.
And you've got a caddy.
The physical attributes playing 36 holes are fine.
I might just also add, Jamie and I were on that flight. We were on a flight coming home. We came off air about 3:30 on Sunday because there were thunderstorms, and sure enough, the storm came along. But I reckon that was getting home from there, from off air to getting home, and it's only now a 20-minute flight, took 12.5 hours. We sat on that plane, I lost count. It must have been 3.5, 4 hours, didn't we, Spencer?
Something like that, yeah.
And we didn't get home till 3. And so that would be the same for somebody like Richard Mansell was sitting in front of me on that aeroplane, so he's playing at Burnham Berrow.
And quite a few others.
Yeah, there was.
Different weather conditions at all the events. You see how some of the courses have browned out. West Lancs, notably, one of the toughest golf courses I've ever played. West Lancs. Burnham Berrow, what a wonderful golf course that is down the southwest there near Weston-super-Mare. The greens are absolutely sensational. Royal Cinque Ports, one of my favourite golf courses in the world, in my home county, Kent, the Garden of England. And Dundonald Links, a course I haven't played, but surrounded by history with Troon and Turnberry not too far away. So all these players are blessed to play these fantastic links golf courses.
Yeah, you mentioned some of those golf courses now. We're going to head around to 4 courses that are hosting the final qualifying today. Up first, to set the scene for us, we're going to head to Flick Johnson, who's at Royal Cinque Ports. Flick, how are you?
Afternoon, Gabby. I'm very well, thank you. Nice to speak to you.
And I feel like you're here, there and everywhere, whether it's not refereeing, you're playing on the Ladies European Tour, now you're out there doing some TV work, radio work.
Yeah, I do, because so I can shut up.
Jack of all trades and all that, isn't it, Gabby? I think that's what I call myself.
Master of all, master of all. How's it going on over there?
Very good, thank you. It is a glorious day here in Kent. Jamie's home county has put on an absolute treat for us. It's had, I think, what the members would call no wind. There was just a gentle breeze. This afternoon's got up to just a gentle 25 miles an hour, which for here just feels like a lovely way to play golf. A little southwest, there was a little rain this morning just to soften conditions up. So the players are having an absolute ball out here.
So it's conditions you tend to expect at a links golf course, isn't it, really?
Bit more wind. I think some of the players would be a little bit more happy. The ones that have got links experience would like a little bit more wind, I think, but it's a leveler. It's been the same conditions all day, so nobody's had any, the really early starters haven't had any better conditions. Later on won't have any advantage either. And the course is looking superb.
Flick, in Cinque Ports the wind's either down on the front 9 and into on the back 9. Which way is it?
Down on the front 9, Jamie. So speaking to those in the shop here, they said that the front 9 is where you make your score. So those downwind holes make you score, but the pins are more tucked on the front 9. And then the back 9 playing straight into the wind when you turn for home is where you hold on to it. But some of the pins are more accessible on the back 9.
Flick, I bet the greens there are absolutely mint, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. You could putt from the fairway here, and you'd have no problems with it. It's absolutely perfect. There's a little bit of rain on Saturday here, which just made it a little bit more lush, and it's absolutely superb. I have no intention of playing golf competitively ever again, but even I could get my clubs out around here and enjoy it today, I think.
Have you played on that golf course before, Flick?
Say again, Gabby?
Have you played around Royal Cinque Ports before?
Yes, I played here for England in the European Under-21 Team Championship in 2005, and I was sent out first. We had 2 rounds of stroke play before the match play, and I was sent out first to go and lead the team out for England. I played 17 holes, and then the tournament committee decided it was unplayable, and my score for the day didn't count. And that was the last time I was here, so 21 years ago. I played 17 holes for no reason.
Well, now you get to watch instead. We'll catch up with you later on. But for now, we're actually going to head over to John Bradley for the first time. Please set the scene for us at Burnham Berrow.
Oh, we have some weather here. It's an absolute beauty of an afternoon. We've got wind, we've got and glorious sunshine, but the elements are biting this afternoon, and our leader of the pack has just completed, so he's a very happy young man, Alejandro Pierre. And, he's flown round and managed to avoid the worst of the weather. He's just in the recorder's hut at the moment, but lovely couple of rounds of golf from him. It's been pretty tough on everyone. The wind has been getting up quite a lot, and yes, the rain is it's been coming sideways. I'm on my third shirt, so I'm doing pretty well so far.
Oh, nice. That's nice. John, he plays the wrong way round, doesn't he, that leader there? He plays left-handed, doesn't he?
He does. That's very true.
Yes.
And he was dressed for summer, so he's done well to complete his round and avoid him. I'm going to grab him now, Alejandro. There we go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well played.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're live on Open Radio.
All right.
Give us a little highlight of those 2 rounds of golf. So 2 wonderful rounds.
Well, I kind of have to say the highlight was on hole number 10 today. I could not get it in the fairway for the love of my life today. I couldn't. And then on the back 9 of the second round, I hit it left in the fescue, and I tried to hack it out, and I hit it again to the right fescue, and I managed to hole out a shot. Call it luck, call it skill. I don't really know what it was, but give me the confidence and the boost that I needed to finish strong.
You knew this weather was coming. It was certainly pre-warned that we were going to get it this afternoon. So you saw your tee times and thought, maybe I have a little chance.
With everybody that I spoke to, they told me I had one of the best tee times, which was, they were right. We teed up.
Okay, we just lost him there. We'll be back later on with John Bradley and, of course, leader at the minute, Alejandro, who's dressed for summer because he's from Spain. Makes sense. But time now to head somewhere which probably isn't so summery, to Amy Bolden, who's currently in West Lancs. Amy, how are you getting on?
Hello, Gabby. Well, do you know what? It was actually lovely this morning. The sun was shining. There's not really much breeze at all today, which is very unusual for this part of the country. But as I'm just talking to you now, the rain has started. It's only light and there's wind, but it's definitely going to, make the conditions a little bit softer this afternoon, and the scoring has been pretty good today. The leader after round 1, Tiger Christensen, who shot a fantastic round of 65, 7 under par. But it's always low scoring around West Lancs, and we've got some great names in contention. We've got the Bryan brothers here. They've got a famous YouTube channel. They are right there in contention. So it's going to be a really exciting afternoon of golf.
Look, you mentioned the Bryan brothers there. They're obviously very, very popular all around the world. What's the crowd like following them? Because I can imagine there's quite a few fans following just particularly them two.
Yeah, definitely. And, they've had over 3,000 people through the gates already so far today. Wesley Bryan and George Bryan aren't playing too far away from each other, about half an hour gap between tee times. Wesley Bryan also has Peter Finch on the bag, which is drawing a crowd as well. So, it's great to have them out here competing and also right up there on top of the leaderboard.
Well, I'm going to come back to you later, Amy. I'm just going to bring in Richard Boxall for the minute there, because I believe, Boxy, obviously you've had an incredible career, a playing career, but actually your son, he almost challenged you. He thought that a former YouTuber, was actually better than you and could beat you in golf.
Yeah, he thought, he said Rick Shields.
Oh, right.
Jimmy Bullard. I know
few.
Jimmy Bullard, but he said, would you ever be able to beat them? I said, well, yes. My day, yes, not a problem whatsoever. So Jimmy's a footballer, crying out loud. But then, they've got quite a. That's why they're called influencers. They have got a massive influence, haven't they, over youngsters nowadays? I find it quite remarkable.
I think the Bryant brothers are better than just. You can't just call them influencers. They're proper professional players.
Yeah,
they've had careers.
Yeah.
They can play golf.
There we go.
We know that. Look at that face. We know who that is.
Oh, absolutely.
We know who his dad is anyway.
Son, exactly that. He's probably not having the day so far he would have hoped for, but he's just picked one up there. He doesn't look too pleased, does he? Slightly disappointed.
Yeah, it's not quite going his way. The fourth hole at Cinque Ports, a beautiful par 3. That's a stunning shot there from Luke. One of the top amateurs in world golf. Expected, I'm sure, one day to turn pro. It's very difficult to have the famous father and be a great player yourself, but he's certainly going about it the right way, this young man.
He's probably learnt a thing or two from his dad over the years, do you think?
Well, it's a great role model, isn't it? Especially in terms of attitude. You couldn't better Poulter's attitude, no doubt about it. One of the greatest Ryder Cup players we've ever had in Europe.
Look, what's it like for some of the amateurs out there? Because I can imagine it's far more pressure-free. The pressure is off a lot more than the professionals or those that are expected to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. It's not like you're playing for hundreds of thousands of pounds. You know, there's a little bit of prize money for grabs, but not a great deal. I mean, I played my first Open in 1980 when none of you were born, apart from Jamie. And what was I going to say? And I was, yes, I was an am. And
no one knows what you're going to say, Rich.
No, not even I. Even I don't know what I'm going to say either. But it was 1990, and you know, on the range when I'd qualified, I couldn't hit past the 6-iron. I mean, I was just so scared to hit anything more than that. You know, you get on that first tee, and I played with, God bless them, they're gone now, but John O'Leary and Christy O'Connor Jr. And he stood in the first tee, and I was panicking like you can't. But I thought, whatever you do, don't go bang, bounce behind it and have an air shot. Because you've got that little giggle box at 6 round, you know, where people... It's like Formula 1. People go there to watch a pilot, don't they? You know, they go to the first tee at the Open, somebody tops it, they go, oh, fantastic, I do that in the monthly medal. That's, you know, they want to see something. And O'Leary said to me, we said, oh, good luck, you know, play well. And all I could get out was, yeah. I couldn't speak properly. I mean, I was so nervous. And the fairway in 1980 at Muirfield was a dogleg slight from left to right. It was only 19 paces wide, and the rough was about 18 inches, 2 feet thick. And I remember playing with I was playing with a Pro Staff 1 that they used to use in those days. And the game behind was Jack Nicklaus, Seve, and I think in those days someone like Lee Trevino. It was a proper. Anyway, we went down. You were allowed 5 minutes in those days to look for your ball. Okay, and I just missed the fairway. And the chap that was walking around with you, an RNA official, he said to me that's 3.5 minutes, Mr. Boxall, because as an amateur they call you Mr. So I looked back at the tee at Muirfield with Seve, Langer, or Seve, whoever, Jet Nicklaus was on there, I know that, and I thought, if I have to walk back to that tee, play 3 off the tee, I'm going to walk back, up over the tee, past them, down through the tunnel, out the other side, go to Great Walls, get a taxi, and leave. That's how nervous I was.
Well, Conor Graham, the amateur, Richard, doing very well at Dundonald Links.
Playing alongside Jack Senior there?
Yeah, he's still got it to do. He's a couple under, just outside the 5 places available. But I think for the amateurs, it's excitement, isn't it? They're just
massively.
You've got nothing to lose.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's an amazing opportunity, especially to play Birkdale, Royal Birkdale. Just a game in my top 3, I'd say, in terms of UK courses. But they have changed it a little bit. They've taken out one of the par 3s and added one in, so it's going to be a slightly different look this year at Birkdale. But what a wonderful golf course. Plenty of memories there. Played a senior Open there, played an Open Championship there, as Richard has. So anyone who qualifies is going to have the thrill of their life.
And you'll be working there this year?
I'm working there this year, walking the fairways, again, which is a great, honour and delight, really, to be able to do that. I was in there for Tiger Woods and Molinari. I was there. The best thing I ever was on course was Matt Kuchar and Jordan Spieth when he hit on the range. That was at Birkdale. That was the most extraordinary hour of my commentating life, to be present there. And I was the only one of the commentators went over the sand dunes to watch Jordan play off the practice ground. And it took about 20-25 minutes to complete that hole. He made an amazing 5, and then he went birdie, eagle, birdie. It was just the most amazing hour of TV I've ever been involved with.
He does his job thoroughly. Do you see that?
And what do you do?
Well, I think he's going to.
I did get stuck. I did get stuck on the sand dunes.
Yeah, you will too.
But there you go.
You touched on nerves, Boxy. How do you deal with those kind of nerves? Because, I can imagine it's not easy. And a lot of the players now, they have breath work and methods and meditation, but I can't imagine that was one of your things.
Well, no, I did
do.
actually, because I saw a sports psychologist, or a trick cyclist, as we used to call them in those days. But you actually didn't tell, in my day, you didn't tell anyone you saw someone like that because they thought there was something wrong with you. But one of the good things was listening to yourself breathe. Feed the computer, which is your head, listen to yourself breathe, and just let your natural reactions take over and hit the ball. What you mustn't do is get ahead of yourself, and it's really difficult to say because you've got so much time to think. You've got to, and everyone says it, but you really do have to play one shot at a time and not get ahead.
How much attention is paid to the leaderboards when you're playing in final qualifying? Because I can imagine, you know, after 18 holes, you've hit a certain mark, and then you see another mark, and you need to kind of reset and go again. So how much attention to these players?
When you used to play the 36-hole qualifiers, they didn't have any leaderboards. You just used to play and go out, and you'd shot 67 or whatever, and then you roughly guessed what you were doing coming in. They only brought those in over the last, I don't know, 20 years or something like that.
You always want one more birdie. Or one more par. If it's really difficult, one more par. You always got to press for one more. You can't be thinking that's enough. You've got to be pressing on. There's only 5 spots. There's so many good players these days in all these events. You cannot stand still. You've got to keep looking forward and getting one more. Because there aren't that many leaderboards on these golf courses. But I would advise all the players to look at them. You can't be frightened of it because you need to know. You need to know what position you're in and how to approach the next few holes.
Yeah, you look at someone like Owen Edwards from Wales. He was playing at Burnham and Berrow this morning, and he went and shot 7 under. So, you know, when you've seen that result, when you've seen that score and you're another player, and then you're coming back, how do you pick yourself up and reset and go again?
He's going to be very nervous. He's only got 2 holes to go, and he's right on the precipice. He's right on the edge of the spots. So he's got 2 holes to play at Burnham and Berrow, and he's currently in 5th spot on his own. But that's a very uncomfortable position to be in.
Yeah, one mistake and that's the end.
Yeah, but you've got to think one birdie, haven't you? You've got to think one birdie as opposed to don't make a mistake. That's how you've got to think.
Definitely, and that's when breathing becomes quite difficult.
And that's experience really as well as playing tournament golf in a regular basis. Whatever tour you're playing, whatever standard it is, it doesn't matter. It's the same mental process. You've got to look forward in this, not defend.
So do you think it's almost harder in that sense? If you go and shoot the lights out, and you've almost got to protect your score in the second 18.
It's always hard to follow up a low score. Yeah. You see it all the time. We see it all the time every week. You see it all the time around the world. Someone shoots a 64. Generally, they follow it up with a 70 or 71. It's so hard to have back-to-back for that reason, really.
And how important is being in form into coming into a week like this? Because obviously links golf is a whole entirely new test in itself, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It depends. You know, I remember once playing at Carnoustie, and it was windy. It was a very difficult day in the Scottish Open, and I went and I shot 85 playing with Mark James on the last day. And our next stop off was turning my mic off, Jen.
Who's had enough of you already?
Sorry, everybody who's listening. James turned my mic off. We only just started. Where was I? You've thrown me completely there. Where were we? Shot 85, right. And I thought that bodes well for St Anne's Old Links on my way down to try and...
It's good for you, 85, by the way.
Well, it was windy.
You hold a few putts for that.
I hold a few, and that was only the front 9. So the next stop was St Anne's Old Links, which was, I think it was a par of 73. Anyway, I went down there, and I'd had a few tips from my sports psychologist, but I'd obviously not played very well for a round of 85. I mean, it was blowing a gale. And I shot 265s, two like course records or something, and won the qualifying. So, you know...
He was a great qualifier, Richard.
Jack Newton said that to me when he said, I think you're a pretty good qualifier. He's from Wales. So, I think I qualified... I think I was exempt for 4 and qualified for 8, I think, something like that.
I think when you mentioned form, I played West Lancs in a qualifier one year, and I was not in form, and I found it so difficult. It was blowing as well. It's a great course on the Lancashire coast there, but I just found it so difficult. I'd like to go back and play it again, actually, because my memory is it was impossible because it was so windy and I wasn't playing well. So your view of the course is totally different. If you've got the ball in control and playing well, you know, you see it totally differently, but I thought that was tough.
But as you know, in golf, all it takes is one good round, isn't it? So actually,
one
if you
good
go in
shot,
with
really.
Yeah, with a bad mindset, then...
And you've got to know the golf course. Playing it blind, not knowing the course, you just play the wrong shots at the wrong time, and suddenly you're 3-4 over, and now you're pushing, and that's not a place you want to be in an open qualifier.
And for the people at home that don't know, how do they go about choosing what course that they get to go? And do they not choose as allocated, or do they have because it was different when you played boxing?
I don't know how it works nowadays. I mean, I think they have a choice, don't they?
I think you have a preference, but it's not guaranteed that you're going to get it because of geographical reasons. You're Scotland, you don't want to be going down to Royal Cinque Ports, do you? And vice versa.
Yeah.
So I think you have a choice, but obviously you have to fill the field, and some players may have to travel a bit further than they wish.
And what's the toughest golf course of the 4, would you say, out here?
Now you're getting into dodgy territory, Gabby. You're getting dodgy territory.
I mean, they're all tough to me. I've only played Dundonald, but I mean...
I would say West Lancs is the toughest.
I'd say West Lancs as well, yeah. I mean, I played West Lancs in weather like he did. It was pouring with rain and windy, and I thought, how on earth
if I had to choose one, I would choose... If I was playing now, I would choose Burnham Berrow or Dundonald, because the other two are Cinque Ports to me looks like it's got the Cinque Ports and West Lancs to me look like they got the field in depth.
Yeah.
You don't know that until the draw comes out, and I'm only surmising what my opinion is, but I would probably go and choose. You'd like to go to a course that you know and you feel suits your game.
Yeah,
that can be either of the 4.
And if you're a player and you get allocated a golf course, say West Lancs, and you see someone like Sergio on there, who's you know, rather notable player.
Yeah.
Would you use that as almost motivation, or is it an absolute, you know, experience, or is it intimidating in a way?
No, not intimidating, but I think because we've all sort of played golf with them as good as they were. But I think you look at, you know, I used to go to a tournament, a qualifying like this, 36-holer, and you'd think there are certain players like, you know, I used to look at the draw, someone like Kirk Triplett would be at my course, and you'd think, pretty sure he's going to get a spot. You know, and you'd look around, there would be some players that didn't get it, and there's some that come in that shouldn't really get it, but they do. But no, I think certain players you look at and you can almost, not guarantee them, but almost say that's a spot gone.
I'm not sure you can say that now, Richard. I think this in
no,
depth.
maybe
I
not.
think the field now is so strong.
Yeah.
At all the courses that far more players are able to qualify.
Yeah.
It's tough just to get through the regional 16 courses. It's hard to get through that now. A lot of good players aren't here in the final qualifying, so the standard of play is exceptional through the amateur ranks as well.
Yeah, quite the marathon before you can get to the Open, which is an achievement, of course, in itself. But first, well, lovely listening to you two. We'll come back to you in a minute, but let's time now to head to Royal Cinque Ports. Back with Flick Johnson. How are things shaping up there, Flick?
A qualifying king, I think we can call him. He's going very nicely today. Currently 1 back. He hit a lovely shot into 15, about 18 foot left to right. He was up and out of it very quickly. It was always a little left off the putter face, but he's tapped in for his par. Tom Lewis missed the green, as he's doing quite nicely. He's going to have about a 5-footer for his par. And their third partner, Oliver Dawes, hit a beautiful shot, and I think we can give him that for his birdie. So he's a local lad from Royal Cinque Ports. There's a very generous crowd with this group, and they're hitting some great shots.
You mentioned the qualifying king in Matthew Southgate. Surely it can't just be pot luck now. It's not coincidence.
No, there's definitely a certain mindset that you need when you come to a qualifying. You kind of, as the guy's saying, you need to attack, because there's only 5 spots. You need to go out there and make birdies. But if you push too hard too soon and drop some shots early on, you know it's a long way back from there. So it's a difficult mindset to find, and it's obviously one that he can tap into when he needs to.
And you mentioned the crowds have come out in numbers as well. I feel like the final qualifiers, they tend to get good numbers, don't they?
Yeah, they do. I think fans in the UK just love watching live golf and live sport. So when we get the names on display like we have at the 4 venues today, it's a great opportunity to come and see them up close. The spectators walking down the fairway with the players, and there's some outstanding players at all the venues. So why wouldn't you? And it's a beautiful day, so it's a great day for watching some golf.
Well, it's another dynamic as well, having the spectators so close to you, breathing down your neck, looking in your bag.
Would you like that?
Shaking their head. No, I wouldn't, no. Keep away from me, please.
Flick, can you just give us an update on the conditions there at the minute as well?
Yeah, the wind's just picked up a little bit. I say that I'm on the back 9, which is going to be into the wind, so it's tougher. It's definitely gusting a lot more, so those that are further on round maybe do have a slight benefit, but it's still a beautiful day for golf out here.
Thanks so much, Flick. We'll catch up with you later on.
You know, Jamie, or Gabby, either one of you can answer it. I another thing, which I never liked to admit it at the time, but now I've got older, I can admit it, is that another reason I think I qualified quite well and played in a few Opens was because the money was a big thing for me. You know, I had bills to pay, and some people don't play for the money, but I did. And when you played an Open qualifying, you know, you're playing for a cup of tea and a biscuit, really, first prize. Not like you are on a tour event. And I think that, I was not like I didn't care, but it was just like, well, I think in those days it was 1,200 quid or something if you won the qualifying, which was a nice little bonus, and helped you out. But you weren't playing for low, you weren't playing for 100 grand first prize. And I think I really honestly
think... It took the pressure off you, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it did, totally. I mean, if I'd been a multi-millionaire, I think I'd have won a few more.
Well, you've got a rather nice watch on your left hand.
Yeah, I know, it was given to me.
Oh, the benefits of being a professional golfer, and all the gifts that used to come
when
with
I first qualified in 1990, I said to myself, I'm not going to an Open Championship until I play in one. I went to a few other professional golf events to watch before I turned pro in '85. But I said I'm not going to an Open until I play in one. And
Did
I
you
qualified
really?
in 1990.
Why is that?
I just wanted it as I just was desperate to play in it.
And did you play as an am or a pro?
No, as a pro. So I went through regional, then the final, qualifying. Regional at Royal Ashdown, where I'm playing on Thursday, actually.
Oh.
We're having a reunion sort of game there with the Sussex lads. And then I went up to Scots Craig, not Scots Craig, the course just north of St Andrews near Dundee. It's Scots Craig. It was Scots Craig. I qualified there twice, actually. And went to St Andrews and made the cut. So... yeah, that was my inspiration, if you like, my sort of inspiration to myself.
And just quick, did it live up to its expectations? Playing
more. Ever.
Yeah, no, they are.
More than anything. More than anything.
You were leading, you were virtually leading.
My name was sort of on the top of the leaderboard for about 10 seconds.
Oh, it still counts.
I think so.
It does, no, there's no question about it. See, when you go there and play as an amateur and you sign autographs and you think, well, why? Why am I doing this? It's such a big event. You've got young kids standing on the side, can I have your autograph, get your autograph. And I remember it was me, Paul Way, who comes from your part of the world, Jamie.
Same club.
Mike McLean and Ronan Rafferty. We were all amateurs. And we walked around, and when we left the tee, there was kids standing there, can you sign this? I mean, you felt like a superstar.
They thought you were Craig Stadler, that's why.
Well, it couldn't, little
that's what
slimmer
it was.
in those days, I have to say. But, Spencer, you derail me, doesn't he, Gabby?
Well, I'm just going to leave you two to talk amongst yourselves.
Right,
we're going to head over to Amy Bolden, actually a winner on the Ladies European Tour. She is at West Lancashire. How's it going over there, Amy? You sound out of breath.
The heavens have just opened, Gabby. I am out of breath. I have just been walking the back nine. I've just caught up with our leader, Sam Bairstow. He has just gone through the 10th hole of his second round, but he shot a fantastic round of 66 this morning and going along really nicely for his second round. He's 4 under par so far, so he's got to 10 under and he's 2 shots ahead of the rest of the field.
That's
so he's
a
going
nice
along
bit of
very nicely,
breathing
but
room.
as I say, the weather... Yeah, it is. But as I said, the weather is starting to turn a little bit, starting to get a little bit wet out here.
Well, you said this morning that you regretted putting your waterproofs on. I bet you're very happy that you have them with you now.
You're right, and I've got my umbrella, which is good. But it's one of those days, it's an awkward day where the rain keeps stopping and starting, but it has gone very dark above us. The one good thing is it's normally so windy round here, and I heard Jamie and Boxy say before how they've played this golf course in really tough conditions. I actually think this is probably the easiest they'll really see West Lancs. The wind, it's around 10-15 miles per hour, which is quite unusual. At the moment, they're just going into the back nine, which is all going to play downwind for the first few holes and then back into as they turn onto 15. So for me, this golf course, you make the score on the front nine and then hang on the way in.
Yeah, scores would suggest that as well, Amy, being quite bunched apart from Sam Bairstow at the 10 under par mark. They're queuing up behind. It's very tightly packed.
It is, and I do think there's some low scores out there. You can see a couple of players that are 5 under so far for their second round, 4 unders out there. So there is a score to be made. Greens, they're running really nicely. They're not too fast. They're great for links golf, and the pin positions today are very accessible.
Well, thank you so much, Amy. We'll be back with you later on, and hopefully you can then take your waterproofs off. Look, I'm sure you guys have a fair few open qualifying stories between you. We spoke about leaderboards. At one point you said you were leading for 10 seconds at the Open. You had a stint where you were only two strokes off the lead, Boxy. Tell us what happened there.
Yes, I was... I'd had a really bad... up to that point season. I had a great season, 1990, the year before it. And I got dry. shot a couple of 68s, and I was fifth last group off in the third round, playing with...
in what Open is this, Richard?
This is the 1990 Open at Royal Birkdale.
1991, because I was playing in it as well.
It was 91.
91, yes, sorry.
1990
yeah,
was St Andrews.
Yeah. Oh, yes,
don't
it
let
was.
me get in the way. Don't
We've
let the
got
facts
you,
get in the way.
Foxy. We've got you.
That's right, yeah. So 1990, I had a good season, and 91, I hadn't. And then I remember... do you want me to go through the whole story?
No.
Jamie doesn't, because he's heard it
We've
loads
got
of
time.
times.
I was on the 18th fairway when this happened.
Were you?
Yeah.
Were you really?
Could you hear the scream?
No.
There was a scream, there was a big bang.
Oh.
I don't know that, but listen, Gabby's our leader. If she wants me to
No,
carry
I
on,
would love
will.
you to continue, because a lot of the people at home wouldn't have heard this story. They've only read it on Wikipedia.
Yeah, so I woke up in the morning and I was like fifth last group off, so I stood on the... when I stood up, I thought, oh, my left leg feels a bit weird. So that didn't feel right. And I was walking along, and during the week I'd taken a few steps on the hard turf, and I got a pain right at the bottom of my ankle. And I went to the range, hit a few balls, and obviously the range is quite flat. So, but as I was hitting the balls, it didn't feel quite right. So anyway, I said to Monty, I said, I've got something wrong with my leg, and he's like, I'm trying to win a major, go away from me. So anyway, we carried on a little bit, and cut a long story short, I'd had two shanks, shank to 2 iron, shank to 7 iron. I got to the point where I couldn't get down on all fours to look at a line of a putt. I had to hold my leg out straight. If it'd been a normal tour event, you probably would have just pulled out. So then I went to the the 9th tee, and I thought, right, I've got to commit to this. It was a ping 1 iron. I thought, I've got to commit to it, hit the shot. It was like you wanted to release a nerve in your, but it was in your foot, and you thought if you commit to this and hit it, it'll go away. Anyway, stood there, hit it. As I hit the ball, my leg snapped in half, and from the halfway down the shin, which made a hell of a noise, I have to say. It was a good shot. It was down the middle, and Colin Montgomery had to play a couple of holes on his own, and it was out in 34, back in an ambulance. But I always say it's amazing the extremes you'll go to not to play with Colin Montgomery.
What do you think could have happened? Does that like kind of run through your mind?
I don't know. I said I was a little, I've never been a highly tuned athlete, and I just said, is it because got a little bit of a Derby Kelly on my belly, and all that, and they said no. I used to pull the luggage off the carousel, and it used to pull it up against my leg, but I don't know whether it was that or not. I think it was just basically unlucky. Happened to a guy, Russell Weir, happened to him in Holland 2 weeks later. He broke his leg, and he sent a what are they called when you take a picture of your leg?
X-ray.
X-ray, that's it, thank you. Took an X-ray, and he showed it to me, and his leg had broken in 8 places.
Goodness me.
I mean, it's unbelievable. But I got a bloke called Rowan Paul, who was a orthopaedic surgeon. He came down. He said, "Don't hit any." When I was trying to get back, he said, "Don't hit any more than a." Because what happens is your bones twist. They're like chewing gum. So when it's broken, you want to get it back into the same position. So golfers' legs won't be the same. The bone won't be the same shape as somebody who doesn't play golf.
So what we're saying is Ian Baker Finch was very lucky to win that Open.
Very fortunate.
Very fortunate.
I watched him from a hospital bed the next day go out in 29. But anyway, he said, before you get on that leaderboard, he said to me, don't hit any more than 5 iron. So I said, well, there's not much difference in length between a 5 iron and a driver. I said, probably about 9 inches or 8 inches or something. So he said, I'll come and watch you hit a shot. So we went down to the range, and as soon as I hit shots, he said, I couldn't believe. He said, I thought pros golfers' left legs went like that, twisted. Don't know why I said like that, because people on the radio can't see it, so it's absolutely no use whatsoever. But he thought they rotated. He didn't realise they bowed as you went through, and he said to me, I said, I can't believe more people haven't broken their leg.
Oh, right. Oh, goodness. Hopefully that was the only injury. Now you've just cut your finger.
On there.
But he was trying to do a very descriptive view of what a broken bone looks like, and he's just cut himself with his really long claws. OK, we'll come back to that in a minute.
Paper cut.
OK, sorry, he does chop his fingernails. Now he's sucking it. OK, we're going to go over and do a quick leaderboard update. Jamie, just look at Burnham Berrow. How are things shaping up there?
Well, James Nicklaus from the United States, he's 9 under. He's got 9 holes to play. He's leading by 1. De Castro Piera, the amateur
I'm just
from
going to interrupt
Barcelona.
you quickly. We're going to go to Dundonald.
Right, let's go to Dundonald, where David Howe, the amateur, he's leading by 2. He's 6 under par, but he's still got 9 holes to play. So, what a nervous 9 holes it's going to be for him. Matthew Baldwin, who plays his golf out of Royal Birkdale, he's elected to go up to Dundonald Links up there in Scotland. He's doing really well. He's in second spot at 4 under, but it's very tight just behind the leader.
Look, we spoke about Matthew Baldwin. You know, Birkdale is his home course. So how much of an opportunity is it knowing that he could play in the Open on his home turf? You know, how much influence is that when he's playing out here?
Incredible. And I think it's probably a good move for him to get away from West Lancs, which he knows well. He'd have had a lot of family and friends around that place, so he decided to go up north to Dundonald. And maybe it's a course that he really likes as well, Matthew. But he's a fine player, Matthew Baldwin. But to play round your own course in an Open Championship, doesn't get better than that.
The absolute dream.
I mean, how do you think Matthew Jordan must have felt?
Absolutely.
When he was teeing it off?
In the opening tee shot. Okay,
Correct.
Let's take a look at a Royal Cinque Ports leaderboard as well. Boxer, you can take this one.
Okay, I've got to get my glasses on to see if I can find it. Royal Cinque Ports. Thanks very much for that. You give me a beautiful name here. I don't know how you pronounce that. Bjornbard Skogan. There you go. Well, there you go. He's 10 under par. 14 holes, starting at the 10th. 60-80 he shot earlier on today. So he's 10 under, but tied with MJ Daffo. Matthew Southgate now has moved back down to 8 under par. Remember, there's only 5 spots. Peter Ulight, he's 8 under, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 under is getting in there. Ryan Lumsden, he's on his own at 7 under par. But for the likes of Matthew Southgate, who's got 50, he's got 3 holes left to play. It's going to be a very edgy 3 holes coming in. One mistake, and that's you gone.
I think if he gets in at 8, he'll at least be in a playoff. Would be my look at that leaderboard. I think he'd be unlucky not to get in, actually, but we'll see. Because at Cinque Ports, 16, 17 are birdieable, 18's a brute of a par 4.
And a player like MJ Daffy, you know, South African, he lives in Houston. He's had a couple of wins on the Hotel Planet Tour.
He's playing well this year.
He's playing well this year, and then that just really, again, it brings back our point on when you're in form, you know, the confidence is high and you can do what you do best.
His career looks like it's going one way, and that's up. Wherever he plays, he seems to appear on the leaderboards, whether it's in the DP World Tour or back there in South Africa or in America. He's a very, very good player.
How tough is it for some of these players that are travelling? You know, they're used to travelling to different places week in, week out. You know, 36 holes when you know, they might have come from Italy if they're playing on the DP World Tour or different places around the world. But, you know, when you're coming and playing on completely different style of golf courses, like Links Golf Course, how tough is that?
Well, it is. They do that week in, week out. That's the thing. You know, so I'll tell you the ones that I admire in my days was the South Africans and the Americans who used to come, and the Australians who'd come over, and they didn't have a home. They'd stay in the Ariel Hotel overlooking runway 2 at Heathrow. You know what I mean? Had nowhere to go. The great thing about these players, if you come to a place like this, if it doesn't go well, you can just get on an aeroplane and go home. You're only an hour and a half away. But Links is goal. I love Links Golf, so it was my favourite. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was better than Parkland, Heathland, where you name it. Links Golf is the in my head is the true game.
Why is it
as it lies.
Why is it your favourite?
Because you have to think a lot. You don't have to hit the high flying shot. You know, you have to manufacture the ball and manoeuvre it. And okay, yes, you are on a links course going to get a bad bounce every now and then, but you're also going to get good ones as well. And I just the difference of playing in a strong wind, I thought it just made the game really interesting, I thought.
Okay, well, it's time to head to the West Country, because we haven't heard from John Bradley in a while, who's at Burnham and Berrow.
Hello there.
Hello
We're on
there.
the 18th at the moment. We're just watching young Fraser Jones from Leicester, who absolutely blitzed the last 9 here last year to qualify, and he's gone out pretty well today. He's T5 finishing, so he's in a pretty good position as it stands right now, but the scoring has started to pick up now that the weather has just surrendered itself, and we've now got just a little bit of breeze, and the rain has given way, so the scoring is improving. And we've already seen, of course, Alejandro Castro Piero card an 8 under par, and Fraser Jones has gone round in 7 under over his 36 hole, so he's 1 shot behind, but they're massing at the top of the leaderboard right now. But Fraser Jones has, for the 2nd year running at Burnham and Berrow, done pretty well.
It's clear, obviously, he likes this golf course, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And Charlie Lind, he's qualified here before the Swedish player. He's finished at 6 under par. That's going to be tough. I think he might get past. You never know. It depends on the weather. It depends on how the guy's playing. The name that I'm looking at there at Burnham Berrow is Mark Leishman, the very experienced Australian player who plays the Live Tour. He's through 8 holes this afternoon. He's 6 under par. He's hovering just behind. He'd be the man I'd be looking behind my shoulder if I was Fraser Jones or Charlie Lind.
Yeah, you just assume he's going to make a bit of a move.
I'm assuming he is going to make 1 of 5,
yeah.
Rich. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. But very, very tight there down in the West Country on a stunning golf course.
Yeah, Burnham Berrow. Years ago, Spencer, I played there, but it was the English Amateur, so that's like 150 years ago. But I mean, it's a lovely course.
It's
superb link.
My memory of Burnham Berrow played there quite a few times. Was the greens, some of the best I've ever played on, Rich. Some great courses down there in the West Country. Yeah, you keep going along the North Devon coast to Saunton, etc., Westwood Ho, etc., and places like that. And you go down to Cornwall. It's a great place to go and have a game of golf.
You played Trevose?
I have played Trevose. Yes,
nice as
yes,
well.
Beautiful. Yeah.
All right, John. Thanks so much. We'll catch up with you later.
John's got his shorts
John,
on.
John doesn't want to go.
Barrow.
John wants to stay.
No, I mean, these links courses, they all need a bit of wind because that's their defence. If there's no wind, the players will tear them apart.
Matt Southgate there on the 16th hole at Cinque Ports, the par 5. Just get an idea of the greens at Cinque Ports. They're so undulating.
But they're good, aren't they?
Fantastic, yeah. I'd say one of my favourite golf courses in the world, not just the UK. Royal Cinque Ports, because apart from the first hole, you go straight back out and straight back in, and depending where the wind is, and it's into on the back 9.
That first hole, Jamie, I can't remember. Does it play second shot over like a little burn?
That's right, over a little burn. Yeah. It's normally just driving a pitch, but they have stretched the tees back there, as they have at all these golf courses now, to accommodate the modern player, because they'll hit the ball so far.
A friend of mine, Andrew Reynolds, was the pro down there for a long, long time.
Andrew's a great guy.
Isn't
He's
he?
retired now. They've made him an honorary member.
Have they?
Yeah, and he still plays a lot of golf, and he still plays well.
Does he?
Yes, he does, yes. The back of his shop was like a treasure trove. Going in there, you could stay in there for a few hours, Gabby, talking golf.
Would you remember where he used to live? Right by the, literally by the first tee,
right,
wasn't it?
there,
and I stayed with him there for the British Amateur, and it was.
He said he couldn't get rid of you.
No, he couldn't, because I went all the way through the quarterfinals. But I had some fun. Goodness me, we had some fun. It was brilliant. He was a great host. Looked after me really well.
Oh, I'm sure everyone does, doesn't they?
Well,
You're a great guest.
Well, I don't know. There's. Oh, I don't know. That's very nice of you to say that.
Lovely stretch of courses down there with Royal St George's right next door, and just the other side of that is Prince's as well, which has really improved over the years. Done a great job there at Prince's. I think they've got the Walker Cup coming to Prince's in the south coast of Kent.
Well, you're a Kent boy, aren't you,
I am,
Jamie?
through and through, yeah. Although I played my golf for Sussex because my course was just in Sussex, so it's the only thing I'm not Kent.
Which was that course?
The Neville Golf Club in Tunbridge Wells, yes.
Who else was Paul Way a member there?
Paul Way, and one of our members, Todd Adcock, was trying to qualify today at Burnham Berrow. Unfortunately, he had to retire with injury after the first round today. So
we just spent 20 minutes talking about injury there.
I know.
We did.
Just joined the club.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be tough. Anaban Lahiri, can he qualify at Burnham and Berrow?
Now, Royal Cinque Ports looks like the only place that's got a little bit of sunshine peeking through there. Looks like a nice summer's day. Well, it should be a nice summer's day.
Yes.
Seeing as we are in June.
Sort of hammering it down everywhere else, isn't it? Well, not hammering it down, drizzling.
Well, they'll be quite happy that it's not the temperatures of last week, to be honest with you, where a lot of these courses, if you can see how scorched they are, even at West Lancs, that's a beautiful chip shot there. I've got to go and play West Lancs again.
Yeah, in a calmer sort of weather, Jamie, is what you want to play it.
Yes.
That's coming again, you know, that heat wave on the weekend. Not quite as hot.
Where will you be?
Just outside Wokingham.
Oh.
You?
Playing some golf? Probably nearby.
No.
We're neighbours, aren't we?
Probably. Oh, yes, you're not far off.
Not far, no.
Jack Senior, good player, plays the DP World Tour. Jack, I sort of think he's got a win in him actually out there. Let's Cinque Ports again.
I think that's Tom Lewis.
Yes, I think it is Tom Lewis.
Off there. Matthew Southgate at Cinque Ports got a real testing little putt from about 3 feet.
Some good scores.
There are some excellent scores.
Some excellent scores at Cinque Ports. A couple of players at 10 under par. Dundonald David Howard, the amateur, is still leading the way. It's 6 under par from Matthew Baldwin and Marcus Plunkett from the USA. Looking like 3 or 4 under will qualify at Dundonald.
Well, someone that we do know is doing pretty well at Royal Cinque Ports, so let's head to Flick Johnson to tell us what's happening.
There's Gabby. Matt Southgate, 16th hole, hit a perfect drive left side of the fairway. He had 289 yards to the flag, pulled out his fairway metal, and he loved the shot as soon as he hit it. He was just encouraging it to go just a little bit, and there's a big swale just in front of the green. It got all the way to the top, rolled back down, left himself in a great position. He took the lofted option. He had a 40-yard chip shot up and over a mound. Could have been quite easy to go the low option. He went high, took all the swales out of play to 2 foot and tapped it in for a birdie to move to -9. And now he's in a spot at the moment, but he's 1 shot off the lead.
Fantastic play from Southgate. Again, he just seems to be able to produce, especially around Cinque Ports. I bet he wish an Open Championship was played at Cinque Ports.
It just goes to show how much experience plays a part. It goes a long way, doesn't it?
Yeah, and confidence. Yeah, he knows the course, he knows what's needed, and he would have been able to judge the weather when he turned up and thought, right, I've got to shoot this score or that score, and play accordingly, which is a great asset and an advantage to him, especially on a course that he knows so well.
Boxing, you mentioned, you know, when you played your first Open qualifier, you felt the nerves. Once you'd played actually a few, how much did those go away, and how much easier did it feel? And you felt more relaxed and comfortable, didn't you?
Yeah, it takes a few. I managed to get a sort of a unbelievable bogey on the first hole, but then made 3 birdies in 5 holes or 6 holes, and all of a sudden my name, like Spencer, was at the top of that yellow leaderboard, and I was an amateur, and I thought, I'm going to join Bobby Jones here and win the Open. And then I managed to watch Saturday and Sunday on grandstand.
Yeah, difficult thing when you first play in these great tournaments, especially the Open Championship, and your name gets on a leaderboard. It's it can startle you a little bit, surprise you a bit, and suddenly, before you know it, you made a couple of bogeys and your name is no longer.
There's something about that Open Championship leaderboard, though, isn't it?
It's fantastic. Yeah.
A big yellow board
amazing,
up there. It really is.
It's the traditions of some of our great championships over in all sports are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah.
That yellow leaderboard, the Open, when you're walking up the last.
So 20 spots in total across the 4 courses, 5 at each one. There'll probably be some playoffs at these golf courses, I would have thought, unless it's unlikely it's going to be 5 on the dot.
I remember last year it was only West Lancs.
Oh, was it?
I think so, and that's when Richard Taylor, the Estonian, the amateur, pitched in to get the spot. Quite extraordinary scenes from him. But I think most of the other courses, my memory serves me right, they finished on the mark. So they were not the playoffs. But today, with the better weather at most of these venues, you'd expect it to be bunched.
You would.
What is the likelihood of seeing a playoff then, our favourite P word?
What is the likelihood? I would say it's, I'd say 4 to 1. That there'll be a playoff somewhere. There you go.
I'd say there are going to be at least 2 of the courses will be playoffs today.
Oh, do you think?
Yeah, I do. The way it's bunched up, there's not much separation on the leaderboards. A couple of players are getting away, but it's 3rd place to 8th, 9th place. Someone can make 2 birdies the last couple of holes and suddenly they're in the mix.
Yeah, yes, you could be somebody like Samuel Potter sitting on 7 under par in the clubhouse. He's not yet, he's still got a few holes left to play, and then 3 or 4 people from behind make 3 birdies in the last 4 or 5, and all of a sudden you've then got to make a birdie to get yourself in, and or if you don't, if you par in, then you miss out, obviously. But there could be some playoffs. Spencer, you're fairly sure of putting your hard-earned cash on that, aren't you?
That's just my opinion. Just looking at the way the scoreboards are, but I just don't see the separation quite yet. But we've still got. They're still just really into the heart of this second round, really. Some players have finished already. It is an advantage, I think, to play early, to get it over and done. Play early in the morning, get your second round in, because in general the weather, you get calmer conditions in the morning, and it's always just good to get on with it. I think if you're at the back of the field, you're thinking a lot more, you're hanging around a lot more, you're not setting a score, you're chasing a score. It's a little bit more difficult.
Should I do a West Lancs leaderboard?
If you would like to, we'd love to hear that from you.
It's not really. It's sort of your job, but do I have permission?
You absolutely do. You don't need to ask my permission. You
Okay.
crack on.
Right, well, after 10 holes, Sam Bairstow is 10 under par. That's a pretty good score in that round, West Lancs. Jamie and I will never understand how you can be 10 under par. 4 under for his second round. And then behind him is Tiger Christensen at -9. -8 is Kazuma Kaborai, who played actually in Italy last week, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a Kiwi.
Yeah.
Very good player.
And Giles Evans at -7, and then Samuel Potter at -7. So they're the 1, 2, 3. They're the top 5 there.
But look how they're bunched up behind.
Yeah, they
Rich.
are.
There's a whole host of players at 6 under, just one outside the qualifying spot, including the Bryans.
5 of them.
Yeah, 5 of them.
So how aware, I know you said, Boxy, when you were playing that you didn't really have any leaderboards, so how aware will they be of where they're at? How many do you reckon there will be scattered around the golf course? Around
it, there'll probably be 3, maybe 4 scattered around here, but we never had them. But honestly, you just had an inkling, you had a rough idea. You know, if you went out and shot 67, which was 500 in the first day, if you kept going and you take into consideration what the weather's like. You know, if it's windy then and you're 5 under par and you drop a shot, maybe 2, you still think you're in. If it's a strong wind, you still think you're in with a reasonable chance. You just know, because as a player, you just feel it. And you have a rough idea. Got Spencer?
Well, just thinking, as it stands on each of the 4 courses, there are 5 spots taken on each of the courses. There are no ties for 5th spot at the moment. That is going to change. I can guarantee you that. But at the moment, if they froze it now, you'd have the straight 20 qualifiers. But it won't happen like that. So if you're sitting in, it's the guys that have finished sitting in the clubhouse waiting. They've got to wait around a long time and then maybe get in a playoff. So they've got to keep themselves warm. They've got to keep themselves fresh. They might be waiting 3 or 4 hours before that playoff if they finish very early.
And that's difficult. They want to hope that the wind gets up as well. That's another thing you do as a player.
But you mentioned that would be your preference if you were one of the early starters.
I would want to play early, yeah. I don't mind hanging around for a playoff, but that's a different dynamic.
So what you guys know, what do you do in that period when you are waiting, if you are in a potential playoff? What are you actually doing?
It'll be a little different now because they'll probably have ranges here, but the courses we used to play on, you didn't have ranges. You took your caddy and you had practice balls. So you'd literally find a field somewhere or find a park, or if you could get there and just hit balls.
You go and have a sleep, Rich.
Have a kip.
You go and have a sleep for a little nap.
Yeah, a little
get
nap.
away from it, switch your mind off, then come back to it at the end. And you wouldn't want to do a little bit of warm-up, as Rich says, before hopefully a playoff, or hopefully not. Hopefully you're straight in.
You're straight in. But sometimes you could come back to the course, and on several occasions it was like, oh, this is heaven. I don't think I'm going to even need a playoff. And then other times it was, you're gone. It's finished. And you just know as a player, it's like somebody's got to drop X amount. It's just not going to happen.
Look, there's one thing, getting through final qualifying. There's another thing, preparing to play in the Open Championship. So, from that period, how do you prepare? If you get over the line here at final qualifying, how are you preparing for your Open Championship? Because that's a different challenge.
It is. I didn't prepare very well because my best finish was 44th. So I played a lot of Opens, but I missed a fair few cuts. And the problem was you'd play Sunday, Monday, and then I used to go out and have a practice round Tuesday, practice round Wednesday, then you'd start Thursday, and then come Friday you were done.
I think it's a much better system now that this is
it is
a couple of weeks out before the Open.
Yeah,
gives these players a proper chance to prepare, to get there in a physical, to play some proper practice rounds. You don't really want to be rushing your practice rounds.
No.
Maybe play 18 on the Monday, maybe 9 Tuesday, 9 Wednesday, max.
Because you were probably the same, Spencer. If you qualified on a Saturday, on a Sunday and a Monday, you would then go straight to the course on the Tuesday, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, you had to, didn't you?
Yeah.
So
register.
Yeah, it was difficult. It's changed over the years. There's been spots given to different tours over the years, and the international pathway to get into the Open, which is a great initiative. So there's lots of ways, and then there's this shootout, isn't there, on the Monday?
On Monday, yeah.
Yes.
12 players. That's amazing. That's something else.
I've never heard that. Well, it's new, isn't it? I mean, I don't know.
We're going to get back to that in just a minute.
Right. Okay.
Drum roll, pending. And we're going to firstly head back out to Amy in the northwest at West Lancs. Oh, no, we're coming back. Look, we're so excited about that winner takes all. qualifying on the week of the Open Championship. We're going to resume and talk about it whilst we're waiting for Amy there. What an amazing opportunity, Boxy, just knowing that, for instance, you could be one of these guys that you finish 6th and there still could be an opportunity to go again and actually even get to play the golf course.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was surprised when I heard that, but there's going to be 11 very disappointed chaps, I can assure you of that. But you know, there is you'll have to go out Birkdale and shoot 66 to get one of those spots, but maybe 67, depends what the weather's like. But it'll be it's another chance. It's a chance to get in, and if you can get in, you can take advantage. Who knows? It's a life changer if you get it right.
Okay, we're going back to Amy now. Northwest. Amy, how's it going over there?
Well, the rain is really coming down right now. I'm currently stood on the 12th tee box, which is a par 3 at West Lancs, and I'm following the group with our leader, Sam Bairstow. He's just parred the par 5, and now we're on the 12th, the par 3. It's 167 yards today, and the pin position is tucked. It's only about 8 yards from the right side of the green. It's just tucked over 2 pot bunkers, which are really you want to stay away from. He is playing alongside the Spaniard, Jose Luis Ballester, who's just made birdie. And he's got himself to 6 under par. He's just fizzing one into this par 3, trying to keep it under the breeze, and he's played a beauty. That one's going to leave himself around 15 feet for birdie. And, you know, he's right on that cusp at the moment. 7 under par is in the top 4. So really, for me, 7 under par is the number that you want to get to at least by the end of today. He's currently on 6 under.
Amy, have you please tell me you've got an umbrella?
I have. That might be why you might be hearing a bit of noise.
Yes, it's
I am stood under the umbrella.
Well, that's one thing.
And yeah, it's not that windy, but it is just pouring down, to be honest. Sam Bairstow doesn't like to play in a jacket. He's just got the t-shirt on. Going with a long iron here, 6 iron into this green. It's flying at the green. It's just gone a little bit long of the pin, but it's nicely placed on the green. He's going to have an outside chance of birdie, but our leader, Sam Bairstow, still leads the way with 2 shots ahead at 10 under.
Thanks so much, Amy. We'll be back to you later on. As you can see on the screen there, some shots of West Lancs and a few umbrellas. The sky is looking bleak. How much did you both love playing in the rain? Because I'm sure you played in a fair few times.
I hated it, yes. But you've got to love it. Simple as that. Because you can't control the weather, so you are going to be playing golf in the rain. It's just a case of managing it. Plenty of towels, lots of different gloves, and take your time as well. Don't rush things.
I hated it.
Did you play in waterproofs?
Not a top, waterproof trousers. Do you remember, you're a young lady, but do you remember Sandy Lyle?
Yes.
You do? Now, did you ever watch him play or not?
No.
He could play. He was one of the best players. He played a waterproof jacket with it unzipped.
Oh, that could be quite annoying.
Oh, he was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a Scottish thing, isn't it? Paul Laurie as well. 2 Open champions, by the way.
Looking a little
99.
Brighter here at Burnham Berrow, isn't it? No waterproofs at the ready in the West Country.
Yeah, Mark Leishman's moving dangerously close at 6 under par.
This is Richard Tedder, the young lad from Estonia. He hits the ball, this fella, look, there's not much of him. He hits the ball so far, Richard, this guy.
Does he?
Yeah, his club head speed is quite extraordinary. Hopefully he'll go full tilt at this one. We get a little idea of what he does.
Where's he from?
Estonia.
Ooh.
He absolutely launches it. He's played in a couple of DP World Tour events. I've walked around with him. It's quite incredible how far he hits it.
You've got a lot in common, Richard.
Who, me and him? Well, we've got glasses on.
We've just got the same name.
Oh, I see. Well, yes, there is that as well. He must be the only pro from Estonia, is he?
Well, I presume so. My knowledge of Estonian golf is quite limited.
The first Estonian to play in the Open.
Is he the first? Is he? Very good knowledge. Excellent. You know what Jamie said to me once we were doing a tournament in Belgium? Was it Belgium? Yeah, it was Belgium. It was because
there's been many.
We had to do a stand-up thing, piece to camera. And I said, well, I said, Nicholas Colsaerts is playing well. I said, there's 11. Was it 11 or 12? I said, there's 12 Belgians in here with a chance here. I said, Nicholas Colsaerts, and can't remember who the other one was like that. And he said, paused, and then said, Can you name the other 10? I mean, absolutely threw me under the bus. I've said, no, I can't. Not a chance.
Didn't dare.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to head back to Flick Johnson because Matthew Southgate is at it again. What's happening, Flick?
Yeah, Matt's got another birdie putt. He walked past me not long ago, looked very calm, very relaxed, and just enjoying what he does out here. As he said, he enjoys a day out at final qualifying. Before that, we've got Tom Lewis with a birdie putt on 17. Short par 4, and they're already coming in from 100 yards or so, and as the ball's in the air, you can just see it stall and start to move backwards in the air. Who's first for birdie? He needs to make a few birdies in the, well, there we go, the crowd like that one. He held one across the green, little right to left, 20 from the hole, so that warmed the crowds up for when Matt has his attempt. Tom's made a few pars on the back nine, hasn't made enough birdies, so he's probably not going to be low enough. We've got Matt Southgate. Pin on 17 is right in the middle of the green. There's a swell short of it which feeds down, a swell behind it which feeds down. So he's pin high, 12 foot. It's not going to move much. Birdied the previous hole to get to -9. So he's in a good position at the moment.
Yeah, we got it on screen here, Flick. That putt of Tom Lewis, we reckon, put him in a tie for 5th at the moment as it stands.
Yeah, he made a good par save 2 holes ago, so that could really have saved him if he can get through the 18th hole. Southgate's putting now. Yeah, there we go. Fist pump on that one from Matt. Acknowledges the crowd, and he knows how much that meant. You can see the determination on his face there. He knows that that's put him in a great position. Even if he doesn't know the exact scores, he knows that he's sort of where he wants to be. Or he knows where he set out to be at the start of the day. I say he's a master of this, and he'd obviously had a, like you guys said earlier, he had a score in his head that he wanted to get to, and I think he's right around it now.
Yeah, put him 10 under par now, Southgate. If he pars the last, he better start booking some accommodation, I'd say.
Probably lives down the road,
his playing partner, Oliver Dawes. Oliver Dawes, the local lad, struggling a little bit. He missed the green right, didn't have a great lie, chipped down, and he's missed his putt for par. He's on +5 at the moment, but he's only an amateur still, but hopefully he's enjoying this whole experience and he'll learn a lot from it.
We're getting to the business end now, Gabby.
Yeah,
A lot of these players will be feeling it with just a few holes to go. They know one mistake and they're out. One birdie, they might be in.
Well, Jack Senior has just finished, okay, and he's on 2 under par at Dundonald Links, and that 2 under, 7 under leads. Matthew Baldwin's 4 under, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 2 under is actually tied 5th. And you've got Wilson, Vogelpol, if that's the right pronunciation, Connor Graham, the amateur, Jack Senior, Hidalgo, another one on it, Will Hopkins.
You think one of those players, one or two of those players are going to jump out of that score, Richard, haven't you?
You'd think so. They've not got loads left to play. 4 of them have got 1 hole left to play and 2 holes. But all will be revealed. What time is it now? 20 to 6. So they'll start getting a rough idea of what's going on about now.
Angel Hidalgo, the Spaniard, he's had a great record at qualifiers. He's likely to make a bit of a charge, isn't he?
Yeah, and a solid player, isn't he?
Yeah, he's quite. He goes for everything. If I remember last year, didn't he hold a wedge shot as well for an eagle to get in? It was one of the scenes. I just remember it was incredible. And he's that sort of player, Hidalgo. He takes it on. He's not going to die wondering, that's for sure. He just has a rip at it. He's great fun, gets on with it as well. So he's a real character out there on the professional tours.
He certainly is. I remember you just mentioned he has a rip at it. It was at the British Masters, and I went as a spectator for a change. I went to have a little wander and have a little look and watch some golfers that I recognise and know. And it was hitting a tee shot, got his driver out, and it snapped. And he was like, giving a bit of his biceps to the old crowd. So you're right, he is a bit of a character, and they're the kind of characters you want to see.
You do.
On tour, don't you?
Well, he beat Rahm, didn't he, to win the Spanish Open in Madrid. That's some scalp to take.
Chinook flying along the coast.
I always wonder why those propellers don't hit.
Is that what it's called, a Chinook?
Chinook, yeah.
Oh.
Well, or a helicopter.
That's more my language.
Yeah.
It's a Chinook helicopter.
It's a Chinook.
It is.
What were you both like as players then? Because I only know you as commentators, so actually both...
We were amazing.
We were
Yes,
fantastic.
I can imagine. I'm just getting a sense of, you know, watching here, and you're seeing a lot of the crowd and people around you very up close and personal, that you said that you wouldn't really appreciate that.
I didn't mind that.
You wouldn't mind?
No, I never minded that. I used to play a lot of... It was the same in the Sunnydale foursomes. The crowds used to come down onto the... Massive crowds, Jamie, used to come down onto the fairway, but I liked it.
Richard was a much better player than his record suggests, I would say that. He was had an incredible amateur career. He turned pro. I think he should have done better because he was such a talent. Made a lot of birdies. I'll say that in front of him now because I normally just take the mickey out of him.
Jamie, could you pass me those tissues, please? I'm getting quite emotional.
But, I mean, obviously, once he broke his leg in '91, he's never the same player since, and then he's had a fine career in broadcasting. So you should have... how many Opens you play in? 12? That's some record.
Yeah.
These guys are fighting to play in 1. He's played in 12. So Richard, I remember Richard's a little bit older than me. When I was growing up through the amateur ranks, I remember Richard's name being touted and looking at his record quite envious. So yeah,
that's a nice thing to say,
He's had a great career. So to play in 12 Opens is pretty special.
Well, you've played in 8 yourself.
Yeah, I played in 8. Yeah, my best finish was 12th. I bogeyed the last, not to finish. I was finished 5th. I had par the last at Muirfield in '92, I think it was. So yeah, played in 8. But yeah, those days are long gone. Every one was an absolute delight, except the one I played at Muirfield where I was last off. On the Thursday, which I just couldn't get into it. I just couldn't get into it. We finished just before 10 o'clock, and I just really struggled to get into that event. So, apart from that, I mean, just to tee it up, as Richard says, with the great names around you. I played with Nicky Price. I played with Hale Irwin in the Open. I played just in front of Faldo and Norman in 1990. That was some experience, going around the loop at St Andrews with all the crowds. So great memories, and Birkdale as well. Playing there, it's been something else. And Troon, I just missed Jack Nicklaus by 1, Gabby. Our names are next to each other on the score sheet. I was thinking I'm going to get the great man Jack, and he was in front of me on the Saturday. So I missed playing with my hero, my all-time hero. Did I have a picture of them in the locker room though?
Oh, did you? Did you ask for that? Did you?
That was a selfie back then.
What phone was that?
I don't know. It must have been a Nokia something or other.
Did it even have a camera?
Other phones are available.
I had that Troon. I looked down the scores. And it went sort of something like, it was Payne Stewart, Gary Clark, Jack Nicklaus, Richard Boxall, and I counted all the way down, and I was, because they went straight down the ball, the RNA, I was due. There's no question I was playing with Jack Nicklaus.
So you played with Gary Clark?
Correct. And Payne Stewart played with Jack Nicklaus. And it was a shame, Nicklaus birdied the last and all that sort of stuff, and shame. But it's, they are very special.
And were you both players that enjoyed the crowd, enjoyed the moment, and reacted from that?
It was not. You played an Open Championship. You always wanted to chip in or hold a long putt, because to hear a crowd roar when you've done something good is just fantastic.
I was an absolute madman as a player.
Were you? Yeah. I don't see that. You're quite calm now.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I promise you. I was.
Define madman on the golf course.
Fiery.
Well, from madman to mad woman. Let's go out to Amy on the golf course.
I'm not sure I'm mad, Gabby. Come on now.
She's tight.
But I am out on the 13th hole. And, following the leader, Sam Bairstow, the previous hole, the par 3, ended up being all pars for this group. He's playing alongside the Spanish guy, Jose Luis Ballester. He's going along nicely. He's 6 under par for his round, and he hit it really close on the previous hole, but unfortunately couldn't convert his birdie putt. We're now on the 13th. It's a par 4, 416 yards, a dogleg from right to left. 2 balls in play so far from the Spaniard, and also playing alongside them, Adam Brednew, who is a young amateur from Morocco. So they've both found the fairway. Sam Bairstow now on the tee box, left-hander. He's setting up to hit this one from left to right. And the good news, Gabby, the rain stopped. So the sunshine's trying to come out. It's very temperamental, the weather in Southport today. Sam Bairstow has also found the fairway, so we are going to have 3 approach shots into this tough 13th hole coming up in just a few moments.
Yeah, 7 under's the mark. 5th place there at West Lancs, which is Giles Evans from Thetford. He's finished And Will Ennifer, he's in tie for 6th place. He's finished at 6 under as well. So it looks like 7 under would be the mark for the chasing players, because Bairstow, Kabori and Christensen and Potter, they look like they're clear at the moment. So it's starting to get to the business end there for the players chasing, including Matthew Jordan and Wesley Bryan as well. 6 under par. They've got to make a couple of birdies, at least one.
You've got a fair few Englishmen up there, so 7 in the top 10. How much of an advantage do the Englishmen have, knowing that they've probably played this golf course a fair few times?
I never felt it was an advantage being an Englishman playing in England, to be honest with you. I quite enjoy playing other countries, to be honest with you. It can put pressure on you as well, because you get more families and friends turn up, and it can help you. It can help you both ways, Gabby, to be honest with you. But yeah, if you've played the course multiple of times, it has to be an advantage. And Matt Southgate at Royal Cinque Ports, he's played it more than most, and he absolutely loves it. I think he should join. He might even be a member. He should be.
What are they sort of hitting to that 18th there?
You're hitting medium iron. It's good drive. So it's a tough hole, Rich. It's a burn across the fairway, and the green's tucked around the corner. A slightly raised green. It's a tough hole. 2 shots on the. If you hit the middle of the green there at the 18th at Cinque Ports, you're a happy man. Matthew Jordan there at West Lancs had an amazing Open Championship at Hoylake a couple of years ago, where he was the first man to tee off.
He was
in the top 10, I believe, didn't he?
He did, and the previous year as well.
And you went to his wedding recently.
I did indeed.
And you caught the flowers, didn't you? You pushed everybody out of the way to catch the flowers.
Do you know what? I've been a bridesmaid 7 times. I know the saying, you don't need to say it. I know the saying. But I've never really got involved with the bouquet section of a wedding.
You did that, I saw the video.
I just thought my boyfriend was at this particular wedding, so I thought, do you know what? I'm just going to have a bit of a wind up.
Send a message. Matthew Jordan's coming to the business end of his rounds of golf. I mean, he had played this course multiple times, Matt, and he's currently 6 under par, and he's one shot out of qualification spot. He'll know that as well. He's a smart lad. He'll know where he stands, and he's a fine player. But a professional golfer, you've got to produce the goods when you need it. That's the whole point.
Well, he certainly has this year, especially in qualifiers, because he qualified for the US Open, didn't he? He was in the Hamptons. His new wife, Kate, she was there as well. She made sure she came to that one. Yeah,
he's a quality player. And as I say, professional golf is all about producing when you need it. And he does that more than most. So, but he's at a time here where he needs it. He'd be desperate to tee it up at Birkdale. Another course that he'll know very, very well, just round the coast. So, yeah, every shot is vital now for Matthew Jordan here at West Lancs.
He's had a few close calls on the DP World Tour, hasn't he, the last couple of years? How close do you think he is to kind of getting over the line?
He's getting closer. Yeah, he's getting closer. I think maybe he'll fall into one. What I mean by that is it's far easier to shoot a score on a Sunday from behind, where maybe the pressure's not on you and the spotlight's not on you so much. When the spotlight's on you and you're leading, it's very difficult for anybody, especially when you're trying to win your first events. I think Matthew's route to victory might be shooting something like 65, 64 last round and lapping the field. But he's coming to the business end of his round here.
Just moving elsewhere to another course, Spencer, we'll go to Dundonald Links, and you look at David Howard there at the top, an amateur. How familiar is it seeing amateurs at the top of these leaderboards? How often do we tend to see that?
We do in the qualifying. They're fine players, the amateurs. If I remember, there was an Irish amateur qualified last year, and I think his name was Nolan. It might have been Paul Nolan. Excuse me if I got that wrong, but yeah, I mean, he'd love any rainy conditions. The Irish players, we sort of associate them with those sort of conditions. So he's come across the Irish Sea, and he's currently bang there. He's still got 6 holes to play, and he's got a 2-shot lead. Oh, if he can par in! Oh, if he can par in! All my dreams have come true.
And knowing that you've produced what you've produced on a day like today, and you've got players that have used to playing at high levels on different tours, how much more of a confidence boost is that, knowing that you've almost got this upper hand, of being an amateur and playing pressure-free golf? Yeah,
well, there's pressure on all the players, but yes, a great opportunity for the amateurs. We just saw Angel Hidalgo miss a terrible putt there. Experienced pro as he is, so every shot's counting this time of the day on a Tuesday for the final qualifying. What a great shot that was, down there at Cinque Ports. There's a good view of the hole there with the burn.
It looks quite windy, doesn't it, down there?
It does. It's always pretty windy down there. It's a great test of golf, as all these courses are. Look at the crowds at West Lancs.
How good a scenes is that?
Wow.
And you wouldn't enjoy that? You wouldn't enjoy the players all behind you?
No, because you're trying. I don't. When you're playing, you're concentrating on the score you're shooting, not who's watching you.
I quite like that. I just enjoy. It depends what you like, doesn't it? Really, but I mean, for the speckies walking around like that, I mean, they'd be loving this.
I didn't realise that they were using the rangefinders for your distances. I didn't realise that was allowed in the qualifying. That's a good addition. Speeds up play, especially when you get out of position. I think that's coming into tournament golf more and more and more now.
What score did you say Matthew Jordan was on?
Yeah, we've just been watching him, Rich.
Right, okay. What's he on?
I reckon he's one behind where he needs to be.
Can't see him on here.
At West Lancs.
Okay. Oh, right. So he's at, -6.
He's having a little pork pie break.
I am, yeah. Bought in by Jamie, I might add.
He's very generous. He's bought me in some lovely biscuits as well. 70% dark chocolate. Oh, no, more than 70% chocolate.
He's
not
good
just
like
yours,
that.
by the way.
Sorry, you put them on my side.
Oh, that whole ball nearly went in the hole there. Oh, look at what happened at the Links golf courses. That's why we love Links golf.
And for the players that do qualify at the end of today, how much of it, the ones that haven't played, much links golf, how much of a good warm up is this really heading into the Open?
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. You see all the top players. Tiger used to go over to Ireland, didn't he, and play links golf before he came over for the Open. So it's a different form of golf. It's something you've got to acclimatise to.
OK, time to head back to Flick Johnson. An update from you, Flick. What's happening over there?
Yeah, we just finished up on 18 with Matt Southgate, Tom Lewis and Oliver Dawes. Tough 18th hole, into the wind. Matt Southgate, perfectly in the middle of the fairway, found the left side of the green. He was interacting with the crowd, trying to find out what he needed to do. He's obviously a scoreboard watcher, which I think it's a great idea. You need to know where you are. He knew that 4 would be good enough. He knocked it down, whole side, tapped it in for his 4. So he's in the clubhouse at -10 now.
Golf's not really a sport that you associate much with interacting with the crowd, is it really? Is it so much? You know, some players probably have moments of that, but here, Flick just mentioned that Matt Southgate's been interacting with the crowd. We just spoke about how you don't really, like the lack of...
No, I would. He can interact with as much as he likes now. His job's done. Yeah, look and see, he knows it. He knows he's in. It's going to be highly unlikely that anyone's going to pass him now. Matt Southgate on that score of 10 under par. Get in there. Well done, Matt Southgate, again at Royal Cinque Ports. I'm hoping Flick's going to interview him because we might have some tears.
6th-time final qualifying. He's
incredible.
What a record.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it?
How many times have you... All right, that's time to head, no messing around, it's time to head over to Amy at West Lancs. What's the latest there, Amy?
Well, I'm still with the Sam Bairstow group, the leading group of the afternoon. Just watched the amateur Adam Bresnew just miss his birdie putt. He's going to remain at 1 under par, but we've got 2 very good chances from his playing partners. Jose Luis Ballester is first up to play. Now he is on 6 under par at the moment, and we know that 7 under is looking like is the score to get to by the end of the day minimum. So this putt here that he's over now is going to move from right to left, and it's a big putt for the Spaniard coming up. We're on the 13th hole, so holes slowly running out, but there's a nice crowd around this 13th green, and it's sitting in a little hollow, so we are sheltered from the wind here. The putt is on its way. It's moving from right to left. He's staring it down. It's just missed on the right side. So it's just going to be a par for the Spanish player. He's going to remain at 6 under par. But I've got to say, our leader, Sam Bairstow, has hit another great approach shot into this par 4. He had 175 yards, went with a 7-iron and hit it straight over the pin. Pin is tucked on the left side, only 3 from the left, And Jamie and Boxy will know this green. This one all runs off the left side. There's a big slope left of this green, which you do not want to miss it down. But Bairstow went straight over this pin, over the putt now from 5 feet to extend the lead. It's just inside the right edge. Oh, and he's missed. Oh, what a shame. It was such a great shot in. It's going to be just a par for the Englishman, but he's going to remain at 10 under par.
Thanks so much, Amy. Well, it's not just Sam Bairstow who's on his own by the top. There's another Englishman who's joined him with the same name, and Sam Easterbrook, an amateur as well. So another amateur. We've got 2 of the 4 courses, 2 amateurs who are at the top of the leaderboard as it stands.
And he's finished. He's 12 under par. Sam Easterbrook, welcome to the Open Championship from Alton Golf Club over there in Solihull in the Midlands. What an amazing experience, and what a fantastic 2 rounds of golf he shot. 63 he shot this afternoon to come out of the clouds and pick up one of those open spots. He's in. Congratulations.
What are you saying to yourself after you shoot 69 at a reasonably...
He will not believe it. He won't believe it.
No, he'll be on the phone to his parents right now. Mum, you're not going to believe it. I've qualified.
Well, hopefully they've been there supporting him.
Well, they might well have been, but they might not, if you know what I mean. And I remember the first one I qualified was at Gullen, 1980, and I had to do it in a playoff. But I remember I couldn't believe it when you work it all out, and I had 2 putts from 12 feet downhill to get into the Open. And I remember I just sort of touched it. You can hardly breathe. And I just sort of touched it. I was only 19 years old. Touched it and went down to about 1 inch. And I remember standing over thinking, I'm in the Open. And I tapped it in. I ran all the way back down the fairway, went to one of those pay telephones and phoned my parents up and told them. And the next day or 2 days later, they came running up. No, they didn't come running up. They drove all the way up and watched me. Only watched me for 2 rounds, but it was. And my father and mother absolutely loved it.
Yeah, of course, your parents watching you as well. That West Lancs is it looks like 1 spot's up for grabs at West Lancs. It's lots can happen. Bairstow's still got 6 holes to play. Tiger Christian's on the last. He's 9 under, but it looks like 4 players are safe. We never know. We can't say for sure. Can certainly say Sam Easterbrook at 12 under par. He's not going to be passed. But then they're queuing up on the 7 under mark to get that final spot.
Absolutely. Just a quick update. We've got a slight scoring area. I just mentioned Sam Easterbrook there, the amateur. We really bigged him up. We said he's going to be on the phone to his parents as we speak. Breaking news. Scoring error. So it might not be as it stands.
No.
But he's had his moment of glory, perhaps, on the radio, that is. But at the minute, as it stands, it's the other Sam, and Sam Bairstow, a DP World Tour player, who has the top spot. So we will keep you updated.
So we need an update on Sam Easterbrook's score.
Quickly.
Oh, OK, right. Breaking news.
OK, time to head over to John Bradley, because I believe he had a little chat with Austin Trastow.
Austin, well played. That was 2 fantastic rounds of golf on a golf course that's pretty much thrown everything it's got at you today.
Yeah, we had about 6 different seasons out here today. We had wind, we had rain, we had sun, we had, all sorts of different wind directions. Just true links golf. That's what we came here for, right?
Talk me through your qualification journey up till today, because you must be the best example of a have golf clubs will travel sort of person, because you've played everywhere and you're happy to go and play anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I've competed in I think about 30 countries. Played the Asian Tour last 3 years, played Corn Ferry Tour before that. I won earlier this year at Par Umu in New Zealand, which is a very similar type of golf course to this. So when I got on site on Sunday, I felt pretty familiar with this style of golf, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I played very well today.
It's looking pretty good at the moment for you. Not to get carried away with 8 under par. You're obviously ecstatic about that, and the field's got to catch you.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see how the weather goes the next few hours. It's not
going nicely at the minute.
Yeah, it's not great at the moment. Yeah, it's coming from a different direction than it was supposed to. The one benefit is the back 9 played more downwind. With the forecast that we were supposed to get, with the way this course is laid out, you play the 9 and the back 9 at opposite wind directions. So we kind of got to play both 9s at downwind, but it still played tough, especially with the rain and on and off rain and the winds kind of gusting. So yeah, I mean, you had to just feel the shots out there and really just be patient with each shot and go through the data on each shot, but then at the end of the day, like whatever Mother Nature is going to do and the ball's in the air, that's what it's going to do. So
you got over at the weekend. Did you like the look of the course when you got here?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The fairways were narrower than I expected. In the U.S., we don't really have true links, but we have kind of modern American links, and all of our links courses are relatively wide off the tee. And some of I've played a lot of links golf in Ireland, and I thought the fairways were pretty narrow out here. But I think that suits my game because I drive it pretty well. I actually didn't drive it very well today, but I'm good out of the rough. Like I can kind of judge lies and judge the numbers from there. And so I did a really good job managing the ball, into the green out of the rough today.
I'm going to give you a good old-fashioned English cold away. We're going on. One more question. What would it mean to make it to the Open?
Oh, I mean, it's a dream come true. I mean, I've dreamt of playing in the Open since I was probably 5-6 years old. My friend, I told him the other day I was coming to qualify, and he's like, do you remember when we were kids and we would hit putts saying this is to win this major or that major? He's like, you always said the Open.
Fingers crossed for you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Yeah, it is an absolute dream come true, isn't it? Well, at the minute, as it stands, the American, Austin Trusso, that's who we've just heard from. He finished on 8 under par with a round of 68 for round 2. And he mentioned there, guys, he mentioned patience. How much patience do you need on a day like today?
I think you need patience every single time you play golf, to be perfectly honest. If you start getting, if you lose your temper, and you've got to stay in the present. It's hard. It's easy to say sitting here, but you have to try and be patient. It's so hard though, because inside you're fighting this horrible little thing that's talking to you in your brain box. And if the way that talks to you, if your best mate spoke to you like that, they wouldn't be your best mate, would they?
Absolutely not.
No, they'd be fine.
I think more than patience, you need to have acceptance. But you've got to push. You've got to be aggressive on a day like this. You've got to take it on. You've got to be trying to make birdies. You see the scoring; it's excellent on all 4 courses.
It's hard
so
to
you've got
accept.
to take it on. It is very hard to accept. It's a bit like Ted Lasso. You've got to have the memory of a goldfish. Be a goldfish, and
that's me most of the time, to be honest.
10 seconds and it's gone. You've got to be like that. Short memory. Very difficult. Very difficult. I never did it, but that's what these guys have got to do. And Sam Easterbrook didn't shoot 63. He's still got 1 hole to play, but he's still clinging on to a spot. So my fingers are crossed from the guy from Solihull.
And just to recap, guys, coming into, what would your game plan be? Would it be all attack, or are you just kind of sitting back and waiting for the first 18 and then just seeing where you're at and then...
No, well, I think the first 18 you've got to just go. What you don't want to do is throw in any doubles or anything like that on the first. The first day you want to be knocking it around in 68, 69 if you can. On a par 72 course.
And Austin,
excuse me.
Oh,
sorry, just coughing. And then you want to plod along in the afternoon. It's as they say, see if you can birdie the par 5s and pick one up on a shortish par 4 or something like that.
Big part here for Matt.
Yeah, it is.
Needs everyone to drop, Rich.
He does, yeah. What's he got? 18, 20 feet or so, really.
Currently 7 under par. He's in a tie for 4th presently.
Yeah, that's a possibility of playoffs unless he can slide one in. He's got it. He
has got it. He's got it. What a putt from Matt Jordan.
Big crowds round there as well. Absolutely loving it. Because he's at West Lancs, he'd be like local, won't he, dear me?
He looks determined, doesn't he?
Got to be. He'll have a lot of supporters there. Just come round the peninsula, the Wirral Peninsula there. Show their support for Matt. That looked like a birdie as well. And he's right down. I think he's going to got 1 hole to play, Jordan. Nice weather up there on the northwest coast. Some lovely golf courses in this area.
What's your favourite in the area?
Well, Birkdale, but Hillside. I've never played Hillside. This Formby is fantastic. Lovely part.
Hillside's lovely.
Hillside, yeah. Hesketh.
Yeah. Southport and Ainsdale.
S&A, yeah.
S&A.
I think Jim Payne, who used to play the DP World Tour, another Italian Open champion. He was, or I think he might still be, the pro at Southport.
Is he?
So, yeah.
There's not many in that club, you know, of Italian Open champions.
How many are there?
83.
83 of them.
Which one were you?
47th.
Did you just make that up? Were you the 47th?
No, I was.
Oh,
1990, so that was 36 years ago. 36 off 83 is 47. In my day, anyway.
He's a mathematician. Look, it's interesting what Austin Truslow said. He was saying that the Open Championship is always the one that he's dreamt of playing in for an American. Why is that? Obviously, it is the original championship, but you'd almost think he'd associate it with playing in the Masters or maybe the US Open.
Well, it's the oldest, isn't it?
History,
it's the history of coming over, and the golf is absolutely totally different. I see he's from the Pasadena Yacht and Country Club.
Sounds fancy.
It does sound quite fancy, doesn't it?
I wouldn't mind going to the Pasadena Yacht and Country
It's
Club.
not quite Burnham and Berrow and a Cornish pasty, is it?
Well, he's obviously liked what he's experienced.
One of your pork pies.
One of my pork pies.
He's enjoyed it.
I'm not sure that's on the menu at the Pasadena Yacht Club. So totally different experience for him over here, and one that he's loving. But he's he's clinging on. He's in a tie for third. He's got one of the last spots at Burnham and Berrow, has Austin. So we wish him well. But time's running out for all the players behind. They seem to be ahead of the other courses there down in the West Country, in terms of scoring, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Spencer, you can remember what the old clubhouses were like at these, when we had the 36 hole on Sunday and Monday qualify. You know, you could get yourself a nice sort of bowl of soup in there and a ham and tomato roll. They used to make them all up, didn't they? And it was just, it actually was really quite exciting.
What was
it? Lovely. There was no players' lounges or anything like that. It was great.
I was just about to reference the leaderboard on the screen, but it's actually us on screen instead. Here we all are.
Look at us. I'd rather not look at myself, if I'm honest.
Good
Lord. Well, at least you brushed your hair.
Well, I haven't got much left.
Well, you brushed what you have.
Yes.
You've got to deal with what you have. Here we are. Yeah. West Lancs, talk us through the leaderboard.
Sam Bairstow, fine player, left-handed player on the DP World Tour. Well, he's still got 5 holes to go, but he's in prime spot there from Kazuma Kabori, who's a fine player, fine Kiwi player. He's in at 9 under par. Looks like he's safe. Tiger Christensen playing the last as well at 9 under, so he looks like he's pretty secure. Matt Jordan, wow, what a finish he's putting on for everybody. He's now 8 under par, and he's got himself a spot as it currently stands, but he's still got this difficult last hole to play.
Absolutely does. Well, it seems appropriate to head to Amy Bolden, who's at West Lancs.
Thanks, Gabby. Yeah, I am on the 14th green with our leader, Sam Bairstow, and he has just hit another incredible approach shot into this par 4. Again, straight over the pin. I'm going to have another look at birdie. First up, though, I'm just watching on as the Spanish player, Jose Luis Ballester, is putting for his birdie. He's currently at 6 under par, really needing a big finish now to get into that top 4. He has just missed his birdie putt, so he's going to remain at 6 under par, but the scoring is getting good out here. The conditions definitely, wind has dropped, rain has disappeared, the sun is, dare I say it, trying to peek through the clouds. I don't want to speak too soon, but it's actually really mild out here now.
Well, that's what can happen, you know, on these links courses, isn't it, Amy? You get all of a sudden the tide changes, and then that's when the wind dies down.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, so often at this golf course, though, the wind usually picks up in the afternoon, but, you know, especially over the last couple of weeks, we've had such good weather in this part of the country, and it's just continuing that. We have had, obviously, a little bit of rain so far today, but to be honest, I think it's actually just made the conditions slightly easier because it's softened the golf course. You know, I watched Sam Bairstow hitting in them with a mid-iron and took a couple of bounces and stopped dead. So it's not really playing, you know, really bouncy out here. But he's got himself around 6 foot for birdie now, the left-hander. He's over it, and he's got a good opportunity here to get to 11 under par. This one is just moving from right to left, but it is down the hill. Setting up over it now, the ball's on its way. Oh, and another one that just slips by. It was a great attempt, thought he holed it, but again, that is going to be another par, but he's playing very nicely, the Englishman.
There's obviously a big interest with the Bryan brothers as well, playing at the same golf course.
Yeah, Wes teeing off the last there. It looks like if he passed the last, he's got a great chance of getting a spot. He's playing alongside Matt Jordan.
Did you see where he hit? Matt Jordan's pulled that well left.
Yes, he didn't look happy with that. Bryan just hitting an iron for safety. And that one's gone a bit left as well, I fancy. So, exciting. This is the group to watch at the moment. There he is. The YouTube sensation.
How much YouTube golf do you watch?
I don't, but my son loves Wes Bryan.
Really?
Loves him. He was texting me this morning. How lucky I am. And I said, I'm not sure what you're going on about. I knew he's a good player. He's won a couple of times, hasn't he, on the PGA Tour? Wes Bryan?
Won once on the PGA Tour.
Won once on the PGA Tour. Thank you, Gabby.
You're welcome.
I knew you were here for a reason.
I don't know much.
Yes, you do.
Isn't it mental, though, how many... I know George didn't play on the PGA Tour, but, you know, how many siblings there are out on tour. You look at Kazuma Kobori, who's just won off Sam Bairstow. His sister actually plays on the Ladies European Tour, Momoka.
Yep.
You've got Minwoo Lee, Minji Lee. You've got the Fitzpatrick brothers.
It'd be something when you're winning a tournament on tour and you're still not the best player in your family.
I mean, I'm really competitive, and I have no reason to be competitive. I haven't got any sporting pedigree or anything in my family, but you'd want to be happy for your sibling. For instance, like right here, obviously with the Bryan brothers, Wesley's right in the mix there, but for George, if it were me, I'd be fuming a little bit.
Would you?
I'd put on a happy face, but
I think you went like that. Oh, that's really good.
Exactly. It's different because I've got a brother, I think. But if you know,
do you know? Funny enough, last week in Italy, I asked who did I ask? Eduardo Molinari. I said, "What's it like at Christmas? You know, around your Christmas table with you and Francesco?" I said, "Do you chat about golf? You know, you won 3 or he's won 2." Or he said, "No, not really." We said we might discuss it very slightly. He said, "But most of the time we just get on and have our Christmas."
It feels like most of the siblings are similar ages, whereby they play quite a lot of golf as the younger, maybe pulled each other along, you know, dragged each other along in terms of quality of play and playing alongside each other. But yeah, it's incredible to have one tour professional in the family is something else, but to have 2 and to be winning is their parents must be so proud.
Well, the Hoygards, I asked them, I said, asked him, how does he get on? He said, we've got another brother, you know. He said, who's he had something wrong with his back, and he didn't play golf and didn't get into it, but he was very good at table tennis, excellent table tennis player. And they just said, he said, we are actually going to bring him to an event. When I spoke to him in Korea, he said, we can bring him to the DP World Tour Championship at the Earth course. He said, because he's never, ever been to a golf tournament. And you think what the Hoygaard twins have done, and he's never been to a tournament. But he went last year.
Yeah, and the conversation, surely the conversation at Christmas, you would get golf involved in there some way. Let's just take a quick look at Dundonald Links, the leaderboard for there. At the minute, it's Jack McDonald, the Scotsman, leading the way, tied with David Howard, the amateur there we spoke about previously. Matt Baldwin, 2 shots further back.
None.
And here they are.
It's quite tight at Dundonald, isn't it, the scoring, Richard?
Hang on, caller. Let me have a little look in here. Jack McDonald at -6. Yeah, 2 of them. David Howard up there at -6. So -4 is Baldwin. Plunkett, Marcus Plunkett's 4 under par. So that's 1, 2, 3. 4 of them on 4 under. And then you've got Andrew Wilson at -2. A bit of a leap there. I know it's only 2 shots. So I haven't got many holes left to play.
You'd expect a Scotsman to be bang at the top of the leaderboard, though, wouldn't you? Playing on the Links,
well,
Scotland,
yes,
week
think
in,
there's
week
a fair
out.
chance. Yeah, it's going to be, could well be a big playoff here. Things might change. There's sort of 4 holes left to play for the top 2. And
let's not forget Jack McDonald came through qualifying in 2024 at Dundonald as well. So he's got experience there, and he's got 4 holes to play, and it looks like he might get the double up there at Dundonald. So there's so many good Scottish players.
Well, there's going to be 6. If it stays as it is now, there'll be 6 players playing for 1 spot. But all of those 2 under pars, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 have finished. One's on the Craig Lee is on the 16th. Another amateur, Neville Reuter, he's on the 13th. So there is a chance that one of those can leap forward and nick a spot and just keep it exactly 5.
Did you say you've not played at Dundonald before?
No, I haven't.
How funny that I'm the only person in the room who's played at Dundonald.
And how did you play?
I don't remember.
Really?
I remember picking up.
What are you playing off now?
I probably play off about 24.
Ah, right.
Yeah, but I know when you say your handicap, it just doesn't sound as good as you. I'm not saying I'm good. The long game's there, but I just haven't. I was saying to Spencer, I haven't got patience for chipping or putting, so that's what lets me down.
Well, Spencer's told you acceptance is the thing.
I'm trying to get him to give me a few lessons. Sure, you'd like to think one of you on tour would give me a few lessons.
Oh, shit, Jamie will. He's a good teacher, Jamie.
I could help you out, Gabby.
You said you've got patience.
Some, not a lot, but I could probably help you out.
Dundonald's a lovely track. We're just playing host to the Women's Scottish.
Well, what
in a few weeks.
Coast of golf courses up there as well. It's just a mecca of golf, isn't it? I'd love to play Prestwick, old Prestwick. I never played there. And of course, I played an Open at Troon. I'm sure Richard's played an Open at Troon.
Yep.
Burnbury down the road and all sorts. The Gales golf courses, yeah, quite incredible.
No, I'm the same as you. I never played Prestwick.
No, I'd love to play there.
Why don't you get together and have a nice little lads trip?
So we got a B&B up there, Jamie, you and I, and
let's move
stride
on.
the links, shall we? Come on, I'd like that an evening with you, Jamie. It would be quite nice.
I spent too many evenings with you, Richard, to be voluntarily going away with you.
You love it.
Well, we're getting down to the, the real business end, aren't we, of these Open qualifying at all these 4 magnificent golf courses now. And the nerves will be frayed. There's some dreams going to be made, but there's also going to be quite a bit of heartbreak as well as we progress further into the evening. You could probably play all night long in Scotland as well, by the way, this time of year.
Everyone's still in shorts all year round. And just a reminder, you can message us on X, formerly Twitter, at The Open, and also find us on Instagram and TikTok at The Open. And if you didn't have any of those social media platforms, you can also email us at radio@theopen.com. You two both on TikTok?
TikTok?
TikTok, what's that? Is that a new bar that's opening?
I haven't got a watch, let alone TikTok.
TikTok?
Well, you said you were thinking about starting a bit of a YouTube thing, so surely TikTok.
Oh, no, I don't know what to do.
I think you'd be a big hit on TikTok.
Peter Finch there.
He's
found another vocation.
I shall be working with him at Birkdale, I should imagine. I've got to do live at the range for Sky. So I think Peter hopefully won't have that piece of chewing gum hanging outside of his mouth.
Right, we've just seen signs of Peter Finch and the Bryan bros, Wesley Bryan there, so I think we should head out back to Amy Bolden.
Thank you, Gabby. Yes, I am on the 15th hole, the short par 4, and I am alongside our leader, Sam Bairstow. He's hit it in the centre of this fairway, a perfect drive down the middle. Left himself with 162 yards into this pin. Now the pin on 15 today is tucked on the left-hand side. You've got to go over the pot bunker. Got to take this flag on. We've already seen a close one in from the Spaniard Jose Luis Ballester. But Sam Bairstow has hit it nicely. Pin high, going to have around 25 feet. Look at his birdie putt to come. And last in to play, we have the amateur Adam Bresnu from Morocco. He's the amateur playing alongside the professionals, and he's at 1 under par, so he really needs a big finish in these last few holes, but his hopes of going to the Open Championship slowly slipping away. But playing in now just from 139 yards, hit a huge drive down 15, took it on with driver off the tee box. A lot of other players opting to lay back to the corner on this dog-leg par 4. Just going in now with a pitching wedge. Take this flag on, can't miss it left. Ball is on its way. He's walking after it and it's straight on line, just a little bit short, but he's going to have around 15 feet for his birdie.
Well, the action on the last green here at West Lancs. Very disappointed that Peter Finch is using an electric trolley. I must be honest. Come on, Peter. Is his shoulder?
Is that not your cup of tea?
He's got big shoulders. He can carry it around, can't he?
Was it definitely electric trolley? Because I shall be speaking to him.
Electric trolley. Talk to him about that, Richard. Please give him plenty of stick for that. Yeah. It was 4 wheels as well. It wasn't just your normal.
No, was
yeah,
it?
It was a big old thing. Yeah.
Oh dear.
I know.
Would you not ever use an electric trolley?
Yes, I do use electric trolley, but not in the open.
Well, maybe he's promoting. Maybe he's promoting a certain branding he has.
Possibly.
Yeah, I would say there's 99.9% sure that's what's going on.
I'll tell you a funny story about my electric trolley.
No. Go on then.
You don't want to hear it?
Well, they're putting to get in the open, and we're talking about your electric trolley.
Okay, we'll wait for this moment.
Big putts coming up here, Gabby. Go on then, tell us it quickly. Go on then.
No, it's never going to be a quick story with me. We're going to have to wait for this moment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How good a caddy do you reckon Peter Finch will be?
Pretty good, I should think. Very good.
Do you reckon he'd be itching?
Right.
He'd be itching to want to participate.
Oh, 100%.
It's great content for both
He's been
of them.
trying. Jordan now on the 18th green at West Lancs. I've got to think. Well, 2 putts, and he should at least get a playoff. It's so tight, though. It's difficult to say. Run on, run on, run on. Well done.
He did hook it down the left. I hope he's there in 2.
I think he's there in 2, Rich. I think. You just never know, and he doesn't know either.
No, and that might look a tap in, but
it's nice.
everything will be moving except the ball.
It's shaped like a nice love heart there, surrounding the players. The details that you two miss.
Yes, we do miss that detail. You're absolutely right.
No, you're actually spot on there.
Yeah.
It's quite emotional, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a great shot.
Well, I think this is for par. Wesley Bryan, and he's missed it. That is very, very costly at this stage.
So I think that's a drop shot, isn't it?
We think it is. Wait to confirmation.
Yeah.
Oh, how are you feeling?
That, by the way, you may have mentioned it, but that's Sam Easterbrook, the amateur. He finished in the clubhouse at 8 under par, which is 2, 3.
Well, with Wesley Bryan dropping a shot there, Richard, it
could be 5 exactly.
It could be, might not be. Excellent crowds around the 18th at West Lancs.
Oh,
not what you want to see if you're Matthew Jordan. Hope he wasn't watching. Where's Bryan? Well, he's
gutted,
devastated. He still might get in a playoff. It's not done and dusted just yet, but oh, I feel for you.
Well, if it's a drop shot, he's back to -7. If it's a drop shot, hasn't quite come up on our leaderboard yet.
It does look like he'll need Sam Bairstow to have a poor finish, won't it? And Matthew Jordan's, he has to hold this putt.
Yeah, it does. There's no question. But not quite, because he's going to be right now. He'd be in a playoff, but you have to knock this one in and hope that people make some mistakes behind you, which he's got.
Well, at the moment, that looks good enough for Matthew Jordan, but there's still some golf to be played and scores to be verified. Dreams are made and dreams are shattered as well.
Well, Wesley will be sick.
Oh, how nervy would the wait in the clubhouse be from if you are Matt Jordan waiting for some of the others to finish? And
you just think that everyone's making birdie on every hole. That's what you think.
You do, yeah. It's not, the weight is not as nervy as the putt you've just holed out from 18 inches or 2 feet. I can assure you that is a bit of a smelly one.
That's when your breath work comes in.
Yeah.
That you've practiced on. Look, we've not actually heard from Ali Walker yet, so Ali, we've missed you. So we're going to head over to Dundonald Links and check in.
I've missed you guys too, but I am here.
You've had half a day's work, Ali. Have you gone already? You've had enough already?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Ah, brilliant. I'm so pleased to be on now. Hello. I can't tell you how delighted I am to be on. I've missed you all.
We've got a lot to catch us up on.
Oh my goodness, it's all happening here as it is on all the courses, isn't it? And managed to get out and I'm around the 18th at the moment, obviously in the second round, and leading the way was a Scotsman, Jack McDonald, 6 under par alongside the amateur David Howard. And what a round he has had, McDonald, so far. He's through 14 now, 6 under par. He eagled the 14th. It's a par 5, a really, really difficult hole. And the rough is really difficult here. Apparently, the course management team have had to allow the wildlife actually to do what they want to do. So they haven't been in it to tackle the rough so much here. So it's proved a little bit difficult for some of the golfers. And David Howard, the amateur player, what a performance by him. He's also on 6 under par through 14. And I'm sure you've mentioned Matt Baldwin, who's trying obviously to get into the Open, his home course. He's gone through 3 here, and he's on 4 under par alongside Marcus Plunkett. So, you know, the scores are good, but nobody's actually running away with it as yet. The best round of the day was this morning, and that was from the American John Vogelpohl, who's attached to Gleneagles. A first round of 65, which included 6 birdies and an eagle. That's the best round of the day, and he's still on the leaderboard, but he's fallen to 2 under par. And Angel Hidalgo, you know, he's a bit of a favourite. He's qualified twice here through Dundonald for the Open. He's on 2 under par. Conor Graham is the other amateur who's up on that leaderboard. He's on 2 under par as well. So he qualified last year and got to Portrush and had an absolutely amazing time, he said. And he's up there, and he could be in there. It just depends on what happens at the top of that leaderboard through these final few holes. Another one perhaps to look out for is Craig Lee, bit of a veteran professional, but he's never qualified for the Open, and he's nearly 50, but he's just dropped a shot and he's fallen to 2 under. So the ones we're watching right now are the amateur David Howard on 6 under par. McDonald has just dropped a shot, 5 under. He's through 15 now. And the other ones to watch, Baldwin, Plunkett, and Andrew Wilson, who was leading for a while as well, the Darlington Pro, trying to get into the Open Championship as well. So I'll be able to get a bit more detail and get out and about in the course now that can see what's been going on, but a lot still to happen at Dundonald, and we could end up playing quite late here as well.
Thank you, Ali. Just quickly, you mentioned the scoring isn't as low really compared to some of the other courses in West Lancs, Royal Cinque Ports, and obviously Burnham and Berrow. What are the conditions like?
It's damp, and I think the ball isn't quite running how they hoped. If you hit it straight and keep out of the rough, that's good going. And most of these guys, you know, can do that. But it is damp. The ball isn't running, but there's very little wind, which is unusual for Dundonald. So they're not getting the difficulties associated with the winds. But the scoring is good, but certainly not as brilliant as everywhere else. And you just never know in these final few holes when the pressure begins to tell, when the guys know they're up there and they have a chance, what will be the impact of that? You know, it really is a fascinating tournament, a fascinating event to call, because you get the unknowns against the big guns, and it's just fascinating to watch and seeing who's up in that leaderboard. 17 amateurs here. Will 1 or 2 of them get into the Open Championship? Well, it's looking good for 1 or 2 at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely is. We see 3 in the top 10 as we speak. Thanks so much, Ali. We'll check in with you later on.
I mean, it is interesting to follow this, very interesting. But you know, also the other good one to follow is what I've always thought would be a great idea is the Players' School, the qualifying school. You know, give that. I mean, that has had a little bit of coverage, but give it a full coverage. I mean, that's people trying to sort their whole life out for a year. You know, it's very interesting.
Like yourself, Richard.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just a quick reminder, you are listening to Final Qualifying Radio on the open.com and as well on YouTube. You can see some of the shots there being live streamed alongside Jamie Spence and Richard Boxall, professional golfers, and myself, Gabby Partington, a terrible golfer.
Well,
but I like to speak the game and be around the golf.
Yeah.
Shots here at West Lancs.
Sergio. Not qualified this year, Sergio Garcia.
Having played in, 11 Open Championships has he played? More?
Sergio?
Yeah.
I would have thought more than that.
More?
Well, maybe, I don't know, you tell me.
I would say he has probably played, and as Gabby is firing away on the old computer there, How old is he now? 40?
I'm going to say nearer 20, but
yeah, I'll go
might
nearer
be wrong.
20.
Remember him in the yellow? Was it playing around Hoylake when he had the yellow trousers on?
He loves
Was it Canoosti or was it Hoylake?
I'm not sure. Might have been Canoosti.
You sort of just came out of that tunnel, didn't you? You thought, my God, put that canary back.
He's
Tristan
aiming
Lawrence.
for his 27th Open appearance.
Okay. Well, he's not going to make it. Tristan Lawrence at Cinque Ports. There's quite a few tees placed on the shingle. Good player, Lawrence. Multiple winner on the DP World Tour. And his card over in the States. Didn't quite work out from his back, playing in Europe now and in South Africa. You can hear the wind in the effects mics at Cinque Ports. It's always a pretty windy venue. You see the ocean. Downwind on the front nine there at Cinque Ports. 2T start, don't forget. Most of these courses, except for this one, Burnham and Berrow.
Yes, I'm going to ask a question. I don't think anybody could possibly answer it unless I'm being absolutely stupid. But why do they not have a 2T start at Burnham and Berrow?
Possibly because they can't get people out to the 10th tee, Rich. There's no car park or no facility for it. I'm not that familiar with. I've played the course quite a few times, but I can't quite remember.
No, it's probably 9 straight out, isn't it?
You've got to get out. Yeah, you've got to be able to get people out there.
But the timings wise, because they've gone for
yes, that's a problem. You can start very early, very late, and therefore the weather can be affected. Which is why I like the 2T start. Everyone's out there pretty much in similar conditions.
Yeah.
You mentioned Burnham and Berrow. Well, there is a look at the leaderboard as it stands. Now, you've got two Americans close to the top. You probably heard of Caleb Serra. He was a pretty decent amateur. And James Nicholas at the very top, 10 under par.
Must say, the 5 names at the top of that leaderboard are names new to me.
Yes, Tom Sloman is another one tied third alongside the amateur Alejandro Del Castro Piera. Not bad.
It actually looks pretty set there for the 5 at Burnham and Berrow. Unless there's some dramatic changes to the leaderboards. The 5 players in position there look like they're going to get in at the moment. James Nicholas, the American from Old Palm down there, the south of Florida. Still got 4 holes to play, so anything can happen to him.
OK, let's head back out to Flick Johnson, who I believe has Matthew Southgate with her.
Thanks, Gabby. Yep, Matt Southgate here. Great playing today. Did you have a score in mind when you teed off this morning?
No, not really. 8 under around here normally sort of stands a really good chance. No, I don't really thinking about scores. Just strap in and try and stay somewhere that's competitive until sort of the last 9 holes this afternoon. And we did that, and it was great fun. You know, it's just to do it again. It's just incredible. Like I think I'm more emotional this time than I've ever been. It's amazing.
Any particular reason why this one's more emotional than previously? I mean, you've got history for coming through final qualifying so well. So, anything more special about this one than the others?
I played some great golf in 2017 at Royal Birkdale. It's really special to me. My dad was there for that, and he's passed away since that Open Championship. So, you know, I think when you dream of winning the Open, you can kind of see the green that you're on. And there's something about Birkdale. It really suits my game. It really suited my game in 2017. And you know, finishing 6th and being the leading Englishman, it's like the proudest moment of my life. So to be able to get the opportunity just to go back and compete again is absolutely mind-bending. Like the emotions that you go through, and I'm so excited to just take Mum and the family, and we'll have a great week at Birkdale.
I know, that's great to hear. And you've had some good form. You had a win this year. You've made a lot of birdies out there today. Any difference in your game today or this year, which has kind of led to more success for you?
I mean, I've always been a pretty diligent worker, and it's never felt like hard work. You know, I work hard, but it never feels like hard work. And I feel like I've fought the battle for as long as I could on my own. And I've more recently had a bit more sort of advice from other people, like Marcus Ravmore's helped with my putting, and that's really helped. Richie McAvoy, obviously he's retired from playing. He's got an incredible like indoor academy, so been using that as much as possible. And Richie's been amazing. You know, I've started working with a sports psychologist, and Brett Taylor's helped me with my short game. Like, I feel like I've got a really good team of like really lovely people around me, and I think it's fine margins, but it's definitely making a difference. And like not taking on the world on my own anymore feels really good. So I feel like I'm in a really good place for my game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to hear. You sound like you're in a really good place there. Thanks for your time, and fingers crossed for the rest of the afternoon for you.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks very much, and thanks to all the guys that do the radio stuff. It's a fantastic team. I love being part of it at St Andrews. So thanks very much, and hello to all of you. Hope you're well, and I'll see you all at Birkdale.
Thanks, Matt.
No problem.
There you are. He's given you all a shout out.
Well, he's worked for Open Radio before, Matt Southgate, with some quite extraordinary commentary of his own. But isn't that a lovely story that he's going back to Birkdale, where his dad last watched him? He finished 6th there. He's got some great memories. You just feel what it means to him there to qualify for this great championship.
Yeah.
So good on you, Matt.
Absolutely. He said he's in a pretty good place working with a sports psychologist. Also, he's won this month on the Hotel Planet Tour in Switzerland.
He's accepting help as well. Have you heard that? You can't do it on your own. You need people to help you with different parts of your game, or your mind, or whatever it might be, your short game, your putting, and he's seeking help. Whereas as a pro golfer, you tend to try and take the world on your own, and that can become quite lonely and quite self-defeating as well. So you'll need a little bit of help along the way.
It's funny, isn't it? Individual sport, but does that happen quite often then? It's quite tough for a lot of these players to accept help.
Well, because when you start out, it's you. And that's it, and you're trying to prove yourself. But as Richard knows, your game is going to get to a point where you don't know where to go with it. You know you've got the talent, but you can't get it out of yourself. So you need somebody to help you, remind you why you're there and how good you are. And normally it's a thing of going back to basics as well.
Well, you see some players, don't you, with a 7, 8, 9-man team. How necessary is that in this day and age?
For me personally, I don't think that necessary. I think you need to have you need somebody to help you with the swing, if that's the way you're in, and then the sports psychologist, and that's about it. I mean, people have stretchers and and then bring their own person for the gym. I mean, it's supposed to be a man's name, that.
Good analysis. Well, time to head to a lady's name, Amy Bolden, who's watching Sam Bairstow.
Yeah, we're on the par 5 16th, and Bairstow's just hit his approach shot, his second shot on this par 5, straight into the heart of this green. So he's going to have an eagle putt to come, as does the Spaniard, Jose Luis Ballester, who he's at 6 under par at the moment, but he's only got to look at around 10 feet. And if he holds that, that's going to get him to 8 under par. So it's some exciting eagle putts coming up shortly.
What would these players be feeling, knowing that they're standing over a putt like that, knowing what's on the line? What's going through their head?
Well, it's just part of being a pro golfer or a good amateur golfer. It's where you want to be. You want to be in those situations where it matters, this putt. No, you don't want to be down the bottom of the field. So it gives you a real buzz. It's probably what we both miss when you finish playing, is that buzz of competition. I've got to par the last 3 holes to make the cut or to win it, whatever it might be. That's the buzz of being a pro sportsman, and that's part of your job. If you don't enjoy it, you want to go and do something else, quite frankly. You've got to be enjoying those moments, enjoying that buzz, enjoying the adrenaline.
Yeah, they're quite anxious moments. You got a 4-footer and it's to make it. And the disappointment if you miss it is massive. Terrible. It's just...
But it's a weekly occurrence though, Richard, isn't it?
It is,
trying to make cuts, or trying to win, or trying to be in the top 10, or whatever it might be. There's always an agenda for every player.
There is, but there was always something about the Open. If you knocked it close and and you thought, and you knew you had it to get in. I mean, there's been times where I've missed it. There's been times where I've held it, and I know which one I prefer.
How do you get over that disappointment?
Well, you just have to try and not. I wouldn't have watched much on TV. I always think when I was, when I missed a cut, it was like being sacked from the factory floor, and you wouldn't actually go up into the rafters and have a look down to see how they're all getting on over the weekend. You just wait for the next week to come along.
It's easier to accept when you've played in a couple of Opens, and you've played in the Open Championship.
Yeah.
If you miss out, at least I played in it once, twice, whatever it might be. If you've never played in it and you miss a putt, will my opportunity come round again? Will it be there? So that's when it's really tough.
It was interesting listening to Matthew Southgate there. He said obviously this felt a little bit more emotional than the other 5 qualifiers he's got through. So for you guys, was there one Open Championship or a qualifier that felt more special than the other?
Not really, no. They all felt sort of six of one and a half a dozen to me. They all felt really pretty much the same. I didn't think, oh, I must qualify for St Andrews or anything like that, you know. I mean,
oh, I did.
Did you? No, I didn't think that. I
knew I was playing. I think it was Scots Craig. What was it? Yeah, golf club for my final qualifying, and I went up there the week before, flew up, played 2 rounds of golf because I was desperate to get in the 2000 Open at St Andrews, and I did. I qualified, so I set myself a target to get in it. And managed to do it. So
well, that's good. That is proper dedication for you, because I never once in my life flew up somewhere to have a practice.
Well, you're not a romantic like me, you see.
No, I'm not. No, I mean.
Were you a goal setter, as Jamie was just saying there? Yeah, he had a target.
I did. Yeah, I had a target of I wanted to earn over 100 grand in a year in a certain.
Not money, Richard. We're not talking money. We're talking.
Yeah, well, no, I was. Money isn't everything, but it's right up there with oxygen. But the. Yeah, I had targets, but the trouble was with that, the year of 1991, the Italian Open, I'd done really well, and I'd won 100 grand by May. And then at the end of the year, all I'd won in total was 148. So, you know, it's if you set your target, I reached mine really quick. And then what do you do? Obviously, mentally, I was a bit of a nutter mentally, I suppose. And then I didn't set another target. I just played. I was like, well, I've done it. Sounded like someone fell over then, didn't it?
It did indeed. Maybe it was the electric trolley.
Oh, yeah.
You still haven't heard my trolley story.
No, go on. I'd like to hear your trolley story.
I've got a trolley story in an Open qualifying.
Oh, go on. You're more interested than me.
I was playing North Berwick trying to qualify in the Open, and I cut that story short because I think we're going to Amy Bolden.
You just throw away. Off to Amy Bolden. Here we go.
Well, we're watching the eagle putt of Sam Bairstow as it is on its way, and he's staring it down. Coming up just a little bit past the hole there, but he's knocked it within that dustbin lid. He is going to he's actually going to tap it in. Well, he's now moved to 11 under par. So he is looking very comfortable at the moment, and he's going to head to the 17th tee box now. Only 2 holes left to play for the Englishman, but he is just playing fantastically well. I said earlier, we've also going to have another look at an eagle putt to come. Jose Luis Ballester, who he hit 2 great shots into this par 5. He's at 6 under at the moment, but he is going to have a chance to get it to 8, and he really, really needs this putt. But there's a nice crowd out watching on this 16th hole, coming to the closing stages now here at West Lancs. They're also playing alongside the amateur Adam Bresnu, who he's at 1 under par. He's got a putt now to get it to 2, but a little bit too much left to do for the young amateur from Morocco.
Well, thanks, Amy. Look, Sam Bairstow, she just mentioned, 11 under, 2 holes to play. It's important not to get too comfortable, but when you're on that score with 2 left to play, you can be pretty comfortable, can't you?
You can, until you hit one offline, and then you start panicking a little bit. So, you know, for Sam Bairstow, it won't be over until he's reached that final green in regulation, or possibly.
And he's only got a couple of shots to play with as well, because 8 under currently is the qualifying mark. So.
No. I think. See.
Right, back to Amy with the next putt.
Well, yeah, we've got another eagle putt here. As I said, the Spanish player Jose Ballester. He's on 6 under par at the moment, running out of holes, so this one really needs to drop. As we look at the scoring at the moment, looks like 8 under is in. So this one is to jump into that group at 8 under par. He's over the ball, and this one, there's not much movement in it at all. I went to have a look at it, straight up the hill as well. If anything slightly off the right, the ball is on its way. Is it going to drop? And it does. A great eagle putt there from the Spaniard. He moves to 8 under par and right in contention.
That's them there, is it?
Thanks, Amy. Now straight over to Ali Walker on the Ayrshire coast. Ali, what's the latest?
Well, I managed to get a chat with Matt Baldwin, the Royal Birkdale pro who's trying to get into the Open, and it's a waiting game for him because he's a couple of shots behind. He's up the towards the top of the leaderboard on 4 under, and the leader is on 5 under at the moment, with still 2 or 3 groups to come in. So it's a waiting game for him. And having chatted to him, he said it would mean everything to him to qualify for the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale. It would complete the set because he's competed at Hoylake and Lytham. It's his hometown course. He said, I cannot tell you how much it would mean to me to tee up at the Open Championship on a course I know so well and that I've been, integral with since I was 7 years old. And he feels also that this might be, he's coming up for 40. This might well be his last chance to play in an Open Championship. You could actually hear from his words how much it actually means to him, and that's what we have to remember. This is a massive deal for all players to qualify and play in the Open Championship is a massive deal. But he's 1 shot behind Jack McDonald, who's on the 17th. He's on 5 under par. And just to give you a quick rundown of that leaderboard, David Howard, the amateur, is up there. He's playing alongside Jack. We have Marcus Plunkett as well, and Andrew Wilson, and the amateur that I mentioned a little bit earlier, Conor Graham, who, if you remember, last year won through a playoff at the first hole to get into the Open Championship. And Hidalgo's up there as well, who's qualified twice here, so he knows what he's doing. I wonder if there might be a playoff, actually. It's so tight at the top of this leaderboard at Dundonald that I've got a feeling for a playoff. Let's wait and see. It's getting edgy and dramatic.
We love edgy and dramatic. Thanks so much, Ali. Now straight over, no messing around, to Flick Johnson back at Royal Cinque Ports.
Thanks, Gabby. Yeah, joined by John Goff here. Scores of 68, 69 today. Fresh off a win last week at the Hotel Planetor, so congratulations on that. How was today?
Very tiring. My legs, I think the more I sit down, the more tired I'm getting, so I think I might just stand. Obviously, very happy with today. A bit frustrating to bogey my 36th hole there. But no, I'm very pleased, obviously, with my game, and hopefully it just does enough.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It's worthwhile you hanging around now. You said you left a few putts out there. Was it the pace and the line you couldn't get, or one or the other? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I just kept leaving everything. Like, it felt like in 36 holes I probably left 18 putts short in the jaws. It felt like just short though. So it's like you don't want to change your whole process. I need to give this a bit more, because then you can have a smelly 3-footer coming back. So it was just kind of staying patient. I love this venue. I've played here for a few years now, and it's treated me quite well golf-wise. I played quite nicely. So yeah, I just wanted to stick to it, and now I had to be patient out there. So yeah.
Yeah, you know what this mindset's like today. You don't want to chase too much too soon and play yourself out of contention. Did you have any sort of particular score or anything, or a mindset coming into today that you were aiming for?
Not this morning, because obviously after last week I didn't have much sleep since after travelling back to Calais, then travelling over here yesterday. So I'm still waiting to catch up on my sleep. I was just ready to go out and just play golf this morning, which actually freed me up quite nicely. I hit it lovely, and then after that I was kind of got more into the zone, and then I was thinking I'm definitely going to need 8 or 9 here, just because the wind hasn't picked up like it was meant to, and I was hoping it did, because the conditions are kind of like. But yeah, I thought 8 or 9, and then I got to 8. And then, yeah, the 36th hole, they are 36 holes, so they all count. So just fingers crossed.
Well, fingers crossed, go rest up, and fingers crossed you have a good result come the end of the day. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we just heard from the Englishman, John Goff there. Interestingly, he said he wished that he wanted the wind to pick up, and he wanted to play those kind of conditions.
Yeah, you want the wind to pick up. You also, when you're in, by goodness, you want the the wind to pick up, because you want them all to drop shots. You don't want people getting past you. John Goff is he's tied 5th, so he's got 7 under par is 5th, 6th and 7th. But those two players, Batista and Rosner, are out on the course. They only need to make 1 birdie, and that's the end of that.
He said,
one of them make a birdie, and you're Henry VIII. History.
Look, he said it was unfortunate for him to have bogeyed the 36th, but how much does tiredness play a part? Because for a lot of these players, they're not used to be playing 2 rounds in one day, are they?
No, listen, no, they're not. And it's sometimes if the weather goes a bit iffy on tour, you have to play 36 holes in a day, or 27 or 32. But No, if you're doing it right, the adrenaline will keep you going, though. I promise you.
Well, let's hope there's not a player, because he said he was struggling to sit down a minute ago.
What, struggling to sit down? What, because...
He said because his legs are hurting so much.
Oh, are they? Bless them. But...
a bit like you now.
Yes, I'll be all right. No, I've been in playoffs before for it. My very first one, actually. 1980 at Muirfield was a playoff. I played with a chap called Mike Ferguson from Australia. And I can't remember who the other player was. But anyway, he qualified, this Mike Ferguson. He was a very good pro golfer from Australia. And he just said to me, he said, par every hole and you'll get it in. And the first hole was a drivable par 4. And I didn't birdie it. And I parred it. And fortunately, so did the others. And Gary Harvey was the other one that was playing in the playoff. But that's just one of the names I can remember. Norman Wood, I think, was another one. And... I got in on the second hole. It was an uphill. They used to play it as the first hole when they played the Scottish Open there at Gillen. And it was uphill, and I was at the back of the green in 2. It was right in a little valley, and I probably said to you earlier, you'd watch the others all make mistakes and drop a shot, and you just thought, if I can 2-putt this, I'm in. And I just nudged it down to like an inch, tapped it in, and that ran all the way down and got into one of those Lucy Dome pay boxes. Do you know what I mean? You might not remember. We used to put 10p in and 2p in to phone home.
Remember that one, yeah.
Or reverse charge calls to mummy and daddy.
Yeah.
And that was it. I phoned them up and I said, I'm in. And you're like in a bit of a dreamland, really. You just can't believe it. And then you've then got to try and find accommodation and where can I go. And it's amazing how things come up sometimes. I've stayed in some unbelievable places. I actually stayed at Troon. I stayed in I think it was called the Royal Pavilion or something like that, opposite the First Tee, which was a hotel. Managed to phone them up just by pure chance. They said, we've had a cancellation. It says, but the room is an attic and it's 4 by 8 feet. I said, well, there's 2 of us. He said, well, it'll be quite tight then, won't it? He said, but do you want it? So I took it, and it was, and I can't think of the guy who does the putting now in America, Brad Faxon. He was there. And it was great fun. But you used to have a few pints in those days. It was brilliant. Nearly swore then. It was absolutely brilliant. And you'd come back after your day's play, and it wasn't down to the gym, and it wasn't, I'll have an orange squash, please. It was, I'll have a pint of lager, please.
And if you weren't one of those players that did that, then it'd be unusual.
Yeah.
We're just going to pause you right there. We'll come back to that because we're going to go back to Amy Bolden at West Lancs. Amy, what's the latest?
Well, I'm on the back of the 17th green following the Sam Bairstow, the leader for today, playing alongside Jose Ballester, the Spaniard. He's hit a beautiful approach into this par 3. He's just made eagle on the previous hole to get to 8 under, and now a birdie look. He steps in over it. Ball is on its way. It's moving slightly from right to left, just under it. So it's going to be just a par for the Spaniard. But it was interesting, before he made that eagle on the previous hole, he had a real good look at the leaderboard that was on the back of 15. I always find it interesting to watch the professionals and see, do they want to know where they're at? And I think at this stage, on the score he was at, he really needed to know what he had to do. And then to hold that putt for eagle, to get to 8 under, he'll know exactly what he needs to do down 18 now. Sam Bairstow also hit a beauty into this par 3, straight at the pin, came up just a little bit short. But again, another look at birdie, and this is what he's done all day. He's hit fairways and he's hit greens. Doesn't look like he's got a bad shot in him, to be honest. Playing so steady. This one below the hole, putting up the hill. And again, another one that's just slipped by, but he's not letting anyone get close to him, is he? He's just putting nicely. He's hitting fairways, hitting greens, and getting the job done today.
Amy, you mentioned there that perhaps some players might not like to know where they're at. You were a player, you played at the top flight on the Ladies European Tour. Were you one of those players that like to know, or like to have a look around and check the leaderboard and know where you're at?
Yeah, I think it depends on, on what's happening, isn't it? On a day like today, when you're coming on the final 3 or 4 holes in open qualifying, you really know how aggressive you have to play over these final few holes. So I think on a day like today, when you're you know that you're not leading, but you're right in the mix. You need to know what you have to do down the last 3 or 4 holes, don't you? You need to know whether you play any differently, whether you take shots on that maybe you wouldn't usually. So I think, to be honest, I think you definitely have to look, really.
Thanks so much. We'll be catching up with you a little bit later on. Well, Jamie, if you were Sam Bairstow right now, you had a couple left to play, how would you be feeling?
I'd be feeling very comfortable. Just parred 17 there. He knows the position he's in. He's a pretty cool cat, Sam Bairstow, and he's a very good player. So, yeah, he's gonna cruise down the last and book his spot by all accounts. It's getting pretty tight though there at West Lancs, because Joe Dean's got 1 to play. He's on 8 under. Matt Jordan's in the clubhouse at 8 under. So is the amateur Sam Easterbrook. He's 8 under, and so is Jose Luis Ballester as well. He's an 8 under. So it's a very tight leaderboard there at West Lancs. 1 birdie or 1 bogey, you're either in or you're out. Don't go away if you're on 8 under at West Lancs, that's for sure.
And just quickly, for those guys who have finished on 8 under, you know, what would they be doing now? They're just catching a bit of rest and
panicking.
Panicking.
Yeah, panicking.
Panic
Definitely
mode.
Panicking. Yeah, you have a cup of tea, sit in the clubhouse. You can't do any more. You'll be keeping your eyes on the leaderboard and thinking, am I going to get in, or the likelihood it's going to be a playoff, and I've got to get ready for that. I've got to get my head around it. You certainly wouldn't, if you're 8 under in the clubhouse at West Lancs, I wouldn't be thinking I'm in. That's the worst thing you can do. You've just got to think, I'm going to get in a play, or I'm out. You've got to think the worst case scenario already, because then everything's a plus. That's the way I would look at it.
Plus, with no scoreboards and nobody carrying scoring balls down there, you don't know whether the tails are true or whether they're not.
Yeah, but they'll all be online. They'll all be online. They'll know the scores. The scores are pretty much up to date.
They will now, but I'm talking about in the old days.
No,
you thought, is that true? Is it true? Is he 8
you
under?
wait. No, you wait. Yes,
you just had to
you
wait.
Hear rumours. A rumour mill.
Rumour mill goes around it, but it's like I say, that's another thing that's gone out the window because of this thing called the internet.
Cinque Ports as well, where beautiful weather in the Garden of England. That's getting pretty tight as well. Scogan and Southgate and Daffy look secure, though he's got 2 holes to play, MJ Daffy from South Africa. PTU lines at 9 under. Then it's tight at 7 under, 3 players.
Yeah, one of them needs a birdie. And one of them's on the 18th, one of them's on the 17th. And if one of them can sneak a birdie and get in at 8 under par, 1, 2, 3, 4, they will take the 5th spot. And those 2 players are Antoine Rosner and Austin Bautista.
Ballester on the tee at the last at West Lancs. He's currently got a piece of it, but that's left. Look how nervous he is. And it's in the lap of the gods.
Yeah, those 2 chimneys, Sam. Just give it to this on this line.
Yeah, Sam Bairstow to go next at West Lancs. Pop over to Burnham Berrow, where it's just a little bit of breeze going.
Burnham Berrow, top 5 players, look pretty set, really, unless Mark Leishman or Brandon Robinson Thompson can have a rush at it, which with their quality players, I'm sure they can. Bairstow doesn't need a hit driver at the last at West Lancs. He's in front. Just an iron for position. He can make a bogey and still get in the Open Championship at Birkdale. It's all happening over to Dundonald Links. Much calmer weather up there on the west coast of Scotland. Jack McDonald leads the way. He qualified here a couple of years ago as well. He's only got 1 hole to play. He's currently 5 under par from Matt Baldwin. I think Matt Baldwin can safely say he's going to be playing on his home course in the Open Championship. What a performance that is from Baldwin. Still some golf to be played, but Dundonald Links looks pretty set. David Howard, the amateur there, and Neville Reuter from the Kennemer Club in Holland, beautiful golf course. He's 3 under par. He's right on the edge. He's got a couple of holes to play as well, as has Marcus Plunkett from the USA. So it's tight at Dundonald Links, except for the top 2.
Yeah, the only thing is the 2 unders, most of them, well, pretty much
they're all finished, Richard. They're all finished.
So you've got your 5 from 3 unders.
If you finish
onwards.
at 3, you're going to be in, aren't you?
Yeah, you'll be in
at Dundonald, but
yeah.
that's easier said than done with a few holes to play.
It is.
And with your hands shaking.
Correct.
Into the sand dunes at Burnham and Berrow. Fist pump. That was a big putt.
Well, plenty of pace there, walking off that green. Quite excited to...
I think that was James Nicholas, our leader.
Ballister playing a provisional off the tee.
That's a provisional ball. Oh, my goodness me. He's currently in a tie for 4th spot on the last tee, and he's got to play a provisional. They can't find his first ball, the young Spaniard. Oh, no. Let's hope he finds the first one. We do concentrate on the guys that get in, Richard, but there's going to be some heartbreak and some sore heads tonight.
Oh yeah, there's always disappointment, isn't there, from somebody?
There's the leaderboard at West Lancs as well. Sam Bairstow leads the way. He's playing the last hole. He parred 17. Kazuma Kabori, the very impressive Kiwi, and Tiger Christensen, they're both in. They look set to have booked their spots into the Open Championship. Then it gets interesting. 4 players tied at 8 under. 2 of them on the golf course. One's just hit it in the Bundy at the last, Ballister. Joe Dean's got the last to play, but he's playing the 9th hole. He's done well this afternoon. 6 under par for his round a very difficult golf course. Over to Burnham and Berrow.
Yes, it's all getting quite tight, isn't it now? Has to be said. Sweaters are on now at Burnham and Berrow. Just getting a little chillier, nicely holed.
And there's the leaderboard at Burnham and Berrow.
Yes.
You can see if you're 8 under, you're feeling pretty good about yourself, because you've got to go down a little bit to the 5 unders where Mark Leishman sits. He's the only one that can really catch them. To be honest, they've all finished, apart from Nicholas. He's 10 under with 1 hole to play.
You'd be a bit sick if you shot 7 under around Burnham and Berrow and actually didn't qualify, wouldn't you?
You certainly would, but it's looking pretty set there.
Yeah, that is pretty much done and dusted, I'd say, at Burnham and Berrow.
Well, it looks it.
Yeah.
We never know, but Fraser Jones, the amateur, and Marcus Hellegilde from Denmark, the young Dane, they look like they're going to just miss out. But you never know. Gabby's back with us.
I'm back.
What about your trolley story then? Come on.
Oh, you ready for it?
People at home, I've had so many messages.
Just firing in about the trolley.
Honestly.
Are you sure that is there enough time now?
The
because
internet,
you keep,
it's going mad.
The producers don't want to hear the trolley story between you and me.
I've had 8,
I've had
8 people text me say I need to hear that story.
Yeah,
right, go.
the same amount of times you played in the Open. So basically,
this better be good, by the way.
Now there's a bit of a build up to
there
it.
is a build-up, yeah.
So I have always lived in London, and I won at a Pro-Am this electric trolley. So I thought, brilliant, okay. I didn't have a car, so obviously when you normally have an electric trolley, you've got a car to plug it in the back.
Your shopping?
No, so
Did you tax it?
I used
it. Did you?
I used it on the way to the train station.
Stop it.
No, I swear, I've got pictures of it. And my
Do
brother,
what? To carry your bags?
Yeah, to carry my bags.
No, you didn't.
I swear on my life I was using it. So by the time I actually needed it on the golf course, it ran out of battery.
Very good.
Oh,
Just
dear.
I thought you meant you sat on it.
Well, no, it probably wouldn't be able to hold my weight.
My trolley story was at North Berwick when I failed to qualify, and I was absolutely raging because I was playing well at the time. And the last hole at North Berwick's drivable, and there's a big slope down to where the scoring area was, and I pushed my trolley, and it went down the slope, turned left, and went into the recording area's tent.
Oh.
Which didn't go down
Great
very
aim.
well.
Oh, I'd love to have been around for that.
I was so embarrassed.
You don't look like Spency.
I was so embarrassed. So yeah, that was my your trolley
which
story.
Which trolley
much
story
better.
wins, Boxy?
Yeah, which trolley story wins, Richard?
Oh, it's a close one actually. It's that I think you're going extra holes. To be perfectly honest, I think it's a playoff.
Do you have
trolley wars?
Trolley wars.
Yeah.
Do you have a trolley story?
I don't know whether it was the guy that was playing with me or I'd seen it from another fairway, but there was about
So
Bairstow, this is Samuel Bairstow.
Who is trolleyless.
Who is trolleyless.
And looks like he's he's done a little jump. I think he's hit a good shot by the looks of it. Body language.
He's
on
11
leader
under.
at West Lancs.
Well, I think it's fitting that we head over to Amy, who is right there watching all the action.
Yes, I have just watched Bairstow play his approach shot into 18. He decided to lay a long way back off the tee box on 18, and to be honest, I'm not...
Just losing Amy there.
Right, back to the trolley story.
Yeah, Amy's just gone around the other side of the moon. She'll be back in a minute. Yeah, and there was a guy that kept putting his trolley very close to him when he used to swing the club back. I don't know whether my mate Cooper played with him. I don't think it was me, but I remember looking across the fairway and a bloke had moved it close to him. Obviously the AMs don't swing exactly the same, and he caught it on the way down and fell back into this bunker and all that. But it was just hilarious. I mean, the shock that must give you when you catch that on the way down.
That's not even in the conversation for the best trolley story.
He just felt left out.
No, it isn't. No, I just felt left out. I just felt...
When did
DM to Gabby Partington with your trolley stories.
Please.
Yes.
The best one wins a orange chocolate biscuit, all we have to offer here for prizes. When did electric trolleys get introduced?
Shortly after you went to the shops with it.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, God, I would say they were introduced about 30 years ago, probably.
Oh, really?
Probably more than that, wouldn't it? Jamie, you'll know. You've been around 100 years.
Yeah, they're all sorts, yeah.
40 years?
They're very useful, I must say. I use one all the time.
Have you got a little button that you press?
No, I haven't.
The remote
I
control?
I'm not that, no. I've
And
got
you
room in my
direct it?
car. No, I don't like that. Well, Dundonald Links there. It's David Howard and Neville Reuter are on the golf course, as is Marcus Plunkett. It's in their hands. They've currently got a spot, and if they par in, well, it looks at the scoreboard, they're all going to be in.
Well, yeah, well, Plunkett, yeah, as you say, 2 pars and he's cracked it.
Yeah, it looks that way. So it's in their hands. You've got no one else to blame but yourself now. So the pressure's on Howard, Reuter and Plunkett at Dundonald. I'm interested to see what's happened to Ballester at West Lancs, whether he found his first ball, because he's right on the edge of things, tied 4th currently.
We've seen some pretty low scores, haven't we, in 3 of the 4 golf courses.
Well, incredible scoring at West Lancs.
It is.
To be honest.
Look, you've played in a fair few open qualifiers. You've also worked across a fair few open qualifiers. Would you say that the level increases year by year, or do you think it's just down to the conditions?
It depends on the conditions and the weather. They look, shirt sleeves, very little wind at West Lancs. They're not going to get an easier day than that. I can tell you that. I'm sure the members want it to howl and blow as they play it, but you can only play the conditions. And links golf without the wind, they can be quite easy. Can't they? They can.
Yeah, that's the wind is the links golf's defence.
And you mentioned the members there. How great a moment is this for, like you say, the members to see some of the best in the business playing it around their track and seeing what they can do?
Yeah, well, I think they thoroughly enjoy it. They would look at the scoring and think, how on earth do they knock it round like that? And you can walk down the fairways, and a lot of the members will do. Obviously, they walk down, they get really up close, they get like 5-6 feet away from it as they actually hitting a shot, and they realise what thunderous power they hit it with nowadays, which they really do.
I think he's got 3 putts to be the leading qualifier at West Lancs. Bairstow, 11 under. Next best is Kabori at 9, and Tiger Christensen are both in the clubhouse. So Sam Bairstow, his dreams are coming true.
Well, Mark Leishman didn't do what I thought he was going to do. He's at 5 under par at the Burnham and Berrow. And what qualifying there is 1, 2, 3, 4. He's 8 under par. That's pretty done and dusted as well, really, at Burnham and Berrow. 5 players, 3 players on 8 under par, 1 on 9, and James Nicholas at -10 playing the final hole. So you'd think that'll be all sorted there at Burnham and Berrow. And it's pretty much all sorted, at Royal Cinque Ports.
Yes, Antoine Rosner's come through there, hasn't he, with a fine 67 this afternoon, the Frenchman who's played on the PGA Tour. And he was on our flight coming back from Italy as well the other night, so good on him. Uline, Southgate, Daffy and the Norwegian Skogan leading the way there at 12 under.
Yes, as it stands right now, it's just looking. There's not a long way to go, far from it. But there's, of the 4 courses at the moment, it looks like West Lancs is going to be the only place where there's going to be a playoff. But that could also change as well.
And there's always that feeling that you just never know as a player, whatever score you're on. You think you're not quite sure what the scoring is. We've got the ability to look at all these scoreboards, but they haven't. So.
Yeah.
Maybe next year. Maybe next
year. It's a
year.
long wait, isn't it?
Sam Bairstow. 2 putts, Gabby.
Yes, and he's done. Actually, I'm not Gabby, but I answered for you. But yes, 2 putts here, and he's. Where is he? Where is he? Sam Bairstow. There he is, 11 under. 66th. He shot this morning. He should be. Well, he will be. He'll be fine.
Right. Time to head back to Flick Johnson, who's of course at Royal Cinque Ports.
Thanks, Gabby. You find me on the 18th hole at Royal Cinque Ports with a group of MJ Daffy, Austin Batista and Sam Rook. Austin made bogey on 17 to drop out of a share of 5th place. He's not holed his second shot, so he can't jump to -7, which is the number right now. Sam Rook lost his tee shot at 18, so that's him out of it as well. And MJ Rook has hit a fantastic shot into 18. The wind has died a little bit, but it's still gusting at 20 miles an hour. But he's going to can't be any more than about 10 foot to move further up the leaderboard into a tie for the clubhouse lead at -12. So we've had second shots. We'll have some birdie putts soon. But yeah, 2 of the players have certainly played themselves out of it the last couple of holes.
Easily done. That can easily happen.
Well, we just saw a massive celebration from the Spaniard Ballester at West Lancs. Was that for a birdie, or was it for a par? Because he had played a provisional. It wasn't a bogey celebration, that's for sure.
No, well, if it's a par, then it's looking like there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 players on 8 under par playing for 2 spots, which means 2 will miss out.
We'll go over to Amy shortly just to find out, because I know you want to answer that question of yours.
I would like
to see
that
what
question
happened
answered, yes.
to the Spaniard. Just to touch quickly on MJ Daffy. I mentioned he lives in Houston. He's had a great season so far on the Hotel Planet Tour. He's finished 3rd in India on the DP World Tour. Just how tough is it for these players to, leave their family behind and to try and, do their business successfully in their job?
Well, it's not easy, but I mean, that is, unfortunately, that is part and parcel of being a pro golfer. You have to. That's why I always think blokes who are single would be far better off. It'd be a lot easier for them to get on an aeroplane and go. Do you know what I mean? Got no girlfriends or anything like that.
But on the flip side as well, for the guys with families, they feel they have more to play for.
Yeah, I just it was always quite difficult leaving them at home. Because you get a decent night's sleep and all that. It was really quite difficult.
I'm trying to get a bit of sentiment out of this man.
Well, for the South African players, they have to travel. If you want to be a world-class player, you have to travel.
OK, time to head back quickly to Flick Johnson at Royal Cinque Ports.
Yeah, 18th green. Austin Batista's got a birdie putt, which isn't going to be enough for him, sadly. He's going to be able to move to -7, which is still going to be 1 short after Antoine Rosner's fantastic finish. Austin would have thought he was right back in contention, birdied the par 5 16th, and then bogeyed the short par 5 17th. So he was going to have to hold his second shot, which he hasn't done, but he's going to try and finish in style. He's had a good day out there, so try and get some momentum to take into his next event. 20 feet across the green, left to right. He's giving it the old knee bend, and he's just wondering how it stayed out. But there's going to be a par on the last for him. He's going to shoot 4 under this afternoon, so great score out here, but it doesn't look like being quite good enough at the moment.
Thank you. Thanks, Flick. Quickly, let's go to John Bradley, who's at Burnham and Berrow. John, are you there?
Yes, only 18th, a brilliant bunker shot as he flew one across the green, landed it just a couple of feet away, and he's carded a 10 under par total to lead in the clubhouse. Magnificent round of golf from the Yale graduate. Was an American football star at college as well, but he's looking pretty good for the Open as well. So for a football player, he plays some pretty good golf as well. Well done to James Nicholas, who's shot 10 under par to lead the way here at Burnham and Berrow.
It sounds like an all-rounder, but quickly, thanks for that, John. We'll have to head back to Flick Johnson. What's the latest?
Yeah, Sam Rooks just finished up on 18. Unfortunately, lost his tee shot, so he's going to make double on the last hole. So that's it's a good round for him, 1 under, so 69.71 for Sam, but again, doesn't like being good enough at the moment. And then we've got a birdie putt coming up for MJ Duffy. He's having a great day out there, 67, 6 under so far this afternoon. This to move to 7 under, tied for the lead. Hit a great second shot in. The shots now are much further down than they were earlier on in the day, and that was no more than a few feet, and he taps that in for his birdie. So he had back-to-back eagles this morning in his round of 67, 7 under this afternoon, and he's in a tie for first place at the moment.
Happy days. Thanks so much, Flip. We'll be back to you shortly, I'm sure.
Phone straight out, checking the scores. Burnham and Berrow. But that looks pretty set to me for the 5.
Looks pretty windy.
Looks pretty windy down there in the West Country.
Yeah. I think that's, yeah, Burnham and Berrow. I think you've got 10 under, 9 under, 8, 8, 8. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All finished bar the leader at -10. So you're going to have to say 8 under is...
Well, unless Leishman and Robinson Thompson, Brown and Robinson Thompson do something spectacular in their final few holes.
Yeah.
Those
They've
top
got to
5,
really go.
Yeah, the top 5 there look pretty set at Burnham and Berrow.
There is one last chance, isn't there, Gabby?
Yeah, for the players just missing out, there's incredible that new initiative by the RNA.
It absolutely is. It's called the Last Chance Qualifiers. This is the first time this has been introduced in 2026, and it's basically an extra push to secure one final spot for the 154th Open at Royal Birkdale in a couple of weeks, and actually gives 12 players the opportunity to compete in this. So if you think about some of these guys who have just missed out, and normally you'd go away with a bit of disappointment, you might have played a good round of golf, but it might not have been enough to secure a place at the Open. But this just gives you an extra chance.
Yeah, it does, and someone's got to win it. Someone will get it, you know, it's as simple as that. But they weren't around in the past. Who's that they're celebrating? Somebody looks like Matthew Southgate.
I think that's MJ Daffy, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think so. You're in.
Bit of a Conor McGregor walk on him. That's his celebration right there.
Yeah.
So knowing if this was introduced when you were playing, how much of a nice cushion would it be knowing that if you just missed out, you've got that?
Not much of a nice cushion, because you really think, you know, where I mean, you're going to go to Birkdale, it's going to be in 2 weeks' time. You're going to go home, and then you're going to drive all the way up there, and you know, you've got a 12-to-1 chance of getting through. So I mean, someone has to win it. It's as simple as that. And if I was in it, yes, of course I'd go up there and have a go at it. There's no question about that. But you wouldn't hold out too much hope.
An opportunity to play at Royal Birkdale as well, that'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, it is, but well, I don't know whether we would look at it like that as pros, but you go, you know, if you could go there, if you shoot, is it 1 round or 2?
Well, the thing is, you've got to prepare for that 1 round. You've got to get up there early, you've got to do the practice, prepare, have a practice round for that qualifying, but the whole objective is to play in the Open, which you want to prepare for as well. So it's a long week.
Would it feel like a bit of a rush almost, even if you got that spot?
Well, plus you've also got to remember there's people running around doing things up there that, you know, it's the Monday of the Open Championship. It's not like it's 2.5 months beforehand. You know what I mean? I mean, it's quite busy up there, and I don't know how it'll go, but hopefully it goes well.
And I know as me, who is also a golf fan, how much excitement and extra drama the week of the Open to have this additional qualifying spot.
Great for the punters.
It's great.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Fantastic for the viewing public. But if you're one of the 12, you know, if I had heartbreak in one of these events and to go up there again, I'd be thinking, I'm not sure I can handle this.
I'd say Sky would be. I'd say Sky will be following it.
Oh, everyone's following
TV
it.
wise.
On TV, yeah, of course.
Must be. I mean, Sky, I'm up there on Monday.
Nice
Doing
and
live at the range.
Oh, very nice.
Yes.
What's the other bits and bobs you do? Corporate hospitality. You're very good at that.
Do a bit of that, Q&As, which I quite like.
Yeah.
I prefer that to standing up and speaking, because I'm not a comedian, obviously, as you can tell. But
you've got dry.
But I like things coming to me that I don't know what they're going to be.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Quickly, we need to head back over to Amy Bolden, who I believe has a very special guest with her.
Thank you, Gabby. Yes, I am alongside Sam Bairstow. Sam, congratulations, a great couple of rounds, 66, 67. How would you sum up your performance today?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, the putter showed up today, so that was the big boost. But yeah, no, obviously just a great day, really solid all the way around.
You got off to a really hot start, especially in that second round. What was the game plan going into today? Did you have a score in mind that you wanted to get to?
Not really, no. I sort of saw the weather was going to be a bit on and off, so just try and stay in there as long as possible. And yeah, started 2-4-2, which was obviously a good thing, but then I sort of probably felt like I just tried to make too many pars. So yeah, but no, obviously happy to get through.
Well, you have played in 2 Open Championships before, 2021, 2022. You came through final qualifying before. Both of them were as an amateur. How excited will you be to tee it up in the Open Championship if all goes well today?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be great. I think I played 2 US Opens as a pro and not done very well. So hopefully, a bit of home advantage as a pro in a major will stand me in good stead. Yeah.
Well, thanks very much for your time today, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, you mentioned there, he's made 2 previous appearances at the Open, Sam Bairstow, in 21 and 22. So this would potentially be his first, obviously, in 4 years. So the way his probably game's developed as well on the DP World Tour, he probably feels like he's going into this with a lot more confidence, really.
Who's that? I missed that.
Sam Bairstow.
Oh, yes. Yeah, no, he's a fine... I'll tell you what, gives it a hit. Hits it a long way, Sam Bairstow. He's really long. What was your question? Sorry, I faded away there.
Look, he's not played in the Open Championship since 2022, so the way his game actually has developed is a lot more experience now, especially on the DP World Tour. So surely he'd be going into this Open Championship as really a new man.
Yeah, new man and a bit more confidence. I mean, when you qualify for the Open Championship, you actually are pretty much full of confidence. You've played quite well. Then comes the really difficult bit, trying to pick up the claret jug, which none of us successfully did. I would have done.
You would have done, of course you would, yes. Yes, we know that. Dundonald Links is getting 2 players there. Howard is finished on 4 under. Looks like he's got a spot alongside Matt Baldwin, but the amateur Neville Reuter and Marcus Plunkett, they've got a par the last to get in.
Well, Amy Bolden, Spencer's not done speaking to a few of the players, and I believe she's got one more guest. Amy, let's head back to you. Who have you got this time?
Well, I am currently alongside the Spaniard, Jose.
I know, I did much hobby.
OK, we'll come back to that in a few moments' time. I believe that she was with Jose Ballester there.
Who birdied the last.
He'll definitely be in good spirits. So for a lot of these players, like I mentioned, he might not have a lot of his friends and family around with him. It's still a huge moment for them, isn't it?
Massive moment.
How will he be celebrating? Because would you still celebrate this?
Of course you would. And the fact is, he took 2 off. He played a provisional ball off the last. He thought he'd lost his first one and birded it to get. He's got in. It looks like he's in. It looks like he's in at 9 under. You've got Bairstow at 10, Kabori, Ballester and Tiger Christensen at 9 under, and there's going to be a playoff at 8 by the looks of it. So he's in. What an incredible performance.
Yeah, he's in, and I believe he's back with Amy Bolden. Amy, is he with you?
We've got him. Yeah, sorry, the signal was just dropping out there, but what a fantastic round. And just talk me through that second 9 today, because on 16 you made eagle. Did you have a little look at the scoreboard on back of 15?
I did, yes. I was talking before, like, I rarely know when I'm getting in the zone and in the flow zone, and those last 6 holes I was really in that state of mind where kind of like everything seems easy, I guess. With the rain coming in, coming out, it was a little tricky, but I was really happy with the way I executed some of the iron shots prior to coming to 16. And as I always say, especially in these qualifiers, just wanted to give myself an opportunity at the last 9, and I knew I had to finish strong. And on 16, I'm a fader, and in order to hit that second shot close, I needed to hit like a hard draw with a 5-iron. And the way I was feeling, I'm like, okay, let's commit and try to execute a great shot. And I ended up hitting the best shot of the day and making the putt. So definitely gave me the pass that I was looking for. And on the final hole, I got pretty lucky because I honestly didn't know there was internal B on the left side. And again, there's water on the right side. I faded a little wind off the left. I'm like, just aim left and hit your swing. And I pulled it a little more than what I wanted, and the ball didn't fade. And as soon as I hit it, my caddy tells me there's OB over there, and I'm like, I couldn't believe it. And it's funny how this game works. The last month and a half, it hasn't been great, and I've been complaining a little too much about breaks in general, and there's always balance, I guess, and that one was probably for all the unlucky ones that I got in the last month.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, golf, you can get so many bad breaks, but sometimes you just deserve the good ones. You know, we have to wait for official confirmation, but how excited will you be to tee it up at Royal Birkdale in a couple of weeks' time?
Super exciting. I made my major debut 3 years ago at Royal Liverpool in this city, so coming back for another major here will be pretty special.
Well, amazing. Congratulations on an amazing day of golf today. Thank you.
Well, as he mentioned there, he made his major debut at Royal Liverpool, and it's looking like he might come back in the area to play at the Open once more. Look, we can't really confirm yet who's through, who has qualified, but of all the names that are kind of lingering towards the top, who look like they'll be in the mix, who do you think has the game to go deep in the Open Championship?
Well, you look at the players that are in form. MJ Daffy, for example, who's played some excellent golf this year, the South African. He's tied for first place at Cinque Ports. We've just seen him with an open flag, so he's in. Antoine Rosner, the Frenchman, he's been a good player for a number of years now. He's coming out of Royal Cinque Ports. If we go to Burnham Berrow, 5 unknowns to me. 5 unknowns who are currently in the top 5 spots, so they're going to have the thrill of their life. I wouldn't expect them to be challenging. They're just going to enjoy the week. But you never know. You just never know. Similarly to Dundonald Links, the story there, Dundonald is Matt Baldwin, Richard, going to play an Open Championship at his home course.
Yes, listen, that can be an advantage. It can be a disadvantage. In my view, I always
Richard,
think
he's in the Open. It's a massive advantage.
Yeah.
How
listen,
can it not be?
Because I don't look at it like that.
He said he's been going around that golf course since he was about 6 years old.
He's not expected to do well anyway.
No, he is expected to do well around his own course.
Not the Open.
Members will say, yeah, you should win this. Well, make you knock it round here in 66 all the time. I did an Open regional qualifying when I turned pro. I used to go around Camberley 64, 65 all the time, Camberley Heath. And then I got into a regional qualifying when I turned pro. I had to regional qualify. And immediately the RNA made the first hole out of bounds down the left-hand side.
I understand that, but
toughened the course up. But it was totally and utterly different to how I had played it week in and week out, and I shot 75.
But
I knock it around there in 66 all the time.
The pressure got to you?
The pressure got to me, yeah, pressure got to you. But also, you also got the other members going, oh, you'll cruise this, it's easy. It's easy. He's going to
have home expectations, and a lot of people there, there's no doubt about it. But he's in the Open at his own course for the first time. It's going to be a week for him to remember.
Rosner
win,
could
lose
do well.
or draw.
Rosner could do well as well.
Yes.
And Peter Uline, he's been around a long time. Bit of experience there for those two.
Yes, so quite a few of these players that we're seeing in these 20 spots, there's 2 or 3 of them are going to do very well. And some aren't going to do so well, but they're still going to have a great time.
And for those that have, who have done well out on the golf courses today, will they be riding that confidence wave going into the Open week? How much would that help?
If you're playing well this time of the year, with all the big tournaments around, yeah, it's a great thing. Confidence, you can't go in the shop and buy confidence. It's built through grind and playing well and just doing the right things time and time again.
Yeah.
So you can't buy it. And these guys have got plenty of it at the moment.
And how much will you want to be playing tournament golf the next couple of weeks leading up to the Open, or would you want to just take a step back?
No, I just do my normal rota. You do your normal. Listen, in the earlier days, you just played every week because there wasn't, and you played from April to September, so you just played everything you could play it. But they won't change anything different. They'll just try and treat. And that's the great thing, as James was saying, they do it this way. You know, they've got 2 weeks now till they play it. They can actually treat the Open Championship more like a tour event rather than play the Sunday, play the Monday, and then race to the course for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So it's a good way around of doing it.
And for a lot of the players, for instance, I might be looking a little bit far ahead. For a lot of the players that aren't, you know, playing on the DP World Tour or the PGA Tour and so forth, you know, things like booking accommodation and those things once you get in. Like, how do you go about that? Because a lot of the places would have been sold out, and they might not have managers or people to do that for them.
No, well, you just punt around yourself. I mean, there are a lot of managers that help out with that sort of thing, but sometimes you'll get 2 or 3 blokes that will rent a house together. You know,
the R&A will
sort them out.
Yes, they'll have accommodation reserved for people. They'll help you out.
Did you ever have to share with anyone?
I remember staying in accommodation actually for Birkdale, which was awful. So I moved shared a house with somebody, and they looked after us, and we had a great time, to be honest with you. So they were very lucky in that respect.
Did you prefer a house or a hotel?
House for this, but yeah.
Well, what would you prefer? You definitely prefer a hotel.
No, I like a hotel, but the hotels were not. I'll tell you what, I'm not being funny about this, but if you were in a hotel and in the days of playing, people knew that you were one of the golfers, and you got quite, you know, all people wanted to talk about was golf all the time, and it really got a bit.
How tiring is that as golfers when you're playing for hours on end, weeks on end?
Richard gets recognised wherever he goes. It's very tiring.
It is. That's the problem I have, you see.
Is that for the golf?
Yeah.
Everything.
No, just for everything.
There'll be a few people looking around these scoreboards, looking at the permutations and who's in, who's out, and as you can see there at Dundonald, Reuter and Plunkett, it's in their hands. If they want to play in the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale, they've got to par the last.
We spoke about selfies earlier. Did you ever have a few pictures by the leaderboard?
Didn't have phones.
Didn't have phones.
With the camera, though?
Maybe.
We had a sort of Kodak. Somebody would turn up with one of those. Yeah. But no, I've been to loads and loads of Opens. There's one of our men that used to look after us, Steve Tebb. He always booked us into some absolutely beautiful places.
I can't wait to hear about some of those later. But first, let's head back to Flick Johnson.
Is that all right? Sorry. Thanks, Gabby. Joined here by MJ Duffy. Great playing today. How was it out there today for you?
I mean, it was a grind. I mean, to be honest, like 12 under, like I would have taken that any day. But yeah, I played really good golf. I stayed composed. I putted well. All the preparation I did, I committed to and I trusted in. And yeah, I mean, I'm built for this kind of golf, and you know, I'm just excited that I can put my best foot forward when it's required. So you know, exciting stuff.
It certainly is, and you're having a great season. Is there any part of your game this season which is really, you feel like you improved or it's made a massive difference to you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm driving it good again. You know, I've always been a top driver, and my iron play is probably the thing that has stepped up. You know, I have had injuries and I didn't hit the ball well, especially with my irons, but it's back. But I would say my mental game. I've been working with a guy, Andy Duncan, and he's actually a British guy. He lives here in London, so it'd be nice to actually see him a little bit. And but we've put like 8 months of like amazing work in, and to be able to get out of my own way and be nice to myself and enjoy the game and just think about the things that I've done when I was a kid. You know, like small things like. When you pick up a ball in the bushes, you're always hoping it's a Pro V or something, you know, like the joy in the game, and that's what links golf does for me, you know.
Yeah, that's a really good mentality that you've got there, and it's shown in your game at the moment. Do you enjoy playing links golf? Is this something that you came here today almost looking forward to playing this course?
Yeah, I mean, I've only heard about this place, and when I walked it and played it, like, it's spectacular. You know, I love links golf. I think it's a true test. A good shot does get rewarded and a bad shot does not get rewarded, you know, and you got to be able to hit all sorts of shots, you know, low. There's not one way to get things done. And yeah, I mean, obviously I didn't grow up playing links golf a lot, but my links experience has been good. And yeah, I just, you know, obviously you got to drive it well at links golf, and so finally getting back to that, so, you know, that's probably one of the reasons.
And you were very excited as you came off the 18th green there. That was great to see. Can you sum up in a few words how excited you are to potentially be teeing it up in the Open Championship?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited. You know, I called my wife the first thing because we already planned that if I get in, then they're flying in Sunday, you know, and we'll maybe go play Germany, a Hotel Planet Tour event next week. I'll discuss with the team and see if that's a good thing, and maybe I'll go up this week and play Birkdale, so I get 1 or 2 preparations before the actual week. The week is so busy, you know, and I've been at major championships and I've led the US Open, so I know it's chaos. So yeah, I'll probably try and get some preparation done before, so that week it's more about getting ready to play.
Sounds like a good plan, and we'll just wait for all the scores to be confirmed before we confirm you're in the field. But great playing today, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was the voice of MJ Daffy there, South African, who is the joint lead at 12 under par. Now, he actually mentioned in his preparation he might actually play at Royal Birkdale. How many of the golfers might get that opportunity this week to kind of tee it up there?
Well, if you're in, as long as they let you play the golf course, because they're still preparing it and putting all the stands up and everything, it's a good thing to go early, because once you get to the week of the Open, it's pretty hectic. So if you can do a couple of rounds before the week itself, it's really good preparation. Yeah. I heard him working with Andy Duncan. I've worked with Andy Duncan myself. He's a life coach stroke psychologist. He works with a lot of the golfers now. Great guy, Andy. Had a career in pop, actually. He was a great percussionist, and turned his life around, and he decided to help people, and he's a wonderful man, Andy. He works with quite a lot of the golfers now quietly, and very interesting. He's getting quite a lot of success now with everything that he does.
What a lovely story. Can you give us an insight of some of the methods that he used with you?
Very positive affirmations, just clears out the clutter in your mind, gets you to focus. Most of these guys, it's what's going on off the golf course that you just want to declutter before you get to the course, because you can carry that onto the golf course. So Andy's great at doing that.
Isn't it funny that, you know, he's obviously, MJ's got so much talent, like yourself, both of you, but he mentioned one of the things that's helped improve his game is actually being nice to himself on the golf course. Something so simple like that.
That's a big Andy Duncan thing. Right, we're great at giving ourselves a hard time, but you've got to pat yourself on the back as well and say, well done, good job, because we just don't do that.
No.
Especially as a golfer, you punish yourself as a professional golfer, but you've got to congratulate yourself at the same time.
I don't think they tell you anything you don't already know. They just make you more aware of it.
But if you look at the 2 players that come straight to mind are Ian Poulter and Colin Montgomery, they never hit a bad shot in their life. It was never their fault. Which was a great strength, whereas a lot of other players would be down on themselves, blame themselves. But it's a great thing to be able to. You can only do your best, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. So, but we are masters golfers of giving yourself a hard time. Someone can shoot the best score of their life, break 80 for the first time, and you say, wonderful score, 79. You say, oh, but I missed that 3-footer on the 14th. That's the only one he's thinking about. Not the other shots he hit, great shots he hit, right. Putts he held, but they're just thinking about that one bad shot that they hit. That's golf. That's golf.
It is, and I always remember a psychologist said to me once, and I've always thought about it for the rest of my life, he said to me, whatever ails or bothers you, it's not the thing itself. He said it's the importance you attach to it. And you have the power to change that at any given time. And I've thought about that always, and it's very, very true.
That's really helped you?
Yeah.
Oh. How is
it? In certain things, yeah.
Look, we do know that... before I make that one significant point, a special guest of ours, Amy Bolden, is with a special guest. Amy, who are you with?
Thank you, Gabby. Yes, I am alongside Tiger Christensen, who has had a great day of golf. He's currently finished on 9 under par. Tiger, talk to us about your day today.
It was, I got off to a great start, honestly, which was awesome. I mean, came off hot early. I don't even remember exactly what I was at, but I was like 8 under through 11, and finished 7 under for the round, which, yeah, just boosted the confidence. And the back 18, I think I shot bogey free, just kind of kept it steady. I figured if I just played my golf and tried to keep myself in position and sort of place my ball around the right sides of the course, then sort of the lead that I had on the first 18 holes was enough to kind of make it through. And I continued to play aggressive and to my spots, and ended up working out perfectly.
Were you watching the leaderboards out there today?
Honestly, not that much, because I started on 10 on the second round, and the front 9 don't have any leaderboards, or I didn't see any, so I actually didn't really see any. But when I was over on the front 9 of my second 18, I saw a few, and I saw that I was still sort of in the mix forward, and yeah, just I mean, I watched them, but you don't really act on it. I just try to continue my game.
Well, we are still waiting for official confirmation, but how much would it mean to you to be teeing up at Royal Birkdale in a couple of weeks' time?
It would definitely mean a lot. Definitely excited for the challenge if it turns out to be. And yeah, it's just, I mean, I played the Open 3 years ago, and it's uncomparable experience. So to be there hopefully again is definitely something that will probably not settle in until the next couple of days.
Well, thanks for your time today, Tiger. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Amy. What potential excitement for Tiger Christiansen. As we know, is named after the great in Tiger Woods. How many golfers do you reckon are named after Jamie Spence and Richard Boxall?
Not many.
No, there was a book named after Jamie called Misery. I don't know whether you ever read that.
Mr. Grumpy.
I read it about 3 times. It was
He's
fantastic.
not Mr. Grumpy. He's a big softy inside.
No, there's named after us two. No, wouldn't be many.
There's not many people I can compare you to be fair.
No, that's fair.
That's aimed
fair
at you, Richard.
No, oh, you're steering away from Jamie now.
It looks set for 3 courses with the 5 qualifiers. It's just West Lancs where we potentially can have the playoff. The other 3 courses, unless Brandon Robinson-Thompson's got a chance at Burnham Berrow, he's got 4 holes to play, and he needs 2 birdies in those 4 holes, which he's a quality player, Brandon. He's capable of making a couple of birdies and making it a playoff for Burnham Berrow as well. So we shall see, but Cinque Ports and Dundonald Links looks pretty set, providing the scoreboards are correct, which we presume they are.
So he teed off Brandon Robinson-Thompson at 10:05 and then 3:35. So 3:30, 4:35, 36, 37, 30.
I think that was him putting there, Richard.
Yeah, I think it was.
He was on our flight back from Italy. Oh, no, it wasn't him. No, that's not him. Looked like him from the behind.
Well, here we are, James Nicholas, who's come from US Open qualifying each of the past 2 years. He finished 10 under par at Burnham and Berrow and looks in a good position to qualify. Well, he's been telling John Bradley that it was a challenging day.
Today was just a battle. Got up to a really, really good start, 600 through 8 or so. And then it was kind of hold on that backside, wind was straight in. And then we got to 3T on the second round, wind flipped to 180, and it was straight back into 10 the whole front 9. So it was just a battle. I love links golf. It's purest best of golf. I've been saying all week. It's almost like a religious experience. You go out there, even so on this course, you got the church there on hole number 12. So I love links golf, and it's a really good test.
Challenging day. Well, it is a challenging day playing 36 holes in a day, isn't it?
Yes, you could do with a good, decent massage at the end of the day, really, I suppose, after. Or you could nowadays. I wouldn't be able to get around 36 holes now. In a buggy, I would, but...
Would you fancy the challenge when you were playing?
Yeah, oh yeah, when you're playing, you're fine, yeah. You know, it's a rush day. It's just flat-out golf all day long, isn't it? I mean, you come in, you only get given probably 45 minutes max, and then you're out again. 35, 45 minutes, something like that, and you're back out on the tee again.
To me, thinking of it, 36 holes as a terrible golfer, I just think, oh, exhausting. But actually, for the players out there who have something to play for and have that adrenaline with them, especially if they're playing well, it probably doesn't feel as long as I think it feels.
If you're doing all right, the adrenaline will take you around. If you're 7 over, you know, all of a sudden, oh, do you know what? I've got a bit of a bad back here. It doesn't seem to be.
And just quickly for people that don't know Boxy, for those people that were having a bad day on their first 18. What do they have to do then, knowing that they probably don't stand a chance in qualifying? What do they use the second 18 as?
Well, the second 18, I wouldn't have used it as anything. I would have probably WD'd, withdrawn.
Can you do that?
I think you can do it, yeah. I think you can.
There's Robinson-Thompson at Burnham and Berrow. He's, well, it looks pretty cold and windy down there. He's got to have a big finish, Brandon, to get into one of the playoff spots.
He was on that flight, wasn't he, going home the other day?
He was, yes.
OK, quickly while we wait here, the players wait on the green. Just quickly back to Amy Bolden at West Lancs.
Yes, I am just currently walking on under par.
Apologies.
Yes, we'll get
break
back
up
to
there
if we can. So, would you have thought, Jamie? You would have thought there'd be more than one playoff? I was thinking there'd be a playoff at every course.
I thought there'd be a couple. We talked about this earlier in the programme, Richard. You thought there'd be one. I thought there might be a couple, but it looks like it's only going to be the one, and that's at West Lancs Golf Club. I think they might be preparing for it there. Yeah, they look like they're getting ready to go out into the playoff at West Lancs, and it looks to be between 3 players: Sam Easterbrook, Matthew Jordan, and Joe Dean, playing for 1 spot. Good luck, gentlemen.
Who's your money on?
It's a toss of a coin. That amateur there on the right, he could well get it. Sam, that was the chap we were upping, wasn't it? Sam Easterbrook.
We thought he did earlier when we was at 12 under par.
Yeah, it came up that he shot 63 and he hadn't.
Well, we're just going to chat with Amy Bolden, who knows a little bit more, who's on the ground at West Lancs. Amy, what have you got for us?
Thanks, Gabby. Yes, I am currently stood just because that is going to be the first hole in this playoff. They're going to play the 10th, and if they need to go on to extra holes, it'll then be down 18 and then so on. Depending on how long it takes of the rotations we do, they may also bring in the 17th hole as well. But for the first couple of times, it will be 10 and then 18. So 3 Englishmen in the playoff, and they should be getting ready to go in the next couple of minutes.
Thanks, Amy. We'll be back to you shortly. Now, for those who have been waiting in the clubhouse, potentially to go back out for a playoff, if you've had a bit of a longer break or compared to those who've come in quicker, is it better to have more momentum on your side? Or
Yes, I'd rather come straight in and straight back out onto the course again. Rather, if you were playing at 7:05 this morning, I mean, that's not pleasant. I would like to have come off, straight out of the action, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes off, and then straight back out on the course again.
I think they've all had similar time. Maybe Matt Jordan's been in a little bit earlier, maybe an hour or so. So there's no worries on that front, really. Drawing lots for who goes off first. And it looks like Sam Easterbrook, the amateur, is going to go off first, and I'd love to go off first.
Yeah.
That was going to be my next question.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you got to get your first. Got to go on the tee first. Don't want to be waiting around. Here you go. This is last man standing, isn't it? 3
Slightly.
players, 1 spot. And the nerves will be fluttering. But sometimes, actually, when you get in this situation, you've got nothing to lose. The nerves disappear and you just have a crack at it. He's a big lad.
He is. I think I was looking on there. I think 381 yards this 10th hole, so it's a mighty good birdie chance. That's a great tee shot, that.
Would you be a player that'd like to go first?
Yeah,
you would
most
as well.
definitely. Yeah, get the.
Is that what most players would probably tend to opt for?
Yeah, I think so.
This, of course, is the hole where the Estonian player, Richard Tedder, pitched in to get his open spot. So we might see some similar drama.
Some more excitement to send the crowd wild. Matt Jordan, he'll be wanting this, won't he? He's got a good record at qualifiers and at the Open Championship in the area, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's just hitting the 9 off the tee here for position for Matthew Jordan, recently married man.
A different strategy. He's hitting an iron, whereas Easterbrook and Joe Dean are hitting driver. So he's going to have a lot further in, Jordan, but playing for position. That's left, isn't it?
Didn't like the sound of that one.
I have a feeling.
My goodness me.
It's miles left, but it's very burnt out. He might just get away with that.
You got to think birdie, Richard, on a short par 4 though here.
Oh, 4 won't be doing any good.
I don't think so. One of them, I would be surprised if somebody doesn't make 3 here.
Yeah.
This is a classic swing, Joe Dean.
He went through a period, Joe Dean, where he actually never practiced during the week. Never practiced before he went out.
Never practiced before he went out. He might have hit a few balls afterwards, but he never practiced before. Yeah, that's right.
Incredible.
It's a real good move, though, he has on the ball, Dean. Someone behind the tee's laughing because they've never seen the ball hit that far.
That's right, yeah.
2 perfect tee shots and an iron shot in the middle of the rough for Matt Jordan.
I must just say that Brandon Robinson Thompson has just made a little sneaky little birdie to get to 7 under par. He's playing the 15th at Burnham and Berrow. He may be a little further on that. He may be the 16th, but he needs a birdie to force a playoff there.
Yeah, it's quite possible as well, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. So there'll be, again, 3 players playing for 2 spots, which would be quite handy.
Now, I'm thinking in this playoff at West Lancs, the 2 players that don't get in will get into the last chance playoff. That's what I'm thinking.
Excuse me.
No, that's a consolation prize of sorts.
They probably won't be thinking that right
No,
now.
they
though,
will not. No, they will not.
Well, I presume it's 6th, 7th, and 8th from each course, isn't it? Must be.
Well,
You've got
that's
4
what we're
courses.
thinking, yes.
Must be 6th, 7th, and 8th from each course.
Probably on your last score as well.
Yeah.
Big crowds following the players down this 10th fairway at West Lancs.
Yeah. I think that amateur's going to do it.
Well, there's far less pressure on him.
Yeah.
Compared to the other 2 lads. But
looks pretty relaxed there, doesn't he?
He looks very relaxed, smiling away.
Enjoying the moment.
People on the radio can't see it, but they might be able to on YouTube. You've got your trolley, Gabby.
He's pushing that one.
Yeah.
What would Matt Jordan be thinking right now, knowing that his fellow competitors...
He'd be thinking, why didn't I hit a driver?
Yeah.
Do you reckon he would have hit a driver if he was up first?
No.
Probably not, no. Because it's quite a wide-ish fairway. I don't know why he didn't hit a driver there.
I've got to think he's hit iron both times, and he's just sticking to the same game plan.
Yeah.
He might regret that. He might make birdie out of the rough. We don't know. He looks like he's got an angle because the flag's cut on the right-hand side, so he's keen to get the ball down the left-hand side. He's just overdone it. There's Amy pacing it out there. We can see you, Amy. She's got the yardages there.
She's in the zone. Little smile, little grin. She heard you back.
Yeah. And the great thing is when you're pitching into these holes and the links turf, you can really get some grab, get some spin. It's great to pitch off links turf. I've got to think one of them's going to make birdie. But the pressure's on.
Yep, you would think so, wouldn't you?
Bairstow has won the qualifying at West Lancs, 10 under par. Kabori, the Kiwi, he's in as well. And what about Jose Ballesta, this young Spaniard? Birdie in the last to get a spot alongside Tiger Christensen. Some great young talent there, Rich.
Yes, there is very much so. I thought when he played a provisional ball off that tee, I was thinking probably for a par, but I mean, he must have got a right result with the tee shot and able to get it that close.
Well, Amy Bolden is watching at this very moment, so let's go to her quickly.
Well, it was interesting with the club choice off this tee box for Matt Jordan. Went with the iron to get it in play, pulled it left. Has now left himself with 166 yards to this pin. Only wants to be covering the front number out this fluffy lie. It should release. It's going to just finish left side of the green. But what a huge drive it was from Sam Easterbrook and Jodine, taking it on with driver. And I've got to say, if anybody remembers the playoff from last year, Richard Teeder, I was with the group, and he holed out from this exact position. So they've got 67 yards deciding who's going to be up first to play. But it's not too bad of an angle in. Pin position today, 18 yards on, 5 from the right. And they're just far enough left to not have to deal with this bunker that sits right of the green. There is a little shoulder halfway up, so it's going to be interesting to see whether they decide to run this one in or whether they decide to pitch it over the shoulder and getting it to stop pretty quickly. It's going to be Jodine to play first. Huge crowds out here now at West Lancs. It's great to see. Oh, watching on who's going to make it through, get that final spot. Jodine now, wedge back foot. punching one in. It needs to go.
Oh, it would look good from there. He was as well, right on line.
Well, the amateur is going to be last to play into this first playoff hole from 66 yards. I want to pitch it just over that shoulder. Greens are soft enough.
Well,
they shot the 3, Rich.
Yeah, good chance there. All down to the old putter now. Mind you, I mean, they're that sort of distance. It's looking possibly 3-4s could carry on to the next hole.
Yes, more than likely, really, after those second shots. Easterbrook's got the best chance there, but long putts required from the other two.
You know, Jamie, that last chance thing that's on the Monday of the Open Championship, percentage-wise, you've got a better chance of qualifying for it than you have in one of these, because there's only 12 playing.
Yes, Richard.
You have got a better chance,
yes,
haven't
well
you?
done, Richard. You
I told you he's a numbers man.
He is a numbers man.
There is
stats man.
So maybe that might be for them, like, oh yes, maybe there is a bit more of a chance then.
I'll go through the criteria of that shortly. Okay, Amy, time to go back to you. It's getting exciting, isn't it?
It certainly is. You know, Matt Jordan has hit it to the left side of this 10th green, and it's very much an outside birdie attempt. He is just off the green, but he is opting to putt it, which definitely is the play, to be honest, especially on this links golf course, getting it running on the ground early. It's going to be a slow putt up the hill, but this is a battle between these three. He's got a good 40 feet coming up through the fringe. It's uphill for the first half of this putt.
Ball on its way for Jordan. That's a lovely putt from Matthew Jordan. Secures his 4. Over to you.
Yeah, it's going to be Joe Dean to go next. So, Amy, you better look at these lines. What do you think? Who do you fancy here, or is it going to be 3-4s moving on to the next?
Well, I think Sam Easterbrook, he's got a little bit of movement in this one from right to left. I think the best attempt that we're going to see is going to be from Joe Dean. He was directly behind the pin, so he's got a flat putt with not a lot of movement at all, whereas this putt from Easterbrook is definitely going to move.
Well, this is Joe Dean. Putting now.
Practice putt. This one up the hill is going to come up just a fraction short and left. Not a bad attempt from there.
Well, this amateur now has a golden opportunity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Boxy.
Oh, Amy, what a chance, eh?
Oh, huge. You know, you're an amateur competing against the professionals for your chance to get in the Open Championship, and he's got his moment here, and this is what, you know, they practice for as little kids, isn't it? You're on the putting green playing against your mates, and you've got a 15-footer to get yourself in. And there's not much movement on this at all. It's a very flat putt. You can see the crowd is all gathered all the way around this putting green, and the sun has finally come out. It's beautiful out here. He's stepping in over it now, having a couple of practice putts. This one, keep it inside the hole. Ball is on its way. Just misses on the right side. Well, it looks like this is going to be carrying on for another hole. We are going to be off to 18.
Well, that amateur there, bless him, he had what a golden opportunity that was. You don't get many chances like that to knock out two tour professionals odds are against him now, I'd say, going down that next.
And how much of a lifeline, just quickly, for Matty Jordan, knowing that, you know, he could potentially go back there and reset and actually maybe change his game plan? How would he look at it now?
You or me?
Well, are they going back to the 10th, or is it 10 and 18? 10 and 18. Well, he's still in it. That's the thing. So,
unless he misses this.
Well, I very much doubt.
No,
that.
he won't. But yeah, it's a lifeline for both, for Joe Dean and for Matthew Jordan, because I put obviously one of those two now as favourites to go through, I would say.
Beautiful drone shots, West Lancs Golf Club in the late evening light.
We've seen a few different seasons today, haven't we?
Absolutely stunning. But miracles can happen, there's no doubt about it.
Yes.
And we saw one last year, didn't we? Maybe one of these three players is going to be used a long putt or a hole, a bunker shot, or something spectacular. They're making their way across to the 18th tee.
Yes, 18th obviously runs back down towards the clubhouse.
Now, before we get to that, before they get to the 18th tee, let's head over to Ali Walker back at Dundonald Links.
Yes, we have our 5 open qualifiers from Dundonald. Leading the way, Jack McDonald, the Scotsman from Whitecraigs in Glasgow, qualifying for his 2nd Open Championship, topping the leaderboard on that score after a 16-9. He was 1 shot ahead of Matt Baldwin, the Englishman, qualifying for his home Open at Royal Birkdale. Great performances too from amateur David Howard on 4 under from Ireland, and also from Dutchman Neville Rutter on 3 under par. He's qualified alongside Marcus Plunkett from the USA. So those are our 5 qualifiers from Dundonald, and what an afternoon and evening it has been.
OK, we're off to see Richard Tedder next. Remember that moment from last year?
Yeah, what about this? This is a good way to get in the Open, isn't it? In you go. What about that? Can't believe it. That's what can happen.
The caddy's more excited.
Oh, my goodness me. Doesn't get better than that, Rich.
No, it doesn't get worse than that for the other 2 golf balls that are on the green there, though.
No.
I mean, that's quite sick-making, isn't it, when that happens? But what a shot, lovely shot. That's a view down there of the 18th. A couple of bunkers down the left-hand side.
And a sneaky pond down the right.
Yeah. No, he's eyeing that one up and down. A little down the left, is it maybe? Too sure.
Good action from the young man.
Yeah.
That's a great view of the hole there. With the tee centre bottom of your picture. Green centre top.
I think you could have that as an Open Championship course, you know, don't you? If it's just the space, isn't it?
Well, the course is certainly
yeah, that's what I mean.
It, but
fantastic.
It's not just about the golf course, is it? It's about the infrastructure.
Yeah. Yeah, the course is certainly good enough.
Right, Jordan with the driver, and he needs a good one. I think he hit iron off here in regulation. My memory serves me right.
I know he hit it left.
Sort
of got away. Eyeing that one up and down. I think he'd go down for his tee in a minute. Yeah, Joe Dean's going to be the man to play last here.
And if you're wondering, that is an oyster catcher, that noise. You get some nice fresh oysters, do you? Where you're from, Jamie?
Not from where I'm from Whitstable, which isn't far from Cinque Ports, actually. Lovely oysters, if you like oysters.
Do you like oysters?
Nope.
I've never had an oyster in my life. My mother was violently ill when I was about 12, so I never had one since. And nor has she. She lost 3 stone in a week. Some people say I could do that, doing that myself, but she was, so I never had one. You? Gabby?
Oh, I've had several. Yeah, I do love an oyster. Yeah, but like when you put a little bit of garnish on it, a bit of the
Do you swallow them or do you chew them?
I swallow them.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so. Depends what size. Anyway, we'll pick up with this a little bit later, the oyster chat, but time now to head over to John Bradley, who, of course, is at Burnham and Berrow.
Yes, and I'm with Brandon Robinson-Thompson, who's hit an absolutely massive shot down 18. There have been very few threes on 18 today here at Burnham and Berrow. He needs a 3 to force a playoff, but he's hit a magnificent tee shot. The pin is tucked away back left, plenty of green to work with, so he's got a huge shot. He's got to wait for his playing partners to play first, but this is really do or die for him. He's got to make 3. He's put together a fantastic last few holes to get himself into contention, but he needs one more shot if he is to make the playoff, and we just wait for him to set himself up now. Again, he's still waiting on his playing partners. We've now finally moved aside for him, and he's basically got about 75 yards in. Anyone who knows Burnham Berrow will know that this is an absolutely massive shot off the tee here. He's had a couple of little looks at it now. Just takes a step or 2 back, and now he's just going to send one he hopes as close to the pin as possible to give himself the chance. It's off and it goes, and it's reached the front of the green. It's rolling up, and it's stopped about 15 feet short. It's a pretty good shot, but he was disappointed not to get closer. Still has that chance though to make a 3 and to take this to the wee small hours, as it may be.
Great chance there for Robinson-Thompson to make it a playoff at Burnham and Berrow.
Look, he'll know how much is on the line there, won't he? He'll need that birdie to make sure he makes it into the playoff. Like, what will be going through his mind right now?
You just got to go through your process and just play the best. Just concentrate on the putt, hit your line, and pray it goes in. To be honest with you, you can't get too far ahead, or you're just in the present at the moment.
He's done a lot of the hard work so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's really rallied from about the 9th onwards. He's played really well. I didn't think he had any chance at all. I looked at him, he was about 5 under with 6 holes to go. So he's played really well. I mean, rumours will be going round. He'll know what he needs. But if he's 15 feet or so, as John was saying there, then he's going to... 15 feet is a good chance. You know, it's not quite as good as 4 feet, but there's a chance you can roll that one in.
We're going to quickly head over to Flick Johnson, who has details of who has qualified at Royal Cinque Ports.
Okay, and here we have Steve Collins, Chairman of the Championship, to announce the qualifiers from Royal Cinque Ports.
Good evening. Today there were 5 places available for qualification through to the 154th Open. I am pleased to confirm that Messrs Scogan, Duffy, Southgate, Uline and Rosner have qualified for the 154th Open at Royal Birkdale.
And time now to head back to Amy Bolden, who's of course with Joe Dean, Matthew Jordan and Sam Easterbrook in the playoff.
Thank you, Gabby. Yes, they have hit through absolute beauties down this 18th hole. All 3 of them in a fantastic position down the middle of the fairway. We've got Sam Easterbrook. He's hit it down the left side. He's probably going to have the most awkward angle into this pin. Probably the hardest one to get close. Joe Dean down the right half. He's got a lovely angle in. He's left himself with 119 yards to the pin. But Matthew Jordan has hit an absolute huge drive down 18. He's only got 94 yards left. So he has hit a massive drive down here. We are discussing who's going to be going first. It looks like it's probably going to be Joe Dean to play. He's just working out his yardage that he's got. But West Lancs have actually done a few changes to the golf course last winter, and this is one of the holes that they have changed. They've made it a lot more undulating around the green, but we'll get back to this place very soon. Back over to John Bradley.
Yes, Brandon Robinson-Thompson is over this putt now, 15 feet. He's had 2 or 3 really good looks at it. He's over the top of it now. He sends it on its way. It's feeding, but it's nowhere near. And he stood up on it straight away. He wasn't happy with it. And there goes his chance of making it to the Open. And let's go back to Amy.
Joe Dean is over it now from 130 yards. Pin is back left today, only 5 yards from the left. There's a big swale that will take it away from the pin here, but he's hit it perfectly. Pin eye right. Fantastic shot from Joe Dean. He's going to have a great look at birdie coming up. Moving over to Sam Easterbrook, the amateur, down the left side. He's just in the first cut. Ball slightly below his feet here. Only got a little wedge in from 125. The shouts of 4. Oh, it's gone long. A bit of a flyer there. And that could be costly for the Englishman. But last to break play is Matthew Jordan. And as I said earlier, honestly, he's hit an absolutely huge drive down here. It's got to be over 350 yards. It is down breeze. He's only got 94 yards, sorry, into this pin now. Centre of the fairway. He's going to look at going dead aim here. He knows what he needs to do. A couple of practice swings. Having a good stare down the pin. The sunshine's beaming down now. Narrow stance, back foot wedge. Ball's on its way. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and wow, it nearly goes in the hole. What a fantastic shot from Matthew Jordan. An opportunity here.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man, Matthew Jordan, on the 18th at West Lancs Golf Club. 1 spot available between these 3 men. It's not over yet, because Dean's got a great chance, and who knows, Easterbrook could hold that as well. Gabby.
He absolutely could, but it's looking like Matthew Jordan has the best opportunity.
Well, it was some shot in, was it? That's the great thing about these scorched fairways in these open qualifiers. If you get a decent connection, you get so much spin on the ball. Ball stays on the club face with a decent strike. I tell you what, it was unlucky. I didn't go in for a 2, to be honest.
He doesn't want it back, Rich.
No, he doesn't want it back, but, you know...
What a shot.
Yeah, what a chance that Am had on the last hole, though.
Well, I agree with you. You felt that. Listen, stranger things can happen, but the other 2 know what they've got to do now, that's for sure. Yeah. And Matthew Jordan, with his links experience, with his open experience, it may be coming to the fore right here, right now.
Well, he'll have another go when he Easterbrook. He'll be in that last chance saloon, won't he? Maybe in the top 3.
We're not quite sure of the qualification, but yeah, he'll have a great chance of getting in it. We hope.
Yeah, must do.
They've got to fill it with 12 players from various categories. But meanwhile, this is where probably the final action of the final qualifying is going to take place here on the West Lancs coast. Matt Jordan, I would think half the people around that 18th green are Matt Jordan fans or family and friends. He got away with that, Easterbrook. I think he might have just caught the bank or somebody in the crowd and it's rolled back and given him a chance.
Yeah, I thought he was going to stick up in that long grass, to be honest. Amy can tell us.
Well, yes, the amateur just off the back edge of the green. He's got a huge hump to come up and over. He's chosen the putter, getting it running along the ground early. This one looks good. It's right on line. Has it got the pace? Oof! What a fantastic effort that was from Sam Easterbrook. Great pace putt there from the amateur. But we're going to see 2 birdie putts to come. And as I've walked up to this 18th green, Matt Jordan's ball just got closer and closer. Sam Easterbrook there just putting out for his par. Leaving the stage open now for Joe Dean. He hit also a great approach shot into this par 4 18th. He knows almost certainly this one has to go in. Matt Jordan not yet in the hole for birdie, but he's got within a couple of feet. Joe Dean knows how big this putt is. Putting from just behind the hole here. It's pretty flat, maybe downhill just after the hole. But one thing's for certain, this one shouldn't be being left short. Couple of practice strokes as he steps in over it now. Silence in the crowd. As he makes contact, the ball is on its way and it just slips out on the left edge. Good effort from Jodine, but it's going to be just a par. He is going to finish it and leave the stage open for Matt Jordan. A lot of support out here as well for Matthew Jordan. Jodine there just holding it for his four. Two players now, Sam Easterbrook, Jodine, they are in the hole for par. Matthew Jordan now from just a couple of feet. What a moment this is. And in it goes, a birdie from Matthew Jordan, the second playoff hole. What a fantastic performance.
Well, what a finish from Young.
Signs and moments of relief there from Matty Jordan. I think when he hit that opening tee shot on the first playoff, he thought this could be slipping away from me, but actually he's regained control and he has done it. He looks exhausted, but he looks relieved and excited as well. Loads of feelings going on in his head right now.
Yeah, it's a wonderful feeling. It really is. When you've achieved your goal, you set out at the start of the season to play in the Open. Matthew can't believe it, but what a shot he hit in there. Well, a great drive as well. Great drive, set him up, and just a little gap wedge. Plenty of spin on it, and even one of us three could have held that. Gets his flag. Well done.
Caddy there in the background, Chris Simmons, been with him quite a long time. Dead straight that one, Jamie.
Yes, we fancy those, Rich.
Yes, we do.
Phil Firth, Dean and Easterbrook, so close yet so far. At least Dean's played in a couple of Opens before. Maybe there'd be another day for Sam Easterbrook.
It's amazing. They're actually more excited there, seems to me, than winning a tournament. Do you know what I mean? It's incredible.
It feels like you've won, doesn't it? You've
Yeah.
said, yeah. Feels like you've won a bit of the lottery, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And he could stay at home probably for the Open as well.
Yeah, I would think so.
Would you want to stay at home still? Would you feel like you're in the mix a little bit more when you're staying in like a shared accommodation or a hotel? You're in the zone.
I'd like to have stayed at home. That'd been quite nice.
Could you have stayed at home for Royal St George?
No, it's too far. It's an hour and a half. So too far to go. So there's Amy. Done a sterling job today. She's going to interview Matt. All the youngsters trying to get his autograph, few pictures, few selfies as well.
Must be a funny old feeling, because you almost feel like you've probably won something at the end of a day like today, don't you? And then you've got to kind of reset, pick yourself back up. Yeah. And obviously it isn't such an exciting opportunity to play at the Open, which Matt's done before.
I'll tell you what you've won. When you get in the Open, you get you get a clip, a blue badge. I've got 8 of them. Richard's got 12, and they are.
A few of them have gone missing. I can tell you.
They are treasured possessions. I can tell you.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
You keep every one, and well.
Where'd you keep them?
In a little box. I'm not telling you.
He's not going to tell you.
I'm not going to nip one.
1.5 inches.
They'll be the property of my sons. Yeah, they're great keepsakes that all players. When you get that badge, you've achieved something.
Yeah, it's a great feeling that Matthew Jordan right now. You've qualified for the Open. I can feel it in my body, if you know what I mean, how he's feeling right now. It's a lovely feeling.
And how good a chance, there's his wife there, Kate, how good a chance do you think now he has, competing so close to home there? Obviously, what would the expectation be like for these guys? Because you can't
I don't think he's going to win it. I mean, you might, yeah, but
you want to play 4
he had
rounds.
top 10 in Royal. He know Birkdale very well. He'll be expecting a good performance. He'll be thinking top 20, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Well, Amy Bolden is lucky enough to be alongside Matthew Jordan. So, Amy, what has he got to say?
Matthew, huge congratulations. A 2-hole playoff there. Just about your emotions right now.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Days like this are long, and to come away from it, say if you didn't qualify in a playoff would have been a bit gutting. So, yeah, it makes it all worthwhile.
Well, you qualified in 2023 for your home club at Royal Liverpool. You know, the support you had out here today, how much did that mean to you?
Yeah, it was amazing, because actually I didn't feel, I woke up last night feeling terrible for whatever reason. I don't know if it was a bit of food poisoning, whatever. So I was tired coming here, and then once I finished 18, I could feel my body like kind of giving up. Even though I'm only 30, it was kind of giving up on me, because I was just so tired. And then thankfully seeing all these people, like I said, various kinds of people that I know from golf club, other kind of stuff, it kind of gave me a bit more adrenaline to start with, and then that kind of progressed, and yeah, that kind of kept with me. So but I think I'll be knackered tonight.
Well, I can see how much this means to you. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you at Birkdale.
Yeah, look forward to being there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, ever so busy there, and rightly so, supporting Matt Jordan, so hence the signal issues we had there. But Matt said it himself. Look, he said he felt tired, and how much did those people really help pick him up through that? How much does that help on a day like today?
Quite a lot, I think. I mean, he was quite right. It's a long old day. You know, he's up early. He must have played, what, around about 8 o'clock this morning, 8:30, something like that. So you're going to be up at sort of 5:30, 5:45. You want to get there, you've got to hit some balls. You know, you hit a few putts, and then you're going to go out and do your round. It's flat out concentration in that. It really is. It is every tournament you play. And then you've only got 35 minutes, 45 minutes maybe for lunch, which will be a glass of milk and a ham and tomato sandwich. And then off you go in the afternoon. You've got to do it all over again. So he'll be absolutely cream crackered by when he gets back home tonight.
And he's probably picked up a few fans along the way, haven't they?
Yeah.
Some fans that have come along, maybe watched him for the first time, that may be fortunate enough to head to the Open. So he's generated a bit of a new fan base too.
He speaks well, Matthew.
He does,
He's
yeah.
a very humble young man. He's very respectful. He knows how lucky he is to be out there, and he's a fine player. He's waiting for that first victory in professional golf. I'm sure that's around the corner. But to play in another Open Championship, and of course not far away from where he's brought up, it's fairy tale stuff, really. So he'll be looking forward to it. He'll just have to. I'm not sure whether he's going to Germany to play in the BMW International. Maybe with the illness he was saying, he might be wise just to take a week off and go to Scotland as good prep for the Open. So exciting times for him and his new wife, Kate.
Absolutely. And is that what you guys would do? You would have probably played the next couple of weeks?
I think in the situation that Matthew's in and the position he's in, I don't think it would be any point going to the BMW this week whatsoever. Maybe it's Tuesday night now. You know, you got to go back, pack, get to the airport, rush round, probably playing a pro-am. It's about 40 degrees in heat there this week, and for the whole of the week. And I hear that Wednesday's a complete write-off tomorrow. I've got 43 mils of rain coming in tomorrow.
How important is it, guys, to enjoy these weeks really and enjoy these moments? Because the weeks come so thick and fast, don't they? That it actually gives you a rare opportunity to actually enjoy them.
Yeah, you've got to love the journey, and you've got to enjoy your triumphs in golf, because there's many times when you're not a winner in golf. You know, there's only one winner every week, and there's 150 odd players. So events like this, where you qualify, you're one of the top 5 in a field of 72. You've got to enjoy your achievements and pat yourself on the back and say well done and enjoy it with your friends and family. What a great opportunity for him to do that.
It could be quite the year for Matthew Jordan. Gets married a month ago and now teeing up at the Open once more.
You caught the bouquet at his wedding.
I absolutely have, and I've still not got the ring. Who made up that rule?
I don't know. Should be obligatory. Should be obligatory.
We get married again. If we get married again, do you think we're qualified for the Open?
No, I don't think so. But what a lovely evening there at West Lancashire as well. We're blessed with the weather mostly of the day. 4 magnificent golf courses and 5 worthy qualifiers at each event.
Yeah, been very good, very very good scoring.
Incredible scoring. 10 under par. There's one at Burnham Berrow, 6 under at Dundonald Links, 10 under at West Lancs, Sam Bairstow, and 12 under around Cinque Ports, which I think's so difficult golf course.
Well,
Royal
yeah, you
Cinque
play it a lot,
Ports.
don't you?
Yeah, I played it
is,
quite a bit.
yeah.
And 3 players have got to double figures, including Matt Southgate, who's qualified again. Quite incredible.
Look, you were here last year, Spencer. You know, we mentioned we see some low scores. I know the weather had a huge part to play in that. But how does it compare? Because obviously I touched on earlier, we see the level getting stronger and stronger each year, don't we?
Yeah, we do, and it's very weather dependent, links golf, and I think they've had it about as good as they're going to get it at all 4 courses here. I'm sure the members of each of the course want it to blow and be a little bit wet at times as well to really test these boys, but especially with the dry spell we've had the last few weeks, the ball's running a mile as well, so they're playing quite short, as we see there, the 18th at West Lancs, which is normally a pretty tough hole. They're only just pitching in because the ball's running so far, but you've got to get the ball on the fairway first to hit those wedge shots. But yeah, the golf courses are playing quite short at the moment, especially the links courses, so from that perspective they've had it quite easy, I'd say. It's these courses are going to go, but you still got to play and put the scores, and the cream rises to the top.
Yeah, well,
I see. It looks like they're giving them a Birkdale flag for qualifying now, which is a nice thing to do, all rolled up in a little sealed tube.
You never got that.
No. I just got a tick next to my note. You're off. Off you go and sign in, go and register.
That would do. We're time now to quickly head over to Dundonald Links in Scotland and catch up with Ali Walker.
Yeah, what a finish we had here at Dundonald. And interesting hearing you talk about the weather, because the conditions were very benign here in the sense that there was no wind, which we often expect at Dundonald. It has been very damp, and the ball wasn't rolling quite how it should. But I think the players that ended up finishing at the top of the leaderboard here and qualifying were the ones that kind of knew the course a little bit, especially that leader, Jack McDonald. The finish was incredible. I mean, he was in the second last group, and he kept his nerve, and he holed out for a 69 in his second round to top that leaderboard on 5 under par. And then he had to wait for 20 minutes or so alongside the Englishman Matt Baldwin, who was on 4 under par, and he was sitting in second position at that point. Baldwin, of course, trying to qualify for his home Open. It meant an awful lot to him to get to the Open. The amateur, David Howard from Ireland, was also on 4 under. He had to wait. And the last group included the Netherlands' Neville Reuter and another amateur, who's another amateur, and Marcus Plunkett from the USA. They were in the very, very last group, and they were also in qualifying position. So it went right to the absolute wire. But they too kept it solid, finishing on 3 under par to book their place at the Open Championship. But what a test, what a fabulous test this has been. The course provided a huge test for these players today, and the score is a little bit lower than perhaps the other qualifying courses, and that, I think, is in respect to the weather perhaps, but 5 of them have made it, and 5 of them are absolutely delighted.
Thank you so much, Ali, there. And now for the last time, we're going to head over to Flick Johnson, who's going to give us an overview of the day at Royal Cinque Ports.
Yeah, thanks, Gabby. It's been a lovely afternoon here at Royal Cinque Ports. 5 very happy golfers, 67 not so happy ones going home they'll all be thinking they could have done this, they could have done that better. But I think if you look at the 5 qualifiers, a large percentage of them are having good seasons. They've won on their respective tours. They've come into here with form. They've come in with confidence. And it's almost like if they get into the event, it's a bonus. They've just come in knowing that it's a qualifier. Anything can happen. I do think the 36-hole ones bring out the best players. The conditions were very even for the morning and the afternoon, and nobody got any sort of better draw. None of the late starters finished in calm conditions, so it was a great day for golf. The members, I think, would have liked it a little bit more tricky out there with the conditions, because it was just perfect. A little bit of rain this morning just softened it up, and it looks lovely and lush out there. But I think some of these players we're looking to kick on. Some will make their first major appearance, some are playing several, some have qualified on several occasions. But I think the best players have come out, and yeah, so it's 5 great players and stories to look out for at the Open in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, thanks so much, Flick. Thanks for a great day. And last but not least, let's head over to Amy Bolden, who's got confirmation of the qualifiers.
Thank you, Gabby. Yes, what a fantastic day it's been here at West Lancs. We have had all types of weather as well. It has been raining, the sun's been out, we've had a little bit of breeze, but now as the sun is slowly starting to set, we have our 5 qualifiers. Leading the way was Samuel Bairstow on 10 under par. What a fantastic couple of rounds he put together. And then we had a tie on 9 under. Kazuma Kabari from New Zealand alongside the Spaniard Jose Ballester Barrow, who also had a fantastic finish, eagle 16 and birdied 18. And then also on that grouping of 9 under, Tiger Christensen. And then we just had an exciting playoff where Matt Jordan was the player to come out on top after nearly holing out on the second playoff hole. So they are our 5 players heading to the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale. It's going to be exciting, but it's been a fantastic day here at West Lancs.
Thanks so much, Amy. It absolutely has. Just listening to some of those that have gone through, all 5 from all 4 courses, what excites you the most in what's to come?
What, of the players that have qualified?
Yes.
What excites me? I don't know, actually, what excites me. I just think what fun they're going to have. I mean, they've got 2 weeks now to enjoy this. Well, they've got 2 weeks. Yeah, they have 2 weeks to enjoy this. And they can actually treat it a little bit more, as I said earlier, they can treat it like it isn't a normal tour event because it's a major, but they can, instead of being rushed into it and playing, 36 holes, as we say, Sunday, Monday and straight in, play Tuesday, they'll probably turn up now Monday afternoon, and get settled into their house or wherever it is they're staying, or hotel, and then they'll just go out and have a meal, and then they'll have a practice round on Tuesday, and then they might do 18 holes on Wednesday, but I would doubt it. They'll probably do 9 holes on Wednesday morning or Wednesday afternoon. Some will play the back 9, some will play the front 9. You've got both tees that are pretty close to the clubhouse there, and then they'll get underway on Thursday. And Jamie's staring at me and shaking his head, but I can't really work out why that is. Why does he do that?
I think
why does he do that?
Stretching.
Is he stretching his neck? Go on then, Jamie. You have a go.
How many friends and family are going to be kind of coming out the woodwork and just basically asking for tickets and all of those things and saying, Well,
that's another thing that all these 20 players are going to deal with is they can't please everybody. They've got to look after themselves because they're playing the greatest championship in all of golf. And what strikes me about today is that this qualifying is so alive. It's such a fantastic event and part of the calendar. I know so many players that have tried to go through the regional, and they just want to get to the final. They want to have the chance to get into the Open, and then to get in the Open itself. There's some stories there to be told from all the players you've heard from. So excited to get into the Open from all 20 players. So the dream is there for everybody. You've just got to be good enough. You do need a bit of luck along the way as well. But it's such a great day, I think, in the calendar of golf, because it is truly the Open. Anyone can play.
And you always feel that in again moments like this, there is always a moment of magic that happens in the day. Like you said, like you could have luck, but that kind of gets you over the line.
There's always something that happens, not necessarily holding a bunker shot, something like that, but you hold a long putt, you get a bit lucky. I mean, look, let's face it, the tee shot Matt Jordan hit on the first playoff hole was, most places would be in bushes, sorry. You know what I mean? It would be, or could be lost. I mean, he had a lot of room out on that left-hand side, and he did give it a proper hook, or pull, sort of smother, and got away with it because the amateur didn't make his birdie, and that is, for me, that's his break of the day, and that's the little thing that happened in his 36 holes, where he'd got to where he'd got, and then he had a get out of jail card at the end.
And I'm sure both of you have some advice that you could probably give to some of the players that have just narrowly missed out, or those that have kind of fallen way off earlier in the day, and how to kind of pick themselves up and go again, really.
It's always next year. Learn from this experience, work a bit harder, work a bit smarter, and go and have a word with Matthew Southgate. Say, how do you do it every year, Matthew? And copy whatever he does, just copy it. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Simple.
And good luck to the 12 that are playing in the Last Chance Saloon.
Would you like to hear the criteria of that now?
Come on then.
I have
Fire it
final
away.
confirmation. So you have 12 invited players there to the Last Chance qualifier.
Yeah.
And the criteria as follows. So it's the leading 2 non-exempt players in the official World Golf Rankings, as published on Monday the 6th of July. You've also got the runner-up in the Amateur Championship, provided that the player is still an amateur on Monday the 13th of July. And then players who did not secure a place in the Open, having been at final qualifying. And I think that's determined at this point and the point after in terms of strength of the field. And players who finished 1 position behind those who secured a place in the Open at final qualifying.
So how many... Hang on, we're going to go to
before
John.
Before we get to point 6, I'm not quite finished. We're going to head over to John Bradley at Burnham and Berrow, who has a special guest alongside him.
I do have a special guest alongside me. He's currently checking the football scores. But he has one of the biggest beaming smiles that we've seen. He's a local boy as well, Tom Sloman. Congratulations! What a fantastic day you've had.
Thanks very much. Cheers. It was all right. I'll take that. Yeah. One of the better days I've had.
Just talk me through it, because obviously I think for local support you had the bulk of it today, and everyone was really willing you on, and it's a bit of added pressure, isn't it?
No, I quite enjoy it, to be fair. I don't feel pressure in it at all, really. It's just nice to have people to support you, really, isn't it? So yeah, it was decent. Must be about 50, 100 people out there, mustn't there? So yeah, it was very nice for them to come out.
And you basically just kept creeping up that leaderboard, didn't you? And the back 9 on the way in, you just kept finding shots.
I don't actually know. I didn't look at the leaderboard once, so I actually thought I needed 1 or 2 more coming down. Well, I thought I definitely needed a birdie last. So, and I was quite annoyed that I didn't. So yeah, then I looked at the leaderboard and it was alright. It was quite a pleasant surprise, to be fair. So there
aren't many 3s on this 18th, are there?
No, I know. Yeah, it's quite far downwind now, isn't it? So yeah, it's tough to stop the ball and everyone just goes over the back. So yeah,
I mean, the golf course itself played pretty tough all day as well. The wind was all over the place, and obviously you've had every single bit of weather thrown at you.
I know, it was mental. It was about 25 degrees at one point, then about 10 the next. It was crazy, but I actually got a bit lucky with the draw, to be fair. It was downwind all my back 9, then I turned on 10 and it came downwind for me there, so it wasn't actually that good of a round.
Honestly, he's been laughing and smiling for so long now. We're just waiting for official clarification that you'll be on your way to Birkdale, but I mean, what a day.
Yeah, fantastic.
And what a challenge ahead for you.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I'm sure there'll be a few first 2 nerves, but I'm sure I'll be able to cope with it, yeah. So yeah, it'll be fantastic.
Well done, Tom.
Thanks very much. Cheers, boys.
Well, he sounds like the most chilled out golfer I've ever heard after the final quarter. He just sounds like, I didn't play great, I had a bit of luck with the draw, but...
Well, listen, it's 69, 60, what was he, 65? Yeah, 69, 65, 134 blows around Burnham and Berrow. He's bound to sound a bit relaxed, isn't he?
He does play on that golf course.
Which helps.
How much does that help?
Well, listen, I've had a chat with a few people about it over the last 3 weeks. Some agree with me, some don't. So
you're the only one that says it doesn't help.
Yeah, well, that's because it didn't help me.
Well,
that's why.
I know it didn't help you, but I think it helps most people. But he did sound very relaxed, very laid back. I'm not sure it's quite hit him yet. That's the thing.
No, it will when he gets up there.
When does it hit you?
Probably tomorrow morning when he wakes up and thinks, "Oh my goodness me, I'm in the Open."
Yeah,
that's when it's going to hit him. So good on him. Yeah, great performance. It sounded like he had the best draw, but you still got to play. You still got to hit the shots. And
you've still got to get it in the hole, Jamie.
You have still got to get it in the hole. So it's been a great day. So I must say, Burnham and Berrow has probably produced the most surprises today. 5 players who you wouldn't have put at the top of the betting, if you like.
One of them being an amateur.
One of them being an amateur. So good on them. And all 20 qualifiers.
Yeah, there was another one at Dundonald Links, another amateur qualified there. Again, really, apart from one, Matthew Baldwin, you would have said that there were a few surprises there as well. I can think of a handful of other players that might well have qualified there, but they didn't. And I'll leave Royal Cinque Ports to you, Jamie.
Yes, well, a lot of big players have missed out today, haven't they?
Yes, well, whilst we're waiting for the final qualifiers at Burnham and Berrow, let's just confirm the other 5 qualifiers at each course, so at Dundonald Links, at Royal Cinque Ports, and of course at West Lancashire as well. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, well, Dundonald Links, Jack McDonald led the way there with 6 under par, and he's qualified there before. Matt Baldwin, he's going to go to his home course of Royal Birkdale and play an Open Championship. Great on him. And the amateur from Ireland, David Howard. Well done, David. Then Neil Ruter, who's from Kennemer Golf and Country Club in Holland. That's the links course. And then Marcus Plunkett from the USA. He took the last spot.
So 2 amateurs there qualified at Dundonald Links. And what about Royal Cinque Ports, Boxy?
Cinque Ports, Scoggin, young Mr. Scoggin got through there. He led the way at 12 under par, tied with Daffy, the South African. He was at 12 under. Very, very good scoring at Cinque Ports. As Jamie was saying, he can't believe it's that good. Matthew Southgate qualified again. He was 10 under. So 3 of the qualifiers there in double figures under par. And then Peter Uline, who used to play on our DP World Tour, very, very good player. He's at 9 under par, and Antoine Rosner, another one who's a regular and a multiple winner on the DP World Tour. He qualified at 8 under par, so unlucky to the rest of them. We heard an interview with John Goff, and he just didn't quite make it through. He missed out by 1 shot. So as did Tom Lewis. I beg your pardon. Tom Lewis missed out by 2.
And at West Lancs, Bairstow led the way there with 10 under, followed by Kabori, the Kiwi. Ballester, the Spaniard, young Spaniard, he birdied the last to get one of the spots. Quite incredible last hole he had, because he had to reload off the tee, found his first ball, made a 3. Tiger Christensen, sounds more American than German, but he is from Germany. He got the 4th spot. Matthew Jordan, we've just seen, one out in the playoff against Sam Easterbrook and Joe Dean to get the last spot at West Lancs.
Well, thank you for the confirmation there on the 3 courses. We're now going to head over to John Bradley, who's got confirmation on the 4th course in Burnham and Berrow.
Yes, Claire Dowling from the RNA is about to give the official announcement. Claire.
Ladies and gentlemen, today there were 5 places available for qualification through to the 154th Open. I'm pleased to confirm that James Nicholas, Caleb Surratt, Tom Sloman, Alejandro de Castro Piera and Austin Truslow have qualified for the 154th Open at Royal Birkdale. James.
Well, it sounds like the wind's picked up towards the end of the day. Luckily for all the golfers, thank goodness.
They're not playing now, isn't it?
Look, just guys, it's been a great day, hasn't it? Especially
Yeah.
for these 20 golfers. A 300 came, now 20 remain. They all have qualified for the Open Championship. What's been your overall thoughts of the day?
My overall thoughts of the day, it was considering how sort of windy it was in certain places, how good the scoring was. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players out of the 20, so that's 25% are in double figures under par, which I think is very impressive.
Well, my thoughts, Tom Sloman, who's qualified in his own course at Burnham and Berrow, as some achievement. And Matthew Baldwin, I've got to go back to Matthew Baldwin from Dundonald Links to go to play his home course at Royal Birkdale. That is some story, but once again, Matthew Southgate for me stands out. He just seems to qualify. He had his best performance at Royal Birkdale years ago when he finished 6th, and he was very emotional when he finished today, as all these 20 players will be, and they can't wait for these 2 weeks to go by so they can step on that tee.
Yeah, Southgate, you want to erase the qualifier king title and change it to something else, won't they?
Yeah, claret jug title.
Absolutely.
And have you enjoyed yourself, Gabby?
I've had a great day. I've had a great debut, to be honest. I've had the best guests alongside me, so thank you for making it very, very easy.
Wow, enjoyed it.
Enjoyed it.
Had a good old chin work, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a great day, hasn't it, across the 4 courses. As a reminder, we've had 300 golfers that have showed up, 72 on each course, Burnham and Berrow, Dundonald Links, Royal Cinque Ports, and of course West Lancashire as well. What a day for those golfers who've all qualified for the Open Championship in a couple of weeks' time at Royal Birkdale. Just a reminder, you can watch and listen to all the coverage of the Open Championship, the oldest original championship, live, can't you, there on the open.com on Open Radio as well. So thank you once again for your company, gentlemen.
That's all right.
Quite the long day, the longest day in golf.
Yes, it was quite but it was enjoyable. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
It can be longer, trust me.
Yes,
it can be longer. We only had the one playoff course, so these days can go on and on and on, especially in the light we have over in the UK this time of the year.
And I'll be all seeing you at Royal Birkdale, all doing different jobs, won't we?
Yes, I'm working for Sky Sports up there, and probably, I think possibly NBC.
Oh.
Doing some...
Double?
No, not double. Double Doshingtons, unfortunately. It's part of my Sky contract, and I'll be doing some feature groups as well as commentary for Sky.
And you, Jamie?
Yeah, I'm on course, walking around with whoever I get put with, working for World Feed. Commentary goes around the world, and yeah, can't wait. Always a great week.
Brilliant. I'll be in TalkSport and in the hospitality suites if you fancy checking in.
In the red and white tent, the Bollinger.
Potentially, yeah. I aim high.
Potential.
I aim high, Boxy.
What are TalkSport doing? Are they just doing reports from? Where are you, in the press centre?
Yeah, I'll be doing continuity, like hosting to Open Radio, really. Anyway,
enjoy that.
We could blab on, us three, couldn't we? It's been 5 hours already, and we're going to go on for another hour. Thank you so much for everyone, all the reporters out on the golf courses, and for my two guests as well. It's been a ball for the final qualifying, and we can't wait to catch up with you all live on Open Radio the week of the Open at Royal Birkdale. Good night.
Live around the UK, you're listening to FQ Radio.